because we have so many great events. But when you just look at the last results from Lucy Charles-Barclay, I mean, it's absolutely mind-blowing. And both of these women are actually racing either with 100% or they probably do not even finish. We hope today that we get the showdown, and I think both of them are really, really ready. We have perfect conditions. We expect a very fast race and a close race amongst those two. You're absolutely right, Belinda. I think it's a different race dynamic, but it's probably an even more exciting race dynamic.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. We know Lucy Charles-Barclay, the greatest swimmer in a long-distance triathlon. She is actually going to catch quite a few of the men. We have a kick-off here for our professional men at 6:30 a.m. and our women will start 7 minutes after them at 6:37 a.m. We then have our para-athletes up after that, and then 17 waves of age group athletes, including 3 waves of relays. So it is going to be an extremely long day, but with incredible racing. And it was an interesting fact that you just brought up then. So in the last 5 races that Kat and Lucy have gone head-to-head, only one of them has finished. So I am desperately hoping that we break that trend here today, because I would love nothing more than to see, of course, both of them finish, and we want to see that race.
But Belinda, what this just shows, right, is they're racing with everything they have. And this also means sometimes that you not make it to the finish line, but they are sure not racing with a 99%.
No, and you know, anyone that knows Lucy Charles-Barclay and Kat Matthews knows that they do not know any other way to race. They will be racing hard from the gun. But it's an amazing to have so many great athletes from all around the world. As I mentioned, 108 nations.
And as we just saw Finn Große Fräse, we also have a couple of late entries from people that raced in Frankfurt. And yeah, I'm excited to see how they will do. And I mean, talking about athletes, and then we'll talk about the predictions, right? And
yes, indeed. And there she is herself.
Our predictions.
We just had a great shot there of Lucy Charles-Barclay warming up, but that's correct. We want you to be a part of this live coverage today. Now, Sebi and I, we have a little tin box on our desk here in the studio where we have both put in our predictions, and that includes the overall male and female winner, including a time, as well as who is going to have the fastest swim, bike, run in the male and female race. And so we've tucked it in there. We're not allowed to change halfway through, so it's all done and dusted. But we would love to see your predictions. So if you've got any predictions for the overall male and female winner, as well as their splits, who's going to come out with fastest swim, bike, and run, please put them up on YouTube, because we would love to see if you're able to beat our predictions. I have a sneaky suspicion that we are probably not going to be as correct as some of our viewers. And of course, Pro Tri News, I put my picks in with
crowd intelligence. We play this game throughout the day. We also, of course, we are in the age of AI. We also let AI predict the race. We have the predictions from the wonderful Thorsten Rade from Tri Rating.
My absolute saving grace. He is.
So we'll see who's right about. And I mean, you know, all the variables that go into this race. It's more than just the athletes. And one person that knows better about the conditions down there than anybody else is Laura Siddle. Laura, how are you? Good morning.
Hello, Belinda and Sebi, and good morning, and welcome to the 2026 DATEV Challenge Roth here at the Swim Star. The crowds are building, a bit overcast, slightly cool, but nice temperature for racing. Obviously 25-degree water temperature. Nerves were definitely high in transition this morning. I did see Christian doing some press-ups though. All the pros are warming up. We've just had the call. They're less than 5 minutes away, but I am lucky enough to have one of our female pros with us. Fenella Lange, you did this to me last year, 4th time racing here. What's going through your head at the moment, a few minutes before race start?
This is almost my favorite part of the race, where the anxiety is the highest, the energy is at drops. You see those balloons up in the air, your heart almost stops as well before we go. So, that's the scariest bit of the race. It's always my favorite part.
Well, I will let you carry on. Go and have a fantastic day. We look forward to seeing you out there. I'm certainly nervous. The race is about to start, so we'll head back to you guys in the studio.
And it's so great to have Laura Siddle, better known to us as Sid. She has raced here so many times herself. She's been a runner-up a couple of times now as well. And our professional men and women will be getting ready. Professional men and women will be getting ready. We're only minutes away from the start. You mentioned earlier, it is a little overcast. The wind is, it's a slight westerly breeze blowing. It's only around 15, 16 degrees Celsius. Such an incredible change to the weather that we've been experiencing here in Europe. I've been here for 2 months now, and it has been absolutely sweltering. So I'm actually got goosebumps.
I mean, if you want to talk to any triathlon gods, the zip code has to be a Roth
Right here in
zip
Roth.
code. It's just incredible. You can't call it luck anymore, I guess. Felix has a direct
Direct line
He was,
to the weather gods.
It just the only thing he didn't negotiate was the wetsuit swim, but that would have been almost too much. Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely perfect conditions, not just for the athletes, but also for the spectators. And yeah, they are just lining up in the masses here.
Yeah, and of course we have 65 of the world's top professional athletes on the start line today, including Olympic champions, world champions, the defending champion himself, former Roth champions, European champions, Paralympic superstars and local heroes. The world's fastest long-distance athletes here today at the Home of Triathlon. And this field definitely features one of the most competitive and exciting we've ever seen here in Roth. So I am really looking forward to getting this race underway. You can see the crowd's already starting to build down there on ground. And I know that that bridge in the background will be absolutely chock-a-block full with fans of the sport. It really is a festival of triathlon all week. The Expo that is behind us here, it's been an absolute hive of activity. It has to be one of the greatest expos in the world.
No, not one of the
One of
greatest.
the-
I've been on the Expo the whole week, and it is by far the best Expo in the world. That's for sure. I mean, because of all those reasons you already mentioned.
And you can see really lovely conditions down there. We've got a slight breeze blowing, but it's not affecting the swim conditions. They are looking pretty much picture perfect. Both sides of the canal lined by all of the spectators. They come from all over Germany, from all over the world to watch this incredible race.
And they will see fireworks from the get-go, that's for sure, especially on the men's race. The swim will be incredible, important. The whole week we have been speculating if there will be sort of an alliance amongst the Kenyan guys, Jonas Schomburg, Sam Laidlow, Rico Bogen, Menno Koolhaas, probably Finn Große Frese right on the edge. But then again, at Ironman Frankfurt, we have thought the same thing. It was a pretty large group at the front, but here I expect those 4 to 5 guys, go out really, really hard.
Yeah, and of course, much better conditions for faster swimming here today with that water temperature at around 25, air temperature of around 15. And we are merely seconds away from the start of the 42nd year of this race being held here in Roth in 2002. And we are away. The professional men now have started. We have 40 professional men now have started. We have 40 professional men in the field today. Nice clean start. Sebi, you did mention that we will have a nice group of incredible swimmers. We know Christian Blummenfelt, it's going to be very difficult for him to make this front group. He is in the purple cap. Jonas Schomburg of Germany in the silver cap. Rico Bogen, also of Germany, in the orange cap. Fred Funk, another of our German superstars, in the pink cap. Patrick Lange, the 3-time world champion, in the light blue cap. Menno Koolhaas from the Netherlands in the red cap. Christian Hugenhaug in the green, and Sam Laidlow in the gold. We are anticipating that Laidlow, Schomburg, Bogen, Koolhaas should be in that front group. They are all exceptional swimmers. It was Jonas Schomburg that led the way here last year.
Yeah, it looks kind of interesting that we have those, I would say, two groups almost. I mean, those 4 guys, they were clearly not lining up together. That's a little bit of a surprise, I would say. On the right-hand side of your picture, that should be Rico Bogen. And I think Menno, that would have been the guy on the left. It's always kind of a slippery slope to guess all the guys correctly, but I should recognize Rico. Very fast takeout, one of the superstars from the shorter distances, 70.3 world champion, a very good T100 athlete. And those, let's say, especially between, let's say, 300 and 600 meters, those are the most important meters probably in the swim part, because then it's stretched. And why are we talking about the swim so much? It's of course because of Christian Blummenfelt. He has no weaknesses, but if there is a slight thing in the past, that's his swim, and that's the only way I think today how to beat Christian, right, is to try to open a gap on the swim.
And it's interesting that you bring Christian Blummenfelt's swim up, because it was something that was specifically asked throughout the week, whether he does it on purpose, whether he keeps the swim under control, that he doesn't actually exert himself as much as he probably could to save energy for the bike and run. And the way he answered it was absolutely brilliant. He said, absolutely not. I do not save myself for the swim. It is a fact that I find it very, very difficult to actually stay on the feet of these great swimmers. And you can see, you mentioned the likes of Rico Bogen. We know Sam Laidlow, also a very, very good swimmer. Jonas Schomburg, you can see him right there in the silver caps, sitting on the feet of Rico Bogen. So far this race playing out as exactly as we anticipated, and we need to look for that purple cap of Christian Blummenfelt. He did say that he will be trying desperately to stay on the feet of the German superstars here today. We know that Jonas and Rico Bogen are going to be taking not just this swim, but this bike ride out very, very quickly.
I think there's already a small gap behind Freddy Funk. So Freddy Funk is right now just on the edge of the first group. And yeah, you mentioned Christian, and I think that's what triathlon is all about, right? It's so difficult. They are very volume heavy athletes. They train at altitude quite a lot, and it's so difficult to still keep that speed, that takeout speed that is required to hang on with those guys. And when we talk about the takeout speed, I think for the first 100 meters, that was something like a 102 or 103, probably from Rico Bogen. So really, really fast for the first 100 meters. It's almost, I would not say all out, but for me it was always absolutely all out for the first 400 meters. It's crazy that you started an 8-hour race, but a race where you probably have like 7 hours 20 or something like that. We have a look at that later. But that you start that race with an absolutely all-out effort.
It's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
And that's also what separates the pro race from the age group race, right? I mean, the age group race, the way to success.
Rico doing backstroke
has done his job.
And
Jonas Schomburg is taking over. I think this is absolutely
which is exactly what we expected. We know.
Discussed before.
Look, we do know. We will let our audience know. There was that WhatsApp group that was started by Canyon for our athletes. So Rico Bogen, Jonas Schomburg, and Sam Laidlow, and I think they have a little bit of an under-the-table handshake, so to speak, where they will be working together today. They know that if they want any chance of taking the win at the end of the day here, they need to have that solid gap coming into T2. They do not want Christian Blummenfelt being able to swim with them today, so they are taking it out hard. And just watching Rico Bogen there, he's done his job. He got them out hard. Going into backstroke, we've seen it a few times in the WTCS series so far this year. I don't see it so often in long distance racing, but Rico just getting the layout of the land to see where everyone was, let Jonas take over. You saw it with Sam Laidlow on Jonas Schomburg's feet, so exactly as we anticipated.
And we get the women underway anytime soon. And here it's a much clearer picture, that's for sure. We have one absolutely dominant force in the last couple of years in the swim part of the triathlon. That's LCB,
Yep.
Lucy Charles-Barclay.
Amazing. Just an amazing swimmer, and we know that she will take this race out hard. So our professional women now, and it is almost go time. Our men are underway, our women are ready to go. So that flag there tells the women that it is only a matter of seconds before they too will start on this 3.8 kilometre sailfish swim. The countdown is on. And our professional women now are underway. We are expecting to see Lucy Charles-Barclay from Great Britain take it out hard. She is the greatest swimmer in the sport. We've got Kat Matthews in the silver cap, Lucy Charles-Barclay in the gold cap, Alana Siffert in red, Carolina Paulet from Germany lining up here for the very first time over the distance. So very excited to see how Caro is able to take on the day. She is in the light blue cap, Fenella Langridge in the purple, Daniela Blummenfelt, the mother of three, here in the orange cap, Daisy Davies, another of our first timers in light pink, and Chloe Hartnett from Australia in green. I know, it's crazy.
Look at those pictures there. It's just absolutely mad, right? How Lucy starts to swim. The cadence is just absolutely crazy. The distance she puts between her and the last athlete just from the start line, it's just mad. I mean, it's just I'm out of out of words, and I mean, it's every single time, right? I mean, you're getting used to it, and every single time I'm like, what is going on?
No, she's a beautiful swimmer, and we know that she's been concentrating a lot on her swimming of late. She had surgery back at the beginning of the year, and that required her to take quite a bit of time off. It also allowed her to really concentrate on her swim volume like she needed to, but anyway, she's swimming extremely well. We know we do have some other very strong swimmers in the field, the likes of Fenella Langridge, and if I look there, you can see it is Fenella's cap, the purple cap of Fenella that is next up.
And Daisy Davies she's also right behind her.
Very, very strong, and Alana Siffert in the red. So they are our four lead women, but it is this woman on screen right now, Lucy Charles-Barclay, leading the way and starting to put a gap between herself and like Fenella Langridge, Daisy Davies and Alana Siffert.
The elastic is just about to snap. I mean, now with the distance of 1.5 body lengths already between Lucy Charles and Fenella, it's done. She's now about to lead the race either to the finish line or...
Isn't it interesting, though, to see if you look over the other side there,
Caro
that
Pole.
is the light blue cap of Carolyn Paulet, now also a very, very strong swimmer. But Sebi, can you explain to me, wouldn't it be more advantageous for her to be across here with the likes of Fenella Langridge, Alana Siffert and Daisy Davies? They are very similarly paced, but she's out there by herself. I mean, obviously she's made this is a conscious decision that she has made to swim out there by herself, but I don't know if it's exactly the right decision.
Yeah, I would not advise her to do that because, I mean, obviously you can see that her speed is like pretty similar, and we also would have expected her. We didn't even had her in the picture because she was so far on the right. I mean, and as you already said, the swim in Roth is literally straightforward, right? I mean, there is not too much of a different path you can take. So yeah, I'm kind of surprised, and we have the 5 lead men. Jonas Schomburg leading the group, and the most important question, Christian Blummenfelt is not in that group.
He certainly is not, and this is definitely the race plan that the boys wanted. But here we go, that next group. So probably 4 body lengths between our lead group of 5.
And that I think that is Christian. Not 100% sure. Freddy is probably on his feet.
It does look like the purple cap there of Christian Blummenfelt that is leading that chase group. That, of course, is Jonas Schomburg there. He was the fastest swimmer this time last year, so no surprises to see him leading the way. He really doesn't know how to race any other way. I think if we wanted to pick apart Jonas at all, is that I would like to see him just back it off.
I don't like to see him back him off.
I know you don't.
I mean, to be honest, today this might be the winning tactic. I think you have to go from the front with this profile, because KB, Christian Blummenfelt, is for sure capable of running a sub 2:30 marathon on these conditions, not too warm. And since we are talking about times and who is coming out of the water first, as we said, we like to hear your predictions as well, and that's what we predicted for the swim.
So we have the predicted swim times up on screen now. No surprise to see Jonas Schomburg there, 46:10 from myself. That is the predicted time that I think he will swim. Sebi, you've got 44:19. Wow.
I was a little.
You're a little.
I felt a little funny last night when I wrote that down. Like I said, I mean, there was never so much. I mean, swim power at challengeroth, and also, I mean, it's one thing that you are capable of swimming so fast, but now you also have all the reasons to do it. So I'm expecting a really fast swim, and that's the reason why I have by far the fastest prediction for the swim. We'll see.
I love it. Well, you know what? You've gone out on a limb, and I think it's great. And we know that the fastest time is actually from a very, very long time ago, 43:35, set by Michael Pruitt back in 1997. So I don't think we're going to see that record broken here today. Obviously, it was broken back when wetsuits were allowed. They are not wearing wetsuits today, so all of our athletes in swim skins. But in saying that, you can see conditions down on course are absolutely perfect. Barely a ripple on the water. It's one big loop. They swim down the far end, and they will cross under one of the bridges. They then have the longest part of the swim. And I love what you were saying in one of the podcasts we did earlier this week, that it's a bit of a mental battle, isn't it? You turn down that first turn and then you come back. You've got such a long straight. You can see that bridge in the background. Once they make the turn up this front end, they have to swim all the way down right under the bridge that you can see in the background there, take that second turn, and then make their way back to the swim exit.
Yeah, and those 5 guys, they absolutely loved that. We're just getting information from on course. Of course, this is not an official timing, but at 1,000 meter into the swim leg, Christian Blummenfelt has 24 seconds to the last guy in the first pack. That looks a little bit less to me right now, but I mean, it's also always very difficult to judge from a camera angle when it comes to time differences. But 24 seconds in the first 1,000 meters, that would already be quite significant and easily can open up to about 3 minutes. And we have seen after the takeout, right, Rico Bogen took a couple of strokes, backstroke. Those guys in front, they know what they need to do. They have been talking. And I don't know, I mean, especially Freddy Funk, he's comfortably swimming on the feet of KB, and I think KB can't expect him to help him in this situation. That's the burden of an Olympic champion, world champion, numerous records, whatever kind of records we are talking about. Yeah.
And one of the names that we haven't mentioned so far, well, actually 2 of the names, and I will say both of them because they're both from the same country, and they are currently sitting at about 45 seconds in arrears, and they are the 2 absolute biking powerhouses of Magnus Ditlev and Christian Hugenhaug. Christian Hugenhaug, of course, he signed up for this race very, very early. It's been a goal of his all year long. can't quite say the same thing about Magnus Ditlev. He was one of our latecomers, but
3 times winner here in Roth.
Holds the course record.
Raced in Frankfurt last week, and that's a little bit surprising to me, Belinda, because last week in Frankfurt, I mentioned that there was this big front group, also non-wetsuit swim, and he was holding in that first group. And also there, we expected quite a fast swim, and he held on just to this first group. I'm wondering, because I've talked to him after the race and his coach Kasper, he also already overheated a little bit in the water and probably taking a little bit easier today because his swimming for sure seems to be there.
Has improved.
I mean, it's gonna be interesting with those 2 guys in the back because that's a lot of firepower on the bike as well, coming from behind.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what that deficit is between those 2 and the likes of Christian Blummenfelt, because I think the only person happier to see than us than to see Magnus here was Christian Blummenfelt, because obviously he knows that he could be very good for him on the bike along with
and Hogenhaug.
Absolutely, with Christian Hogenhaug. That's
Christian
correct.
is one of the guys we have never talked about him or not never, but we have not talked about him, and as they make the first toy turn back, and we have not talked about him a lot, which is probably something he likes. He has a very calm preparation leading up to the race, but if he has somebody like Magnus with him on the bike and can limit the damage on the swim together with him, I would not be surprised to see him on the podium.
No, me neither. And as I said, he really has been, all of his training has been dedicated to this race here. He was actually very excited when he saw the likes of Christian Blummenfelt being announced, and of course Sam Laidlow, our defending champ, back again. And yeah, I'm very excited to see how Christian Hogenhaug, the second of the Christians here, is going to be able to go today, and I would love to see those 3 actually look that with more with the backstroke again.
Yeah, it's almost like a bike race amongst those 5, right? I mean, now Jonas has done his work and is now going back into the 4th position. By the way, the 5th guy who is also swimming a little bit of backstroke now is Finn Große-Fräse, as I already
lost his
saw.
cap, that's right.
Yep.
We've our spotters down on ground. So we do know that Jonas Schomburg has also lost his transponder. So if you don't see his name coming up on the live timing when they exit the water, it is because he has lost his transponder. I would assume that he will have to get another one. They'll have one waiting for him in transition that he will need to put round his ankle.
And we ask you guys to send in questions, and I think we have a couple of questions as we see the first group of age groupers making their way on the course.
So 17 waves of age groupers. Our 3rd wave will be all of our incredible para-athletes. So they are the 3rd wave, and then 17 waves of age group athletes after that.
Yeah, you can send us your questions the whole day, and I think we have a first question or a couple of questions.
So the question was, is the kayak making it easier for the lead swimmers and also making sighting easier? Well, to be brutally honest, I don't think you could get a swim that is easier to sight than this one here. The canal is not very wide at all. So it's very, very easy to stay on course, and that's a great shot of that now to show just how easy it is. This is basically a straight shoot down one end of the canal, make a 180-degree turn, and then you come back along the other side. Now, I'll get you to answer that. Do you think having that kayak there makes it easier? Because basically, are they drafting off the kayak at all?
No, the kayak doesn't really create any draft, and here we see Lucy following this that kayak. I think that the problem can even be that you have to rely on the guy on the kayak actually know where he or she is going, And that's not always the case. Sometimes also the person in the kayak is not taking the shortest possible
Correct.
way. So
right.
and it blocks your vision. So it sometimes, yes, it can help, but sometimes it also can be distracting.
A hindrance.
Also, they have to look back, especially if somebody like a super fast swimmer like Lucy is chasing them. It also can. I had this in the past. Not that I was leading any races, but the lead kayak was kind of like blocking the first group. And now, for example, she's moving on the
to the side.
to the side. So sometimes it's also not really helpful. But coming back to the swim course in Roth, what makes the swim course in Roth so beautiful and good? It's first what we see is the spectators on the side, right? I mean, you can really. See how everything is developing, right? You can walk next to the guys, especially when they make their way back to the second turnaround. And then, if you're in the race, the great thing is you don't have to panic, because when you swim in the middle of an ocean and you have a cramp or something like that, it can be actually quite dangerous. So swimming in the canal, it makes it so easy, also in case of a problem. And also for everybody involved, right? For the German DLRG, the lifesavers, they can easily spot if somebody has a problem.
So just to give you an update on course at the 800 metre split, Lucy, obviously, as you can see on course right now, leading the way, 24 seconds over the likes of Siffert, Langridge, Davies and Pollet. And then it is a minute 7 back to the Danny, I think, a minute 19 back to Daniela Blummenfelt. So little bits of those gaps are really starting to open up now, but 24 seconds, I do expect that gap to continue to grow to our chasers. And right now our spotters are telling us at the 1700 metre mark for our professional men, it is 52 seconds gap between our leaders and then the duo of Blummenfelt and Frederick Funk. Of course, Frederick here for the second year. He debuted here last year over the distance, finishing in 5th place. So great to have Freddie Funk, the coolest name in the sport, I have to say. Freddie Funk back here racing, and so far I'd say he'll be very happy to be on the feet of Christian Blummenfelt.
And it's a minute 27 to Hogenhaug and Lange.
So Lucy Charles-Barclay on screen right now. It's her 3rd time here in Roth. She was second in that incredible sprint finish between herself and Danny Blummenfelt. 9 seconds separated them in the end. She came back the following year in 2019 to take that incredible win. And it's great to have her back here now again for the 3rd time. We are going to go to a very short commercial break, but we will be back with you on the other side.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. You've got a goal, right? And with any goal, you need a plan. One that works for you. Your body, your mind, your life, and everything that comes with it. A flexible training plan that can replan in an instant. After all, you're only human. Human Go, the exceptionally intuitive AI training app that adapts to you. Human Go. We make humans go.
Between seconds, there's a place most never reach. This is where races are decided. Between moments, where air forgets to push back. Where fit just is. Where vision stays. Between seconds, there's a gap. We close it. UVEX. Race X.
Gerade wenn die Welt Kopf steht, braucht es dein Vertrauen, deine Liebe, deine Zuversicht, unsere Energie. Denn gemeinsam sind wir stark. Allianz. Das gute Gefühl, gut aufgehoben zu sein.
And we are now back, of course, with our lead men. We know in the men's field we have got a substantial breakaway happening right now with all the main players in there. Jonas Schomburg, Rico Bogan, Menno Koolhaas, Sam Laidlow, Finn Grosse-Fraisse. So great to have Finn. He was another one of our late starters. He was not happy with his race last weekend in Frankfurt. So here he is. Great to have him back. Of course, he raced here last year.
And when we have this wonderful shot, Belinda, I think it's quite nice to see when you now look at Jonas Schomburg. He is swimming in 4th position. And when you look at his cadence, and then you look at the cadence, I think that must be a Sam Laidlow. He should wear a gold cap, but I think that must be Sam Laidlow. Just a difference in cadence, and that's what makes it like a bike race, you know. I mean, you can really save quite a significant amount of power output, of energy when you're swimming in this streamline. And that's why I also predicted a very, very fast swim, because that's the first time I've seen it in my history in triathlon that we really see a tactic like that unfolds in the swim, where 4 guys that, or even 5 guys that are really on the same level when it comes to the swim, forming an alliance against one other athlete. And I think this is the new age of triathlon on long course as well, right? I mean, tactics absolutely play a role, and you are witnessing it right here, right now. And I'm a big fan, to be honest.
And just to see them basically working like a team time trial here in the swim, swapping off turns like we saw yesterday in the Tour de France in Barcelona as they had the team time trial to start what is going to be 3 weeks of incredible racing. So, yeah, you're dead right. And also just tactically perfect with this particular swim course as well. Now, I've done this race 10 times, and I know for a fact swimming close to the edge of the canal for this long straight all the way down to that other bridge, because it is not a dead straight canal. It does have a slight bend in it, and obviously it is a huge advantage to swim as close to shore to the side of the canal as you can. It is the fastest, definitely the fastest route down to the far end into that last turn can. So really smart tactics from this group so far. And that is indeed Sam Laidlow there on the front. You know, Sebi, you've won here before. You know what it's like to come in as the defending champion of any race. The pressure that not only yourself, but that all of us put on Sam Laidlow's shoulders. We know that when Sam Laidlow is firing, he is definitely one of the greatest athletes in the world. But we do know that he's an athlete that is very emotional. And when things aren't going well, if he doesn't have the mental strength, or if the ducks aren't, I love the expression, if all the ducks aren't lined up, then it's hard for Sam to get the best out of himself. But if he comes into a race like we saw him in Ironman Lanzarote, where he is firing on all 4 cylinders, he's a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a superpower, and like a lot of superpowers, you know, it can be a two-sided sword. It can be either with you or against you. And if he feels right, has not been 100%, you know, and I mean, this is one of the most talented athletes I've ever seen, like with a lot of problems leading up to the race week. He can still be absolutely unbeatable if he's in the right headspace. If he's not, and if he's down talking himself, or if there's something wrong, then it's going to be very, very difficult. But so far, it looks very, very good. But then again, talking about the pressure, and that's the great thing with a field like that on the start line here. Yes, if you come here as a defending champion, there's always some pressure there. But if you have the likes of Christian Blummenfelt racing, that's the great thing with those names on the start list. It also makes the life for you a lot easier. And there's something to win and not just to lose. Because if you are the only strong athlete and you're the defending champion, of course, you're the only way to satisfy yourself is race for the win. But yeah. Talking about the wonderful swim course.
It is, it's incredible. And that shows you right now, you can see that bend. It's quite severe, the bend. And right now you can see that bend. It's quite severe, the bend. And obviously, to get the best tangent, you need to be as close to the side of the canal. Also an opportunity, as you said, the crowds lining both sides of the canal, they can hear them screaming for them. So it's such a fantastic atmosphere, and we do have an incredible feature that we did do on the swim that we are going to show you very, very shortly on just how incredible this swim here is in the main Danube Canal.
The swim start is totally unique in Roth. It's a channel, it's very, very easy to navigate, but it also has this mist coming from the channel in the morning, and it's this majestic atmosphere. And you see all the other athletes getting ready for the race, and it's super special.
It's like the calm before the storm. It's like you already got 10,000s of people there on the bridge. It's still like super calm and like environment. You get super nervous but excited as well. You get those goosebumps before the start.
You go into the water and you feel like in an arena, you know, like all the people are lined up like along the canal, and that's just amazing.
It's a super powerful moment. It's the moment where you realize, okay, this is it's gonna be a bloody epic day.
Oh, I love that. Patrick Lange, he summed it up to perfection. A bloody epic day, and an epic day indeed it is going to be. And one of the things that I love about this race week is that it just gets the best of everyone together in triathlon. And walking around the Expo all week, I've seen the likes of Jan Frodeno here, Laidlow is here, Faris Al-Sultan is here, Jürgen Zach. Then we've got athletes of today, Anne Reichman, Jan Stratman, Laura Philipp, Mika Nut's here, Carl Smith is here. And we're going to get a couple of these athletes on the show later on today. But it really is an absolute celebration of the sport that we all love.
Absolutely. I got lost.
The Expo?
No. I don't know if I was sleepwalking or if I got lost, but I somehow ended up in the pool here in Roth.
What?
And,
what? No,
and
you must have been lost.
I mean, that morning, it was, 0.001% of human endurance performance in this pool.
Crazy.
And that's a cool thing here, right? I mean, if you live in Roth, and I mean, just look at these pictures. Oh, that it's incredible. Then you see all those guys, I mean, you see the Olympic champion, you see world champions, Roth winners, just swimming next to you on the swim lane, or shopping some bananas in the supermarket.
Or as I like to say, visiting Bakery Schmidt, which I am regularly at when I come here to Germany. It's such an incredible place. In every corner you look, you see someone or one of the famous past athletes of the sport, but great to have them all here joining us. And we've been given splits out on course now that Patrick Lange, so I was just really interested to see how far back he was, and we know that he is around 2 minutes 24 back, so 2:24 back for Patrick Lange. We know he is one of, if not the fastest runner in the field. We do expect him to run around that 2:30 mark here today. We know the run record was set here last year by no other than Matt Hansen, 2:28. So 2:28 for Matt, lightning fast marathon. As you can see, our lead men, and they are right of screen there as more of our age group athletes are now underway.
And I really love to see that this tactic actually works. Not because I don't like to see KB winning the race, but I love to see an exciting race. And that's perfect for an exciting race. The main goal was to get KB isolated. Yep. And they did that to absolute perfection. Now they have a lot of firepower. And I mean, Jonas, Laidlow, Rico, I mean, I'm telling you a little secret here, but Jonas and those guys who are turning up now, they are probably some triathlon nerds. So he pushed 415 watts normalized power up to the hill in Greding last year. So that's for more than an hour, the first hour of the race.
It's insane.
Way over 400 watts, and I mean, yeah, it's crazy. Talking about some watts, this woman in front leading the race by quite a large margin also can throw down some watts. She's uploading a lot on Strava, so I encourage you to follow her there if you're interested in some watts.
crazy
some watts.
splits and watts. Well, we know that Lucy's got upwards of 44 seconds over the likes of Siffert, Langridge, Davies and Pole. We've then got about 2 minutes 19. Back to a trio with Chloe Hartnett leading that trio, and then it's plus 70 metres back to Daniela Blummenfelt. So they are our women on course right now, but it is this woman on screen, Lucy Charles-Barclay, who is leading the way as anticipated.
I think it's really interesting if you just look at her last year. And I mean, you know Lucy a little bit. I think she has a very strong team behind her. Her coach Dan Lorang, but also her husband, really involved in the training, doing the, let's say, the management on ground. I don't think they make a decision like rocking up to Roth by doing a coin flip, right? I mean, but still, it looked kind of very, very short term. What do you think about that? I mean,
well,
do you think this was like in her mind for a little bit longer, or?
Look, I mean, the way it went, and I can be quite upfront about this, of course we approached Lucy Charles-Barclay back in January. We wanted to hear at this race. We know she is one of the crowd favourites. Everyone loves her here, particularly after her win in 2019. We wanted her to come back, and she was definitely considering it. Of course, throw in surgery. She still needed to validate, to qualify, for Kona, and she just couldn't commit. And then last week she had to go to the dentist and get a tooth removed. She didn't know how she was going to come out the other side of that. And it was basically 1 week ago after that she went for a run. Last Saturday or Sunday it was. She went for a run and nailed said run session, and she came home. She literally came home and she said to her husband, Reese, why aren't I racing Roth? I feel great. I just ripped out a great session and I really want to do it. And so I think Reese just looked at her and said, you know what? If you feel good, let's go. And I was at a race in Valsy, at Challenge Valsy, and I got the phone call from Felix. Actually, it wasn't even a phone call. It was a video of Lucy on the bike basically saying to Felix, can you get me an entry? I want to come and race. And of course, the answer was simple, and here she is. So, and you know how professional. You nailed it there, Sebi. You know how professional that Lucy is. You know how professional her team is. There is just no way that she's turning up here today unless she is ready to lay it all on the line and take that and go for that win.
Absolutely. And we have the next lead change in the
again another lead change.
Perfect. I mean, executed to absolutely perfection. I really love to see that. I mean, I often in the past I thought like, hey, those are some common interests. Why is there not? I mean, it's nothing illegal, right?
No.
I mean, often you talk about the tactics in a race as something shady or not 100% aligned with the rules, but it's absolutely. I mean, we encourage this, right? I mean, we want to alliances and that what makes the race exciting. And I think it's the first time, as I already said, that we really see this in action.
No, and it's great to see. And again, as we mentioned, the danger man for every single one of these professional athletes that we can see on screen right now is Christian Blummenfelt. We know that his marathon time is significantly faster than any of these men that we're seeing. One athlete we haven't spoken too much about, obviously we know we've got our heavy hitters on the swim bike, Sam Laidlow, Rico Bogan and Jonas Schomburg. But one athlete that we know does not really have a weakness, and that in fact is his strength, is Menno Koolhaas from the Netherlands.
And he is currently leading the swim.
Exactly.
I think it's the first time he took the lead now. And he is absolutely locked in on Roth. And I think that's also something you have to have in mind. There are a couple of athletes who knew already a year ago, this will be my A race for next year.
Yep.
And those are always dangerous guys, because Menno is the same. I mean, when you look at Christian, also Sam Laidlow, just the amount of appointments they had to do just this week. And I've been there. It can be quite exhausting. But yeah, I mean, those two guys, Christian Hogenhaug, him a little bit flying under the radar. Another guy that is it's crazy that he's flying under the radar, but it's three-time world champion Patrick Lange. I mean, it's just a race scenario is something that doesn't put him in a role where, in my opinion, he is able to win the race, even with a marathon that's really, really fast. I mean, the problem, as we see here, is we have so much force in front on the bike.
Yep.
As the lead group makes their last
turn
towards T1. And then the likes of Magnus and Christian Hogenhaug, I think Patrick is just not capable of riding with them at the beginning. So he is on his own for most of the bike, and I mean, that's going to be very, very difficult. And then he has to still outrun somebody like Christian
Well, we saw that
Hogenhaug.
in Lanzarote, didn't we, with Sam Laidlow and Patrick Lange. I think Sam Laidlow coming into transition with a 17-minute lead, of which Lange was able to take back 8 minutes or so, but still that's 9-minute deficit on the finish line.
Yeah.
So it's, even though we do know, and I'm sure that Patrick Lange will run very, very well here today, and will most likely have one of, if not the first or second fastest marathon, but he's just going to lose too much real estate to these men up front. And as you saw just down on screen, they have made their final turn now, and they will be making their way back here to transition. And I think they're going to be very, very happy when they hit dry land and hear what that split is back to the likes of Christian Blummenfelt.
Split at 3,100 meter, from what we get on course, is 2 minutes and 12 down from Blummenfelt and Freddie Funk to the first 5 guys.
So that's a significant chunk of time, and we are expecting that to continue to rise. So it could be around 2.5 minutes by the time that they exit. And you can see right now, straight over to the other side of the canal there, that is the quickest line back to the swim exit.
Rico is leading them again now. So another lead change. Let's see if somebody has a good prime from their sponsor, from their skin suit sponsor.
Nice point there. So if there's any of these athletes that have got a swim bonus included,
and
we may see.
We are here to talk professional athletes, right? And I mean, my I just see my prediction was a little bit bold,
ambitious. To say
but I still. What I predicted wasn't a time. I just predicted a very fast swim.
Oh, I like it. You know, we're all... Speaking of times, Sebi, obviously we know we would love to see the race record here in both our men's and women's race. We know Magnus Ditlev holds the men's record. Annie Haug holds the women's record at 8:02. Now, the women, they have been knocking on the door of breaking that magical 8-hour mark. 8:02 for Annie Haug. She set it back in 2024. She had, and she actually said it in the podcast we did earlier this week with Pro Tri News, the most perfect day in the sport. But she actually didn't feel that good doing it. She said she felt pretty terrible all day long.
To be honest, I would be surprised if you are at that level and you feel good. I mean, to be honest, I'm always, when somebody asks me, do you have one advice you can give me for this long course race? I'm always saying, like, the whole race is just a foreplay for the moment where you don't want, where you can't, where you are doubting everything, and that's what makes you proud, right? So I'm not surprised to hear her say something like, I didn't feel great. I mean, honestly, when I raced for the first time, I mean, it feels like hell for the last hour in the race.
Oh, yeah. And speaking of times, you can see on screen right now in our graphics our swim course records. And that men's record set back in 1997. Of course, it is no other than Lucy Charles-Barclay that owns the women's record. So 46.48. She set that back in 2018, where she finished second to Daniela Blummenfelt. One of the greatest sprint finishes I have ever witnessed in long distance.
And also 2018 was a wetsuit swim. So
it was indeed a wetsuit swim. So, of course, no wetsuits making the swim a little slower. The wetsuits definitely resulting in faster times. You can see it is almost time for our professional men as they make their way under the bridge.
And just going back to what we just joked about, I mean, that's part of professional sports, right? I mean, you probably might have a little prime from either Roca, Sailfish, Orca, from your swim skin brand, from your wetsuit brand, and those might be $1,500 because it means something. If you look at the spectators, the TV cameras, if you're first out of the water, that's for sure something you can advertise for. And Rico Bogen might be the guy. I think for him it's not that important. He wants to fry some bigger fish, but he is leading them out of the water.
Right now, that is Rico Bogen. Sam Laidlow is also now out. Jonas Schomburg, Menno Koolhaas,
and Finn Große-Frese.
So, fantastic group here. Finn Große-Frese will want to make sure that he stays in contact. It is a reasonably long run into the change tent and then towards the special space that the professional athletes have here in transition. Look at those volunteers just cheering, ready. It's one of the most incredible things about this race. The volunteers, they actually have a wait list. That is how many volunteers they have wanting to do this.
7,000 overall. It's absolutely
you
mad.
know better than anyone because I remember when you retired, you came back the very next year as a volunteer here for this race.
And you see those guys, I mean, in transition, that's short course transition. It's World Cup short course, and you are commentating on short course every now and then, and that's really, really fast transition. Usually you kind of like take your time, but not today.
Not today at all. And you
Rico
can see
Bogen actually lost a little bit of time
there through the change tent. That's right. I tell you what, though, did you see the face of Sam Laidlow?
He put the stocks on, yeah.
He looked absolutely determined. And he will be the first on the bike here. Oh, actually, there's one right ahead, so that is Sam Laidlow in second. But look at that, already now overtaking, and he will head out onto this Canyon 180-kilometer, two-looped course as our leader.
That rider was Jonas Schomburg. I mean, he's no stranger to fast transitions. And now, I mean, your ears are ringing. It's crazy. Look at those spectators on the bridge. It's the greatest feeling you can have as a professional athlete. I mean, we are talking about Solara Hill later, but now when they hit the bridge, it's just crazy. I mean, when you get out of the water as a professional athlete somewhere there, and they all scream your name, your heart rate is like through the roof. Like, don't look at your heart rate monitor to pace yourself because that's not accurate.
Look at this
mad.
now.
Yeah.
And this bridge, it's like 3 or 4 deep all the way over. That is Sam Laidlow who is leading the way. Jonas Schomburg behind him. Look at these crowds, everyone. You cannot wipe the smile off my face. And it is the Canyon 180-kilometer bike ride. 2 complete loops that they will ride, 2 lots of 85-kilometer loops. And then it is about a 9 to 10-kilometer straight shoot into us here in Roth and transition 2.
Now Christian Blummenfelt and Freddy Funk make their way to their bags and to the first transition.
So Fred Funk there behind, Christian Blummenfelt in front as they make their way towards the change tent. Let's see what that split back is, but we are expecting it to be upwards of 2.5 minutes. But great swim by Frederick Funk.
The distance here and the gap between those guys, is already quite significant. I thought maybe they are able to gap them, but 2.5 minutes, and we are still waiting for the split.
Still waiting for the split.
That's a lot, because the main gap it will open up on the bike and not on the swim.
So Frederik Funk now making his way towards the bike. Christian Blummenfelt right behind him. We know Jonas Schomburg was onto the bike. He had a swim time of 48.11. Sam Laidlow 48.12 and Rico Bogan 48.24. So our top 3 swim times here today.
I think it's a great place for Freddy Funk to be in. You know, I mean, that's stuff that sometimes can happen.
Quite fine.
So many bags.
So just to give you that split, Frederik Funk
3
coming
minutes
out
and
in
8 seconds.
51.19. So
3 minutes and
3
8
minutes
seconds.
and some change there for, so
quite
more
a
than
lot.
I'd anticipated.
Absolutely, way more. And Patrick Lange, I mean,
Flying, absolutely flying.
I mean, for me, I was in a race with him where where it was the first time where he had a transition like that. It was crazy how fast he was in transition. I almost lost 25 seconds in transition, and he really was, I mean, in my opinion, not the first guy, but he really started to establish a new trend of having like ultra fast transitions in long course, because often that's where you open the gap or close a gap. It's not on the swim, but look how fast he was on the bike.
That was
but now
crazy.
it's gonna be very, very interesting, because he's completely on his own right now. I mean, he has to hope for Magnus and for Christian Hogenhaug, but his intention is clear. I mean,
very clear right now. It looks like he's racing an Olympic distance race.
Yeah.
Oh, it's amazing. And of course, Patrick Lange, he's been in the sport now, I think it's close to 26 years. And what I love, last weekend he went back to the Edessy where it all began for him 26 years ago. Went back there last weekend, took the win there. And having him here today is just incredible.
I love to see this, because that's how you also approach that race mentally, right? It's not about just, having the right thoughts in your head. It's creating those thoughts by going hard, going all in at the beginning. Wonderful split screen. Seeing Patrick on the bridge, Finn Große-Frese on the right. They had a little gap out of transition. As I said, I mean, often it opens up in transition.
Yeah,
it was just
Sebi,
15, 18 seconds.
Back in the day, transitions when I was racing full distance
neutral
really
zone.
There was a neutral zone, exactly. Here you can see Finn Große-Frese on the right of screen was actually out with our leaders, but he is now part of the chase group. And crazy to think.
I can tell you, this chase now, it's absolutely on. I mean, if you want to know what those guys are now pushing, well over 400 watts, even to have a chance to close back the gap. And also, the body language of Patrick on your bottom left, this is great for me to see. Like, he is really like no hesitation, no looking around, no, I need some help here, I can't do it alone. It's like full gas, and the same goes for Sam Laidlow on the top left together with Jonas Schomburg. I mean, there is no hesitation whatsoever. It's crazy. I mean, how different. I mean, you just said it. How much long course racing changed in the last 10-15 years. Yeah,
that's right.
It's like full gas, and I mean, yeah, full gas from the get-go, because it became so tactical. They now will put a lot of time in between Christian Blummenfelt and themselves if they keep riding like that.
And one thing we didn't mention is, and that's just how impressive Jonas Schomburg's transition was. We know that he did lose his chip in the swim. He did have to get a new one before he went out on the bike, so he lost a couple of seconds, but if you blinked, you'd miss it. I mean, you didn't even notice. He's up here right now setting the pace along with Rico Bogan and Sam Laidlow, with Finn Grosser-Friese unable. Look at that gap now. He's just trying to bridge across.
And I mean, let us step back a second and also appreciate the pictures we are now having, the drone flying by on the bottom right, because we can only commentate what we can see, right? And,
absolutely.
And it's so great to see Rico Bogen here in the part of those three guys chasing Jonas Schomburg and Sam Laidlow in front. And I know one guy who is about to freak out right now, and that's my former coach, husband of Laura Philipp, because you have to burn so many matches now, just straight at the beginning, to trying to reel those guys back in, and it wasn't even a mistake. It was just 10-15 seconds they lost in transition. Now you find yourself chasing, and yeah, I mean. And there's no other option. If you want to be in the race, you have to go like really hard.
You do. And just to let our audience know, we've got 80 DTU officials at the race here today. 55 of them are on motos. 8 of them of the most experienced DTU officials are specifically assigned to our professional men and our professional women. For the first time ever at this race here, we are using the 20-meter draft rule. So we have Race Ranger, which we started with last year. Race Ranger is being used again this year, along with the implementation of the 20-meter rule. So we really want to make sure that this race here today is fair and just for all of our athletes, but particularly for our professional men and our professional women. And 2 of the key words that they used, I was at the pro briefing on Friday, and the 2 words, and this is what I loved about the briefing here, was about safety and fairness. So 2 key words that they used. And we are under World Triathlon rules here, but also some specific rules that are used by the DTU that are not necessarily used by World Triathlon. And one of those rules is the littering rule. So if any of these athletes today are caught littering outside of the littering zones, in normal World Triathlon rules, it's a blue card, but here it is DQ. So it's you do not want to be littering outside of the littering zones here.
And that puts even more stress also on the officials, because I think the question here always is this intentional, right? I mean, are you losing a bottle? And it's actually something that harms your race, right? That you're not doing intentionally? Or is it really intentional?
Yep.
And I think we want to come back here, and Roth really loves their athletes. You know, most people really love to see the athletes here, but yeah. We don't want to have them littering
And that looks like Zach. Wasn't it Zach Cooper that I just saw then? So Zach Cooper from Great Britain also making his way. So some huge gaps. And the reason we say that is because we actually missed Lucy Charles-Barclay. We knew that she was going to be catching quite a few of the professional men.
You can definitely miss Lucy if you blink.
Absolutely. And so Lucy Charles-Barclay, we know that her lead is over 4 minutes. So over 4 minutes over the chase group of Fenella Langridge, Daisy Davies, Carolyn Pole. So Lucy is
50 minutes, 23 seconds her swim time. I think that just shows that the swim course was probably a touch long, I would say. You know,
just a touch. Yep, a
because
touch.
men as well as women, I think
a little
they
slower
were
than we'd anticipated, even without wetsuits. No,
and,
I agree.
I think both women as well as men really swam absolutely full force, full gas. So therefore, I think slightly long.
Lucy Charles-Barclay now making her way out on this Canyon 180-kilometre bike right now. The times here in Roth are fast. You know, we have some of the fastest times ever done. 8:02 is still to this day the fastest time ever for a female over this distance. But the crazy thing about this course is you just automatically think, oh, well, it's fast, it has to be flat.
Yeah.
But there's actually 1,500 meters of total elevation. There's 2 significant climbs. So we've got the climate greeting at Kalvarienberg at the 40 kilometre and then again at the 125 kilometre mark. And then, of course, the infamous Solaraberg at 70 kilometres and then again at 155. It's also quite technical. They pass through no less than 22 little villages. And, of course, going in and out of these villages, Sebi, you know, there's corners, twists and turns. So it is definitely quite technical and it is definitely not flat. As you can see, Alana Siffert loves this. She was exactly the same last year where she turned up here for the first time. She loves to get the crowd riled up. So Alana Siffert, Fenella Langridge, Daisy Davies and Carolyn Pole also now out onto the bike.
Yeah, and you talked about the bike course, Belinda, and why is it fast, even if it's not flat. And I think it's also because you make very good use of those climbing meters, right? The climbs are relatively short and steep, but then the downhills are not very steep, so you don't have to use the brakes a lot, and the asphalt is also quite good. But then the main reason why the course is fast is just because of the athletes. It's just everybody brings their A game to Roth, and that's what makes the course fast. Is mainly because the athletes come prepared and come to conquer the course. This woman is definitely capable and willing to conquer the course. 1 minute and 45 out of the swim to Daisy Davis, Langridge and Alana Siffert. Siffert for sure the woman with who's the most capable probably on the bike out of those 3.
So it's interesting because we were given a split back at the 2.5 kilometre mark by one of our spotters down on ground, saying that Lucy had a 4 minutes at about 2.5 kilometres. Now, either that split was incorrect or our chase group has really made up some time, because you're right, the splits we have on screen now only have it as just over that minute, so a minute and a bit. So not sure if that split was incorrect that we were given, or that these women, these chase women, have made up some time towards the end. Definitely not likely to happen. I've never heard of that happening with Lucy Charles-Barclay. But they are a lot closer than what I anticipated they would be early on the bike.
And I think we saw that at the start of the swim, that Caro Pole actually, she looked really good. We didn't have her on the screen a lot. But those splits, they seem consistent, because we had the splits out of the swim and also at the bike start. So, I mean, for sure, the gap in the men's race surprisingly big, as we see Rico Bogen back in the picture. Surprisingly small gap for the women's, which also I like to see, because
Me too.
makes a race so much more exciting.
And of course, the split we really want to see, though, Sebi, is that split back to Cat Matthews, because we know that Lucy Charles-Barclay and Cat Matthews are our 2 athletes that are most likely, of course you never say never, most likely to take the win here today. Cat Matthews, only 2 weeks ago in Elsinore, coming off the bike with a huge deficit, but running each and every one of the women down in front of her. It was so impressive to watch. I think she ran a 1:16. One point there, she was running faster than some of the professional men. So great run, and I'll be really interested to see what that split back is to Cat Matthews once she exits.
Absolutely. Talking about splits, we see the man, and it says 3 seconds for Rico Bogen at kilometer 5.5. That is for sure not correct. It is much more. And on your bottom left, we just saw, I think that was Christian Hogenhaug overtaking Patrick Lange. That's a huge ask, because you have to overtake in the third line. And overtake the whole group. You have to invest a lot in this moment. Yeah,
and of course we know that once they come inside that 20-meter draft zone, and that red light will start to flash on the back of the bike in front of them, they have 45 seconds to make that pass. And of course, once that wheel goes past, it is then up to the athlete that's been passed to drop back the 20 meters. They have 25 seconds to do that.
And when you talk about the red light, we see now in the picture what you were talking about for those who have not been watching a lot of triathlon long course lately. The light you see on the back of Christian Blummenfelt's bike that just turned off, that's the Race Ranger system. It's mounted on his seat post just below the bottle cage. That system measures the distance between the riders, and it's helping a lot for the athletes. They can really judge: am I in the zone? Also for, of course, the referees, it helps a lot, but also to analyze the race later and do some shamming, which I actually quite like.
You like the shaming?
Yeah, I mean, it just, I mean, honestly, it helps to,
yeah,
I mean,
yep.
it's just like raising children, right? I mean, you have to tell them what you do wrong.
We can thank Sam Laidlow for that, because I know he stood up at last year's pro briefing and asked if these the results.
First of all, we can thank James Elvery
of course, for developing Race Ranger in the first place. That is true. Now, we do know Kat Matthews is out in 58.13, so
6 minutes,
6
and 8
minutes
seconds.
and 8 seconds, exactly. So 6 minutes deficit for Kat Matthews on our leader, Lucy Charles-Barclay. Right now on screen, it is Christian Blummenfelt. First time here for Christian. See right now the graphics on screen. It is Laidlow, Schomburg and Bogen, Koolhaas and Grosse Friese, DATEV, Christian Hugenhaug. So all of our main players starting to get stuck into this bike course here. Realistically, these men up front, Laidlow, Schomburg and Bogen, know that they are going to need significant time coming into T2 if they want to hold off the likes of this man on screen, one of the fastest runners in the sport. Great shot there of this course. It really is such a beautiful course. Just a little bit of everything. I think that's why I always loved it. It's just got long sweeping downhill sections. It's got a switchback section. Of course, that infamous switchback section where Jan Frodeno crashed.
Yeah, overshot
the corner just slightly. I think
left-hand corner.
I think they ended up putting hay bales on there after that little episode from Jan Frodeno. So.
And we also see the reason why this bike course is so fast. You have these slight downhills where you still have to pedal. You're going way over 65 k an hour, but you're still able to pedal. So the big chain rings are out for sure today. 62 chain ring on the bike from Magnus DATEV. It's it's crazy where the chain ring size has gone.
I mean, that was unheard of back in my day. But interesting, our three leaders, Laidlow, Schomburg and Bogen, all riding the brand new Canyon Speedmax. And Sebby, you went and had a look at the new bike and saw the tweaks that they've made. It's a pretty impressive bike, and I think Sam Laidlow obviously has been riding it for quite some time now, and he seems to think that he will be able to ride a good 5 minutes plus faster on the course this year due to the new changes on this Speedmax.
Yeah, I would call that marketing.
Marketing 101 extraordinary.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm quite confident that the bike course record will be broken today, and we'll probably see the first time that an athlete goes sub 4 hours on the bike course. I think for most amateurs, the bike is actually a much bigger change than it is for the professionals, and I think here, say for 5 minutes plus, is absolutely more than realistic. But we will talk about bikes and equipment a little bit later. We have a lot of guests in the show, and of course we're talking about equipment.
Absolutely. And that bike course record was set back in 2023 by no other than Magnus Ditlev, 3:57.45. And for our women, it was set back in 2023 as well by Daniela Riff at 4:22.56.
Alana Siffert.
And you know, every time we see Alana Siffert, we always get people right in questioning the way that she rides a bike. It is a typical Sato setup. I know it because I used to ride almost the same when I used to race, and it's that some people think that the seat height is a little too high, pushes a big gear, stays down in that aero position practically the entire race. In fact, I don't think I saw her out of the aero position last time when she raced here last year. It's just, it feels comfortable for her. They do a lot of big gear sessions where you're just riding up and down a hill all day long. So it's something that she feels comfortable with. And hey, at the end of the day, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And she loves to race like this. She's had some great results. That is
Finn Große Fresse, yeah.
Finn Große Fresse, that's correct.
He raced in Frankfurt last week, and he lost. Yeah, I mean, he put all. It's a classic, right? I mean.
Is that Finn Große? Actually, you know that looks like Daisy Davies to me.
Oh,
actually. So,
sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all right. But no, it's okay.
But they are both riding for the Bianchi.
Precisely, they're both in the same colours. I'm thinking, hold on a second, that looks like Daisy to me.
Yeah, I was not 100% sure either, but then I thought like, yeah, this, Daisy Davis, of course, but also just like a thing, very strong on the bike as well, and for sure a force to be reckoned with today. I mean, what do you think? Podium? What might be the chance for her?
The thing that's got me most fascinated about Alana Siffert for this year, last year, I think she raced something like 12 races. The year before, it was very, very similar case. This year, she's actually reined it back a bit. And if you actually look at how many races she's done, it's a lot less than what we're used to seeing for this time of the year for Alana Siffert. And I know that she has been very focused on this race with her coach. She was third here last year and has been racing very, very well, been riding very, very well. We saw that incredible ride that she had at the T100 in Pamplona, Spain, not so long ago. So I'm expecting big things from Alana. Going to be very, very difficult for her to improve on her third place last year, just because we have the likes of Lucy Charles-Barclay and Kat Matthews racing. Of course, that is Lucy Charles-Barclay there on the left of screen up the top. But I know the one thing with Alana Siffert is that she loves to race. She said it perfectly the other day, that the racing is just the celebration of all the hard work, and she gets really riled up from the crowds here. Last year she had so much fun going up Solareberg. I really hope we get to see her do it again here today. Daisy Davies is the interesting one for me because she's the youngest in the field, very young, only in her early 20s. She's only raced 2 times over this distance. The first time was last year at Challenge Almere, where the gun went off and she did not look back. She led from beginning to end. She then backed that up again.
She's not really used to race with other people in the race.
You know, the same thing happened this year where she did Ironman South Africa. Again, the gun went off. She never looked back. And she basically did a solo time trial for the entire day, did not see a soul. So this is going to be a very new experience for her, because we obviously know that that is not going to be the case here today in this women's race. So right now, our graphic on screen shows Kat Matthews being 5:47 down on our leader, Lucy Charles-Barclay. We know that Kat Matthews is the fastest runner in the field. And if anyone is able to make her way to the front of the field once we hit the marathon later today, it is Kat Matthews. Great shot there.
Rico Bogen and the chase group and the man.
Great to see the men so far really adhering to that 20-meter rule. In fact, I think they're further than leaders right now. Our motos have been briefed to make sure that they do not impact this race here today.
And there's for sure something off with the tracker of Rico Bogen, just mentioning that, because he is not in the lead. It's for sure still Sam Laidlow and Jonas Schomburg. Rico is for sure with the guys of Finn Große-Frese, Menno Kohlhaas. Maybe they swapped chips. Maybe
maybe they gave Jonas's new chip. But right now, as I said, this course, 2 loops of 85 kilometers. And then it is between 9 and 10 kilometers that they then take that right-hand turn at Eckersmühlen and make their way back in towards us here. Of course, we are so lucky. We have got the best seats in the house here, Sebi, in our little outdoor studio. Right on the finish line, they make, it's a purpose-built stadium that they set up here each and every year for this race. And once the athletes are in the final meters of this marathon, they make their way here into the stadium towards us. Of course, a long way to go before we get to that point of the race. Christian Blummenfelt on screen now, making use of one of the many aid stations out there.
Refilling the reservoir, the tube in the frame. All the bikes pretty much have those now in the frame, so you can refill on the aid stations, and then you have a straw where you're able to drink out of that system. So every little bit of space is used up for either storage in the frame or for hydration. Those are still the chase group on the men's side. Rico Bogen in front. Menno Kohlhaas and Finn Große-Frese. And Christian Blummenfelt at 16 kilometers. And there we have the gap. Wonderful. But still, this graphic is just be aware this graphic is not correct. It's not Rico Bogen who is leading the race, but I would say the time gap is absolutely correct. It's 4 minutes and 40 seconds to the front.
So just trying to get reports that does indeed look like Rico Bogen is leading. So Rico Bogen, I thought so. I'm thinking, hold on a second. Rico Bogen is leading. That was Sam Laidlow. And the only reason I cottoned on is because I know the riding style and the physique of Sam Laidlow, and that is Sam Laidlow in second place. Now Rico Bogen leading, Sam Laidlow there on screen.
I'm so sorry.
Hey, it's early days, Sebi. You're allowed. You're given 3 mistakes.
No, but I mean, then Rico really bridged up and left those other two guys behind. I mean, that's incredible, strong move, because he was clearly. In the first transition, he was behind them, right, by 18 seconds. and yeah, caught up to Sam and caught up to Jonas, and now they are those three guys leading the race.
And let's be
three
honest,
Kenyan guys.
Let's be honest, Sebi, this is exactly as we anticipated. It was the scenario that people have been talking about all week long. We know that there was that WhatsApp group that Canyon started for these three, a sort of unwritten handshake that these three would push the swim, and then once they got onto the bike, they would really ramp it up, making sure that they could put as much time as possible between themselves and the likes of Christian Blummenfelt, Patrick Lange, Magnus Ditlev and Christian Hugenhaug. So they have done that, and they have done it absolutely perfectly. And I can't wait to see what that gap back is to the likes of Magnus Ditlev and Christian. Both Christians, Christian 1 and Christian 2. But these three men riding exactly as anticipated. They are three of the best in the sport. Of course, Rico Bogan, a little bit of a question mark over his head simply because he's never done this distance before. We know he is a middle distance specialist. He's a T100 specialist, but it is the first time that we have seen him out racing this distance. We know his coach, Philip Sipe, has got a little bit of experience up his sleeve. Obviously the coach of his wife, Laura Philipp, as well.
And the thing really is, Rico I mean, his ceiling is so high, and he's used to race so hard that even right now it's probably it's feeling relatively easy for him, even if they are going very, very fast. And I think that's the reason why I got so mixed up. Because he was able to bridge his gap so fast and take the lead, and that must have been, I mean, that must have been an absolutely crazy effort from him.
Now we are getting reports out on course from some of our spotters that a little bit of drizzle is starting to fall at Greeting. So out at Greeting, which is the first of the major climbs there, the Kavarienberg, it is starting to drizzle ever so slightly. So hoping that doesn't get any worse, because we obviously don't want the roads to become slippery.
And again, what we saw on the swim, it continues on the bike for the men. They are taking turns.
Sharing the love there, of course. As we can see, our women on course right now. That is Lucy Charles-Barclay, left top of screen. On the right of screen at the top, that is Alanis Siffert.
And Kat Matthews.
Kat Matthews down below. So our three major contenders here today. Actually looking at Alanis Siffert, not pushing as big a gear as we are used to seeing from her. You know, obviously she holds a very low cadence, particularly when you compare it to her fellow competitors. But right now, looks really, really good on the bike, along with Lucy Charles-Barclay and Kat Matthews. Kat Matthews, of course, on the new Canyon Speed Max.
But you also have to say she's in a super fast section of the course right now.
She is indeed.
I think there's no gears left to push harder.
But Kat Matthews, of course, coached by her husband, Mark Matthews. It's a great team. But yeah, Kat Matthews here for the very first time. This is Alanis Siffert's second time here. It is Lucy Charles-Barclay's third time racing here in Roth, but the first time for Kat Matthews. So great to have Kat here joining us. Her husband Mark was here last year as part of the Pro Tri News crew, and it's great to have him back again. We will have the first of our many guests joining us very, very shortly. Jan Stratmann, one of the top German pros. He raced here for the very first time last year, finishing in 4th place, just off the podium, so he had a really strong race.
And since I see some bib numbers flowing in the wind, we got a question from Julian. Thanks, Julian, for sending in your question. You can send in all your questions the whole day via WhatsApp. And the question was, we've seen a lot of aero testing has been done in the last couple of weeks. Even this week, Christian Blummenfelt was aero testing.
Here. That's correct.
Yeah, I think they booked two days in the wind tunnel. And the question was, why do you never see them testing their suits with their bib numbers?
Good point.
And it's a very good point, and I just think I always tested with bib and without bib, because in some races you are not required to wear a bib on the bike, and some you are. So usually I would say they are also testing with bib numbers, but it's a very valid question, because I also don't see them doing it.
And yeah, it's one of those things. Back in my day, you could barely find an aero testing facility. Yep. Now they are everywhere, and we know that many companies like Surpass, Fusion, I think Fusion even have their own testing facility, but Surpass and all of the athletes that are racing here today have done numerous days in the wind tunnel.
No, I would kindly disagree with that. That's still a big problem also, that some of the guys in the field have access to these facilities. They have sponsors and some don't. And
well, the likes of, obviously I've been talking to most of the men that are racing here today, and nearly every one of them. So Menno Koolhaas, Christian Hugenhaug, Christian Blummenfelt, Sam Laidlow. So all of our big heavy hitters and all of our bike specialists, as far as I'm concerned, have all spent time in the wind tunnel. Interestingly enough, if we then turn to, say, the likes of Alana Siffert, hasn't done as much. So obviously, again, there's still people that prioritise this and athletes that do not. But the gains, talking to Sam Laidlow about it, the gains that he gets, and it's not you go there once, you've got it, and it's done. This is something that has to continually be done, continually updated. I think Christian Hugenhaug was saying that he spent 3 or 4 days actually in the tunnel, 85 different configurations that they were testing over that time. I mean, it was exhausting. But that's what it takes.
At one point, I'm a big fan, but at one point we have to think about putting some regulations on that, just like in Formula One, because it gets more and more expensive. And you can buy power savings basically by doing that,
Right now we are back on screen with no other than our lead female, Lucy Charles-Barclay. We are going to go to a very short commercial break, but we will be back on the other side shortly.
Just a fast bike. It takes a system optimized around one objective: speed. The center of that system is the rider. 75% of drag is caused by the body, and every body is different. That's why the new Speedmax, we shifted focus from bike to rider, from pros to all athletes.
Saab ist eines der erfahrensten, aber auch innovativsten Verteidigungsunternehmen weltweit und sorgt für Sicherheit in den Dimensionen Land, Luft und See sowie im elektromagnetischen Spektrum. Als Systemanbieter, Integrator und Lösungsentwickler. Mit einem stetig wachsenden Team von rund 600 Mitarbeitern in Deutschland und einem wertebasierten Austausch mit Schweden sind wir fest verankert in der EU und in der NATO.
Gerade wenn die Welt Kopf steht, braucht es dein Vertrauen, deine Liebe, deine Zuversicht, unsere Energie. Denn gemeinsam sind wir stark. Allianz, das gute Gefühl, gut aufgehoben zu sein.
And welcome back to the DATEV Challenge Roth here for 2026. That is no other than Sam Laidlow, absolute powerhouse on the bike. He's come into this race here today as the defending champion. He has the weight of the world on the shoulders. I know that. I know he wants nothing more than to defend his win from last year. And so far, looking very, very good out there on the early stages of this bike ride. In studio with Sebi and I right now, Jan Stratmann, also of Germany, one of the top German long-distance athletes. He was third here last year on his debut here in Roth. He raced only last weekend in the shortened that was in Frankfurt. We finally get our first shot of Magnus Ditlev, three-time winner here in Roth. Great to have him here today, back again. But Jan Stratmann, welcome to the show. So lovely to have you here.
Thanks for having me. And already seeing Magnus here is like pretty tough to miss out on this one after racing last weekend. And
we couldn't convince you to line up. I mean, we've got Magnus. He raced last weekend. Come on.
I really had discussions with my coach like already like an hour after the race in Frankfurt. But we thought it's a smarter decision to not race. And seeing Magnus here racing makes it even tougher to say, okay, why didn't I line up for this one? Because it's a super exciting field. And yeah, it's as exciting to watch. And I woke up this morning and I was also a little nervous, and I thought, I'm not racing, why I'm nervous?
I honestly, I said the same thing. I woke up this morning nervous like I was still racing, but I think I get nervous energy for every one of the athletes out there on course. Now, when you came here last year, it was your debut, first time here? No, but first time to Roth? Or second time? Second time to Roth. So you managed to finish on the podium, so it was a great day for you. Can you just describe to our audience that feeling you had, obviously going up Solaraberg for the first time, but then explain to our audience coming into this stadium, because this is quite unique to the sport of triathlon, that they purpose-build this stadium just for the race. It's built up every year just for the race, and they take it down again, obviously, on next week. What does it feel like to come into this stadium surrounded by thousands of people?
I mean, it starts with like coming to Roth, and it's just a unique atmosphere, and you don't get this anywhere else in the world. And I think when you raced here, like every other race feels like it's missing something, because the energy here, all the people are involved into this race. And yeah, as you said, it started at the Swim Star with like this unique atmosphere. You never see so many spectators out on the course, and then obviously Solar Hill, everybody's talking about it. It has expectations, and yeah, it's super unique to go up there. You got this Tour de France feeling, but obviously all over the course there's so many spectators. This morning I told the homestay she's doing like the bike leg of the bike, and she was super nervous, and I said, you don't need to be nervous, because the people will carry you over the course, and it's so much easier to race here because you have support literally every kilometer. And for me, it's a really special race, and I think it will always be my favorite one. And after coming fourth in 2024, I had to come back to get on the podium, and I managed it last year. And yeah, still a little bit of unfinished business, so I will definitely come back to be here again next year. I hope so.
Now, one of the things I'd like to talk about is, obviously, for the first time ever, last year we implemented Race Ranger. This year we're implementing the 20-metre rule as well, just for our professional athletes. Do you think that's going to make a significant difference to our professional men's and women's race here today?
Yeah, I think in general it makes for professional racing a big difference, because like the drafting is so much less. There's still, if we're going really fast, you have a slight advantage, but it's so much less with 20 meters. That the racing gets more honest, and I really like this, because that is more the spirit of Ironman. And yeah, it will also play out in this race. We have so many strong bikers, or as we say, Uber bikers, which makes for an exciting race. And these boys like Rico, Sam, Jonas, everybody in front, but also Christian Hogenhau, Freddy, and so on. There's so much bike power, and I think that makes already the bike part super exciting.
I think the difference really was the combination of 20-meter rule and Race Ranger, because I don't know how you look at it, but for me, the 12-meter rule plus Race Ranger actually increased the drafting, because before Race Ranger you were more like unsure and rather ride a little bit of a too big of a distance, and after Race Ranger you're like, oh, this is much closer. You can actually go really close and way closer. So do you agree on that? Do you think we need the 20-meter rule like all over the professional ranks for every race?
Yeah, for sure. As you said, it was sometimes more like a tactical thing to stay in the 12 meters. And with the 20 meters, it makes the racing so much fairer, so much more fair. And all the athletes I talk to think it's a good thing, because I think literally almost nobody wants to draft, and so we have also something to see where we stand. You are in the gray zone, or you don't know where you are at, and so with 20 meters the racing is fair, you know what to deal with, and you have to prepare for 180k on your own power, almost, which is just a great tool.
Now on screen right now we've got our leader in the women's race, Lucy Charles-Barclay. We know that Alana Siffert is riding out of her skin. She's now sitting at 107 back, and Daisy Davies a little further behind, Caroline Pole, Fenella Langridge, and the big mover of course is Kat Matthews, having made up 30 odd seconds already. We've been put on the spot by our producer. We had to give our picks in this morning. They're in this little box here on our studio desk, so we're not allowed to change them. I'm going to put you on the spot right now, and I want you, Jan, to give us your prediction on who you think will take the win here today in the women's race, and then of course in the men's race as well.
Oh, that's super tough. I said before the race, I think that Kat will run a super fast marathon and will win the race, but it is really dependent on how much of a gap Lucy is able to get out of her. So I thought initially, before the race was started, that Kat would win in front of Lucy, and then there's a lot of really strong girls who could finish third, so I wasn't sure about that. As a German, I always cross the fingers for the German ladies.
Of course.
And also having Caroline Pole with her debut, I think she's a big factor. I wish Daniela Bleimel a really great race and hope she's part of it and to fight for the podium. But there's so many athletes. Also Fenella Langridge she was injured, and having a good race here would be really nice for her. So I'm not sure about the third. But now we're seeing the men's race again. There's also so many athletes. It's really hard to pick.
This is
It is.
This is Greeting. So Kalvarienberg. This is one of the steepest, I would say, climbs. One of the toughest climbs. Of course, this is the first of 2 times. It's always an incredible hot spot. The town of Greeting gets right behind the athletes here. They always have, making it just a little bit easier. I mean, talk us through that. Obviously, you raced here last year. Talk us through how much the crowd support actually gives you wings. We know that they are climbing now. It's a tough part of the course, but having people lining the sides, screaming your name, particularly as you're a German, Jan, does it make you feel better? Do you actually get a little bit more out of yourself because of it?
Yeah, obviously, the first time upgrading, I was going way too hard. I think a lot of athletes do, because there's just people everywhere pushing you, and you really have to slow yourself down to not push too hard. But on the other hand, especially on the second loop, it's a great tool to use, especially grading, not just the hill, but afterwards it's really tough because it's not really flat. It's all the time.
Like a false flat. That's
false
right.
flat, a lot of wind. So I think the best part probably to do an attack, maybe we see the guys doing it already, is after the hill, because it's a really tough part where you can lose a lot of time.
Since we have Magnus in the picture, he's now 5 minutes 11 back in 8th position, and he's about to close down the gap to Freddy Funk and Christian Blummenfelt, who are 4 minutes and 45 back.
So the greatest thing I take from this is he's not having the same sort of day that we saw this time last week in Frankfurt, where he really did not ride particularly well.
The interesting thing for me is I can't figure this out. In Frankfurt, he was swimming in the front pack, and I mean, yes, I've heard stories, and you can probably tell us a little bit more about that, on how the swim was in Frankfurt. That it wasn't like super fast, but there were some really fast swimmers in the field in Frankfurt, and he swam he hang on with the front pack, and now today he had some serious problems. How do you look at it from a swim perspective? You're a strong swimmer yourself. How do you look at the swim? Would you have been part of the front group, or would you have loved to be in the swim today? Because I think you like to duke it out and seeing the boys really getting at it.
It's easy to say from the commentary, I would be 100% there in the front group, but no, the boys were really pushing. Last weekend it was a whole different story. We had over 29 degrees water temperature. So we already talked before the race, you know, the famous WhatsApp groups and everything. There was like talking, like there was no sense in like pushing the swim because you could easily overheat, and I think this was a factor for a lot of athletes. We didn't push the swim at all, so it was quite easy.
This is interesting. I want to know more about that, about the famous WhatsApp groups. How many WhatsApp swim groups are there?
I don't know. I'm not in a lot, so I don't know. I wasn't in the Nice one, so there's always WhatsApp groups. But yeah, it's just the nature of the thing that the strong swimmers want to get away and put pressure on guys who are probably strong on the run or on the bike. But I was also surprised to see so many athletes in Frankfurt, but as we didn't push, probably those athletes who came out in front needed to push, and their chance in this warm water to overheat could cause problems on the bike early on.
Absolutely, I think that was what you saw with Magnus probably in Frankfurt, right? I mean, he were able to hang with you guys, but I mean, especially in the water, it's sometimes you underestimate it completely, that you also can really overheat in the water, because sweating doesn't really help. So therefore you can overheat in the water as well, and I mean that was probably what happened for him in Frankfurt.
Yeah, and additional to this, we rode really hard on the first part of the bike, and he catched up. And I think in this whole thing that he saw the chance to come to the front, was a little bit too warm on the swim, and it was already quite hot on this day. Probably he just overheated then on the bike with catching up to the front group, because he was in the front group and then dropped, and it's like, it's not the Magnus Ditlev you think he could drop out of the bike group. So I think today we see a different Magnus, and I think this race, obviously he did the world record here, is really
incredible.
Suits him.
And we know that every time he's come here 3 times, 3 wins, he holds the record. And it's just, you could just see in his entire demeanor, as soon as he got here, he's just, you can see he's smiling, he's happy to be here. But he is going to have to try and catch these guys on screen right now, and that was Rico Bogan going past Sam Laidlow. These 3 men right now, Jan, are riding extremely well, as we can see. That gives you some indication. So we've got right now Magnus Ditlev making his way up, greeting. We know that our leaders are already done and dusted with this climb and are on the other side of it.
I'm trying to look around the corner here, Belinda, if I can already see
Christian Blummenfelt,
and Christian Blummenfelt, or if he already overtook them. Don't want to repeat my mistake from earlier.
You're not going to get over that mistake, are you?
I can't.
It's all right.
I would fire myself as an expert,
he's really
but
pushing.
I think he already overtook them. Not trying to speculate
but
again and make a mistake.
No, I think
but
he
you can't
is.
see anyone,
I agree.
it was just 15 seconds. That was his coach handing out a bottle to him for the professionals. It's allowed to hand out nutrition. And I see my physio and or also the physio of Laura Philipp, Christian Neizert, who's running the rehab at TSG Hoffenheim soccer Bundesliga club, handing out the transition to Rico Bogen.
So it is going to be interesting. It is a point that you mentioned, and we don't see this often in other races around the world, that at every single aid station, like you just said, Sebi, at the end of every aid station, on course on both the bike and the run here in Roth, you are able to have one of your team to hand off any sort of nutritional hydration that you specifically want. So that's at the end of every single aid station, both on the bike and the run. I don't think it's going to be too far before we see Magnus Ditlev catch up. So we know he's already taken the scalps of Frederick Funk and Christian Blummenfelt. But right now, he is now got his eyes on the prize of Finn Grosser-Friese and Menno Koolhaas. So those 2 riders are not too far up the road from Magnus Ditlev.
Oh, and when you see Magnus rocking like this, that means like 450 watts at least going up the hill in grading. Usually he's like rock solid on the bike. You will never even see him move slightly. Sometimes you can't even say like if he's really attacking or pushing, but he is definitely feeling good. Otherwise he would not like really push that hard. He definitely wants to drop them. I mean, it would be great to have a perspective on what he's actually looking at.
And just talking about Magnus, because obviously we know that he did not have the race that we know he's capable of last week and in Frankfurt. We know that he's been through some really nasty ups and downs for quite some time now. He took the win here back in 2022, 23, 24, has the current race record. He contracted shingles at the beginning of the year. It lasted for about 10 to 12 days. And anyone that's ever suffered from shingles, it is one of those nasty sicknesses that sort of hangs around for quite some time. So you think you've got rid of it, you get back into training, and it's not till you actually put yourself on a race line and you go, push to that next level that you realize that it is still affecting you. And I think we saw he came back probably a little too early. He got sick again. He had to take some more time, another week off regular training. And it's just been a constant battle for Magnus. And you boys know yourself, when you constantly keep hitting your head against the walls, it's got to give eventually. And I think there comes a point where it starts to take over mentally, and you really you get those self-doubts, and you wonder if you are ever going to be able to get back to where you were before you got sick. And it's a real struggle, isn't it? And I think for Magnus, it did start to play a little bit of a mental game for him, and we just started to see him lose a little bit of confidence. And I truly think that's why he came back here. This is his happy place. He's had such incredible performances here before, and I really hope that we get to see the best of Magnus here today.
Yeah, 100% sure. And I think what we saw last week was not the Magnus we know. And as you said, with the illnesses, it's always hard. The first days you think your career is over. Yes. And you wait the next day and think, oh, is it gone? Can I train again? And it would be always smart to take this another day off, or when you feel good already. And I had this just leading into Frankfurt, exact same thing. Not really being sick really bad, but also probably not feeling well enough to train. Still trained, got sick again, the same thing. So it is always smarter to rest this 1 or 2 days more, but it's so easy to say if you're in the yeah.
Yes.
It's the hardest thing to do in the sport, right? Is to find that that balance between ignoring all the signals that are that your body sends you. I mean, during a race and a training session, usually your body always tells you to quit. If you ever done a heat training session or something like that, you know what I'm talking about. I mean. And then in the same moment, also being really sensitive to all those signals your body sends to you. So I think, yeah, it's really one of the difficult things in the sport, to balance this two extremes.
And just having patience, I think it's probably one word that athletes need to follow but rarely do. And I know for each and every one of these athletes on course right now, patience is something that's very, very difficult to come by. And I think we just saw Magnus fall down a little bit of a hole, and hopefully now he is out the other side. But it's just a tough thing, because something like shingles, you think it's gone, but it's always just there lying dormant. So he feels good. He said his training leading into Frankfurt, he was up at altitude. He said that it went really, really well. The numbers he was pushing, he was very happy with. He just wasn't able to perform on race day. But so far, having a great race here. You can see we've been given reports out that the women's race, but we're given reports that it has actually been raining out there, so quite heavily in parts. It doesn't look so bad out there now. Certainly here in studio it hasn't rained at all, but we have got some spotters. I know Billy Harris, Fenella's partner, is out there on the course, and he sent through some pictures, and it really did look quite heavy. But luckily for us now, it is looking pretty dry out there, which is great.
It's quite a big group still with the girls.
It is indeed. So that is Daisy Davies on screen right now.
Yeah, now sometimes age groupers and slower professionals mixing in there as well. But yeah, it's for sure still a bigger group.
We know that Alana Siffert on screen right now, Daisy Davies, Carolyn Pole and Fenella Langridge, with Kat Matthews chasing them down. So Kat Matthews, I mentioned it earlier, she is the biggest mover in the group, and look at that. So refuses to get out of that aero position. Jan, we were talking about it a little earlier, that unique cycling style of Alana Siffert. She rarely gets out of those aero bars. And this course, I suppose none of the climbs are really steep enough to get out. I know I would because it gives me. I mean, let's be honest.
If you go upgrading on your aero bars,
I
That will be a first.
I can almost guarantee you that this woman on screen, left of screen, went up there
capable
upgrading
for sure.
in her aero
Capable
bars.
for sure. I would not advise it though, because at one point you just want to just stretch your back a little bit. Even if you are capable, it makes no sense. But I mean, in general, of course, the more you stay in the aero bars, the better it is. I mean, even on slower speeds like, let's say 24, 22k an hour, the aero bars still bring a quite significant advantage.
For sure. And always surprised when I'm coming here again. I was yesterday on the road bike. It's first of all super beautiful to ride around here. You have so many roads. Even the cycling paths are perfect. You can ride on cycling path, and at home I would never do that because you can already just ride them with a gravel bike, or you need a mountain bike. But here it's just perfect, and somehow you just roll faster. I don't know if you have the same feeling.
Absolutely.
Just in training, it's just faster here. The asphalt is perfect, so it's really made for a really fast bike.
Yeah, and the air density is lower. Yeah, something it is about the bike course in Roth. It's hard to explain, but I 100% agree. The asphalt just seems to roll really, really fast. Yeah.
Is it an age grouper or one of the pros?
I think that's an age grouper. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but should be an age grouper. But he did the right thing. I have to.
So just so we know here, the 20 meter rule is only for our professional athletes here today. Our age group athletes are running by the 12 meter rule, but they were briefed in the age group briefing that they were not to interfere with the professional race at all. We knew that this was going to be more of an issue on lap 2, when obviously our age group athletes and our professional athletes will be mixing together. But they are not allowed to slot in. So if we've got 2 of the professional athletes riding at 20 meters, the age group athletes are not allowed to slot in between them.
Exactly, because when you talk about age groupers and professionals still have to keep a 20-meter distance to the age groupers, and they don't have the race ranger system on, so it's a little bit more difficult. Yeah, I saw this very famous German G-ster from the referee, so that wasn't a card, but I can clearly tell you this was the last warning for Alain Siffert. Not 100% sure. I think he wasn't 100% happy with how that overtook happened with the age grouper. You have to complete the pass, right? You can't ride side by side. She has to complete the pass. The same rules apply if you overtake an age grouper than you overtake another professional woman.
And look, what I love, and I've always loved about the DTU, they are proactive. So we know that the TOs are out there. We've got 8 of the most experienced TOs in the country on our professional men's and women's race. They are actively communicating with the athletes about staying outside of that 20 meters, using Race Ranger. It is the common sense approach, and that's what we're seeing. So they will talk to them, they will warn them, but if they see that the rule is being broken over again, they will penalise them, and you will see them get a blue card.
I really like that. Actually, last week, I think probably the same refs like in Frankfurt last
sure
year, a lot of them.
Refs.
And I really like them that they are vocal and they speak out the things, and not like, also for athletes, it's just more easy to apply to the rules, because if they have something they're not happy with, they just tell us. So we know if there's something, sometimes it's not the drafting, they're just not happy with the way you ride or something, or anything else out on course, and if they just communicate beforehand, you know what to do, and it just made up for, I think, fairer racing, and also for the athletes, more like, yeah, it's just a big thing of communication is always good, I think.
Yeah, you have been in the pro briefing last year here. I've been here sometimes. I don't know if you would agree, but just what you said, I think in Roth, especially in the last years, officiating has been really, really good, especially with communications from officials towards athletes. Yeah.
It's also like an open discussion, so especially here, the Felix's team and also the officials are really open to talk to the athletes and also get input from us, what we think could be better or different, also for the next years, for the coming years. So yeah, that's really good. to see, and made just for everyone a better experience of the race. But I'm really interesting that the three boys up front, they are really seem to push it. If you see the next splits.
And yes, that is obviously the leaders, Sam Laidlow, Jonas Schomburg and Rico Bogan. We know that Menno Koolhaas and Finn Grosser-Friese are next up. Ditlev very close behind. And we have Frederik Funk, Christian Blummenfelt, Christian Hugenhaug. Patrick Lange now losing time as anticipated, so over 7.5 minutes back. We've got Will Draper, someone we haven't spoken about. So Will Draper at 8:15 back, so not renowned for his swimming. Definitely has improved over the past year. He's been working with Richard Varga, one of the greatest swimmers the sport has ever seen. So definitely improving his swim, but he is renowned for his bike and run. So great to have Will Draper here for the first time. He took the win in his very first time over the distance last year in Challenge Almere.
Did Hugenhaug went together with Magnus at one point? So that also means when he's not able to ride with Magnus, that he needs to push really hard, because Christian is such an incredible cyclist. So I think the pace is really on, and I'm really interested if Fred and Christian can hold onto the wheel of Magnus.
Well, that's going to be interesting. We were talking earlier that when when we announced that Magnus was racing, and he was the last athlete that we announced was racing here, and we only found out at the beginning of the week, we were saying the person that probably had the biggest smile, Jan, was Christian Blummenfelt, for that exact reason, because we knew that obviously they would get out of the water reasonably close to each other. And right now, Christian not able to hold the wheel of Magnus. That's telling me that Magnus is riding particularly well. And then again, with Christian Hugenhaug not able to hold his wheel, we know Christian is a very strong rider. So I think we are seeing the Magnus of old right now here in Roth, which is great to see.
That's crazy. And also for Magnus, like we talked about if probably he overheated in a swim or something. He's also came down from altitude quite high. I don't know if you already talked about, but it's always a gamble. And I think there's also the possibility that it wasn't the right time to come down from altitude. I think he was in Sierra Nevada, which is like 2,500 meters. So I think it's also quite a gamble if you're on the day performance-wise, or if you have to take some more days. So it could also be that in this race he also get the benefit of the altitude, and then we see a really dangerous Magnus for all the others.
And did you see then on that moto that just went through, that was indeed Felix Walshofer. So family Walshofer, who are the brainchild behind this race here in Roth. And Felix will be out on course the entire day. He makes his way around the bike course, making sure everything is just as it needs to be. So we will see plenty of Felix throughout the day. He will make his way around all the hot spots, thanking all of the volunteers. One of the greatest things about this race for me personally, Jan, is the fact that it's not just about the town of Roth, it's about the surrounding areas and everyone taking on this race like it's their own. And one of those spots that I know is probably the greatest, the most famous of all, is Solarberg. Now we do have Laura Siddle. Sid, down on ground there. Sid, we're going to go down to you in a second. Can you let us know, is it starting to get crazy down there? We know it's not long before we see the first of our athletes make their way towards Solarberg, but what's it like down there right now?
Hey, yeah, thanks Belinda and Sebi. This is a really strange feeling for me as I am walking down Solarberg, where I'm so used to riding up. But the crowds are definitely building. Ready for the race? Ready? This is probably one of the most iconic and famous spots in World Triathlon. Not such a unique experience, not just for the athletes riding up, but also for the crowds and the spectators who are here on the hill, and can get up close and personal with the action. It is definitely building. I can't hear a thing. I'm shouting into the microphone. Talking about action, I will go back to you guys in the studio.
Oh, and they are literally just starting to get warmed up. Honestly, I've raced here 10 times and I'm just going to look at my hair standing on my arms. I've got goosebumps just thinking about this climb. It truly is one of the most unique experiences that you will ever get in the sport of triathlon, isn't it?
100% sure. It is this Tour de France feeling you always dream about. And I think it brings the pictures from Roth to the world, seeing this. When you ride in there, also every time I think of it and you go in there, you get goosebumps and you're 100% and it's okay, will overpace there. But yeah, it's such a great feeling and makes you push so hard on the next part because you don't feel the pain at this point. And I think it will get even more crowded in the next couple of minutes before the pros are arriving.
Now, of course, our lead men will be the first to hit Solara Berg, and we know that Sam Laidlow got to experience it for the second time actually last year. So that was Sam Laidlow's second time racing Roth last year, and he got to hit it. Not quite first. It was a funny thing last year. Sam Laidlow thought he was leading the race all day long, when in fact it was Jonas Schomburg who actually was the first up Solara Berg. Sam Laidlow didn't realise till he was out on the marathon course that he actually was in second place all day long. I'm sure he will not make that mistake again today. We know that Sam Laidlow and Jonas Schomburg are riding together. But for someone like Rico Bogan, who is here for the first time, here racing over the distance for the first time, do you think it's going to be hard for him to keep his cool as he goes up Solara Berg?
I think it's totally okay to not keep your cool there because emotions, I think, are good and make you faster as well.
So, of course, Solara Berg, many of you have heard of it. Only a few have had the opportunity to experience it. I've never experienced it down on ground like we just saw with Laura Siddle. I would love to be out there. I know I've got lots of friends that are out there right now. And we have got a really cool feature that we did do on Solara Berg that we'd love you to see.
Solar Hill is the triathlon hotspot in the world. You can't compare it with anything else. You go out and you feel like Moses, you know, you're opening the crowds. It's an amazing feeling unlike any other.
It's just so magical. The crowds are like nothing you've ever seen. When those crowds are there, you don't even realise you're climbing because they're just lifting you. So yeah, I can't wait for that.
Everyone's cheering is just coming through your body, you know, the vibrations of everyone's voice and all the clapping.
You can feel them, feel their energy, their passion, and that's what we share, you know, like the same passion, and that's what's beautiful about this race.
You kind of have to experience it if you want to be a real triathlete. In my opinion, it's absolutely insane. It's like riding in up Alpe d'Huez in the Tour de France, maybe even louder. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it.
We are back. Of course, that was the infamous Solara Berg as our athletes are making their way around to take it on for the first of two times. Alana Siffert on screen right now. Just before that, we had Kat Matthews. Kat Matthews, from reports down on course, is absolutely flying. So steadily trying to make up that deficit out of the swim. But it is now Alana Siffert who is leading the way. She has managed to catch and overtake Lucy Charles-Barclay. And Alana Siffert now leading the race here in Roth. She had a fantastic debut here last year, finishing in third, with Grace Tech in second, and of course Laura Phillip taking the win. But how do you think she's feeling right now? Do you think that she'd anticipated catching and passing Lucy Charles-Barclay like she just did?
I never thought about this possibility. I thought Lucy is going straight out and we won't see anybody else around her. But I think we see that the three girls behind made up time and almost catched her again. What is also interesting for me to see is that she's not riding a disc wheel in the back, and she chose a 80, I think it's the 85 back wheel, 85 millimeters. because especially with windy conditions, I think it's not super windy. I don't know what you think, Sebi, but a disc wheel could be quite an advantage.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to, criticize that anymore. Yeah, no, you're 100% right. Yeah, I mean, I think there's still, from a power perspective, there's no question. This woman is absolutely attacking the bike course, but yeah, I think that's the thing with the Brad Sutton approach. I would say is sometimes he has a little bit of a different idea, and in the past, I mean, he led a lot of women to some great success in the sport. So usually there is no light-hearted decision when it comes to something like that, and maybe. Yeah, he thought about crosswinds, and since Alanis, you already said that Belinda is constantly riding in the aero position. It makes bike handling probably a little bit easier for her without riding a disc wheel, you know, so that she can stay in the aero position all the times. I mean, that's probably the reason.
I saw with Kat's bike that yesterday when she posted a picture of her bike, she had a really deep front wheel, and now I think she changed it and chose a smaller one because of the winds. So this is also the second option. For me personally, I would, if it's too windy, always first go for the smaller front wheel because there's your weight on it. But it's interesting to see that the girls actually made decisions on the conditions.
Well, it's interesting because we know that before the race today, Kat Matthews, you can see on screen down in the left bottom, actually changed the visor. So she had a much darker visor on this morning on her bike, and obviously woken up this morning. It is quite cloudy. There's quite a bit of cloud scattering across, making it a lot darker, and you can see that she has changed that visor, and it is a clear visor now, and the same goes. It's interesting, when Sebi and I turned up here this morning, I felt that it was more blustery than what it is. It's definitely windy. I can see the flags behind us. It is windy, but it's a more constant wind now, whereas this morning it seemed to be a bit more blustery. We were having our sheets going all over the place, but now it seems to be a little bit more consistent. So we do know that it is a little windy out on course. I don't think it's anything that we need to be too concerned about, but it was definitely a lot darker out there this morning, and you can see in the background that cloud cover, which we haven't seen all week. It's been nothing but blue sky and sunshine.
The weather was perfect, but I think here in Roth, the sun is about to come through the clouds.
Trying very hard to come out.
Yeah, but as you say, it's windy, but the conditions and temperature is just perfect for racing. It's not too cold, it's not too warm, so you can really push it today, I think.
Absolutely, yeah.
Look at this, is a great shot here of Alana Siffert on top of, that sounds terrible, on top of Kat Matthews. Just looking at the difference in their cadence, you know. Obviously Kat Matthews with a much faster cadence than the likes of Alana Siffert. Two completely different riding styles, but right now, Alana Siffert leading this race, Lucy Charles-Barclay in second, Daisy Davies and Caroline Paulet in third, fourth, Fenella Lange. Great to see Fenella back. Look, at someone we haven't spoken about. She's raced here many times. She loves Roth. It's one of her favourite races to come to. She's had a really nasty time of it. Obviously had that surgery last year where she had endofibrosis of the external iliac artery. I know all about it because it was the one and only surgery I had to get when I was a professional athlete. Nasty, nasty surgery. She did bounce back from that reasonably well. It took a little longer than she would have liked to have recovered from that. But the biggest thing that not a lot of people realise for Fenella Lange is that she had a really nasty crash towards the end of last year when she was over getting ready for Ironman Busselton. She crashed her bike a couple of days before the race and tried to start. Obviously it didn't work, had to pull out, you know, just too much damage done. It wasn't the physical damage that was the problem for Fenella, it was the mental damage. So she had a really difficult time when she got back into training of even something simple like getting down into the aero bars.
Yeah.
She couldn't do it. She could not do it. It was horrible.
Re-establishing your trust in
exactly,
like leaning fully into that bike and rebuilding that confidence is so difficult.
Yep. And that's exactly what happened to her, Sebi. And, you know, people just thought, oh, she's still recovering from this surgery. No, she got over the surgery perfectly fine.
Yeah.
it was this nasty crash that not a lot of people knew about. And she thought she was over it when she would get into a race situation. Ironman New Zealand is a perfect example. And it's a pretty tough course there in Ironman New Zealand. Very, very rough roads. Anyone that's raced in New Zealand knows their roads are amongst the roughest in the world. And she just had lost her confidence and couldn't stay down in the aero bars. And I mean, if you can't stay down in the aero bars over full distance, forget it. It's all over. And it's taken a long, long time. And each and every race we've seen Fenella do this year, she's got that confidence back just a little bit more. And I really hope, and I think what we're seeing now is the Fenella of old, where she's got the confidence back. The great thing about this particular course is she knows it very, very well. The road is smooth. She can trust that the roads are completely closed. So I really think we're going to see the Fenella of old racing here today.
And she's really well into the race. Probably we see Kat catching up, and those two girls together can make up some ground for to the front girls. What I was it was interesting on the screen, because Lucy seemed to be in second, but you couldn't see Alanis in front. So the possibility is that Lucy passed her or Alanis went away. I couldn't see that now. Would be interesting, probably on the next timing mat.
So hopefully we'll be able to get an update there.
I'm trying not to speculate about that anymore too much. But
I do
me,
for you.
yeah, but for me it really looked like Alanis got away a little bit.
And of course, this is back at the beginning of the morning, 6:30 kickoff for us today with our professional men. And
very fast swim for the men. We had that expected 5 guys out in the front with Jonas Schomburg, Sam Laidlow, Rico Bogen, Menno Kohlhaas, Finn Große-Fräse, and they gapped this man quite significantly and formed the trio at the front, the 3 Kenyan guys, Rico Bogen, Jonas Schomburg, and Sam Laidlow.
You could see the skies back there. It was quite grey early in the morning and did look like it was going to rain quite heavily. Luckily, the rain has stopped as our professional women, 6:37, 7 minutes behind our professional men. And of course, it was Lucy Charles-Barclay that led them out of the swim. And she had a significant lead over the likes of Fenella Langridge, Daisy Davies, Alana Siffert, this woman on screen right now. So that's where we're at, heading into the 180-kilometre Canyon bike course. They are on lap 1 of 2. We are waiting for them to make their way round to the infamous Solaraberg. It won't be long before we see them make their way up the first of 2 times up Solar. But what I love most, Jan, about this race are all the hotspots. 22 towns we go through, 22 small villages, and every village has its own hotspot, and they are so incredibly proud of these hotspots. They get bigger and better every year. We've got people playing music. We've got tables set up along the side of the road, people drinking beer, people singing songs. It's unreal, isn't it? And it just keeps you motivated the whole way through.
For sure, the whole region is into this race, and you really feel it out on course. And every town also has their own ideas of how to motivate the athletes and take them with them. And yeah, as I said already, like it really pushes you over the course, and it makes the 180K go by so fast. It's really crazy.
So I've been given reports, and I hope they do this when we get back down to Solarabergs, but Laura Siddle, who's been down on ground, has just said that the whole of Solaraberg, so every single person standing on Solaraberg right now just did the Norwegian row. So I really hope we get to capture that on camera. But yeah, it's just madness, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know how many people exactly are there. That feels like there are more than 20,000 people. Probably not as much, but close to this. And also when you ride into it, you think there's no way I'm gonna be able to ride through, and somehow there's always a gap. And yeah, you don't feel going up there. You don't even feel that there's a hill, really. You just go through the people, and they're all cheering. And yeah, for everyone, and especially Rico's out in front, I hope everybody told me to, if you have the chance, go first into Solar Hill. I hope he's doing it, because this experience going first into Solar Hill, I think it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing you have to do.
That's a really interesting point that you just made, because I remember doing the race back with Joe Lawn, a famous athlete from New Zealand, and I think it was probably my third or fourth time doing Roth, and we were riding together, and I actually said to her, stay behind me, because I knew that she would freak out. So I led up there, and all I could hear behind me was Joe Lawn screaming at the top of her voice, because I don't think she had prepared for such an insane scenes.
And it's also a tactical thing, right? I mean, especially on the second lap, it's getting so difficult to overtake there. So usually it's always better if you are out in front.
Yeah, and I can tell by experience to all the pros racing it now, they're racing back, stay patient in the second lap. It will be crowded, and stay behind. Yeah, I didn't and crashed. So for everyone racing, it's or intend to race at any point in the second lane, just enjoy it and take your time. It doesn't make any sense.
Absolutely, yeah, you're 100% right. Shift in the right gear before you actually hit the hill, and prepare to almost come to a stop at one point, because there's just no way on how to get around. But in that moment, you just have to tell yourself, everybody will be in the same situation. You just have to calm the F down, and then take a couple of deep breaths and enjoy that you don't have to push that hard in that moment.
And we've been given reports out on course that Magnus Ditlev is the biggest mover in the field. So obviously we still have our three out in front, the likes of Rico Bogan, Sam Laidlow, and Jonas Schomburg. But Magnus Ditlev is absolutely flying.
Usually, you know, Belinda, I would say this is not a good sign for for Magnus, because he had a stretch of so many bad races, not lucky, you know, problems, injuries. At one point, an athlete always tried to prove himself that he's strong and he's way too aggressive. But Magnus is not the kind of guy that does that. So I'm more like really confident in his abilities. But that would require a massive effort to close the gap to the front guys, because I mean, they are moving really fast, so
Well, he's already overtaken both Menno Koolhaas and Finn Grosser-Fresse. We do know that Blummenfelt has now also managed to bridge up and has overtaken both Menno Koolhaas and Grosser-Fresse, and he's actually starting to pull these boys back up to Magnus Ditlev.
I was about to say that Gustav is riding really, really well. I mean, the swim gap, it was quite a surprise.
Or you mean Christian?
Christian,
That's all right, we get them all mixed up.
Both of them riding really well.
Very well.
But in this race, Christian, he's riding really, really well, because the gap was kind of a surprise out of the swim. But now it's not getting out of hand. It's not getting out of control. 6 minutes is still something manageable for him.
It is, and particularly when you look at the run times, thanks to Torsten Rade, we've got all of their predicted marathon times, and we know that if that gap is at around that 5-6 minute mark off the bike, that is not going to be impossible for someone like Christian Blummenfelt to bridge across.
And you see it in your screen now. I mean, the front three guys, they are compared to their former colleagues with Menno Koolhaas and Finn Grosser-Fresse. They definitely opening a big gap, but again, Christian really well, and now I would love to see if he's still somehow able to keep Magnus inside, or if that is even an option.
Well, we do know that the close-up of Menno Koolhaas is showing that he is finding it very, very difficult to follow the pace of Christian Blummenfelt. So Christian riding very, very well now, as is this woman on screen, Alana Siffert, with that unique cycling style of hers.
And I mean, what I have to say, and of course we are sometimes criticizing her for rocking and rolling on the bike, but I think she sits just very compact, and I always look at her chin compared to the hip, and her head is like really low, and I think even without all the aero testing, because she has not done I think any aero testing, or at least not a lot, still like I think a pretty good position and fast position for Lange.
And she has shown that she's riding very, very well this year as well.
And I mean, she's leading, so
yes,
she can do anything. So.
Yeah. I mean, if you of course you can say if you're leading, you're always right. But I mean, if you're winning, you're right.
True that.
And just looking at these splits on screen, so great graphics there. At the 63-kilometre mark, it's Bogen, Laidlow and Schomburg. This is the small climb right before they then go down and start the climb proper, so Solarberg. So we don't mention it very often, but this has actually become a real hot spot as well. So this is the pre-climb to Solarberg.
More and more people shifting towards that hill, and also when I get asked...
Because there's no room left on Solarberg, that's
when
why.
I get asked, like, hey, where should I stand? I always recommend this one.
The one before.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, we will build a second hotspot.
It's a warm-up for Solar Hill. But now they make their way towards it. I think it's just down and then turn right, and then they are into Solar Hill and can enjoy all the people.
But I do like that this is just a warm-up for things to come, gets them ready. And it is incredible because they basically come down this hill that we're seeing on screen right now, and they take this massive right-hand swoop. And then all of a sudden, it just opens up and you've got this sea of people. And I remember thinking the first time I did it, there was no road. And I'm thinking, where am I going to go?
Exactly.
And then it's just like absolute perfection that this sea of people just naturally parts just big enough for one bike to go through. So there's no overtaking. It's something we spoke about before. There is absolutely no overtaking on Solarberg. Makes it a little tricky on lap 2 when they are in with the age group athletes. No such problem this first lap because obviously it's just the 3 of these men that will be taking on Solarberg on their own. But it truly is a sight to behold.
But
whoa! Stop there, my friend. Obviously,
so that was close, but I think Rico does exactly the right thing, and he's getting the experience. And also what we see is, it seems like it also from the body language that he is pushing for quite a while now.
Absolutely.
And you see the gaps between Rico and Sam.
That's more
he's
than
not
20
sitting.
meters.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's working.
100%. I think you got that 100% right. I mean, Rico is really riding with intention to be the first on Solar Hill, because I saw Sam really trying to get even more aero, get the head down because the speed was so high.
And honestly, this is the moment we have been waiting for. And right now, the DATEV banners on the side, keeping the crowds under control, but pretty soon they stop. And it is just that sea of people. And here we go, everyone. Look at this. Thousands and thousands of people lining both sides of Solarberg. The noise. Jan, explain to our audience, I know that you wear an aero helmet, but the noise is like, it is out of this world.
It is for sure. It is so loud, you can't hear anything else than just the noises of the people, and also afterwards you come over the top. It's just an incredible feeling.
Yeah, aero helmets here are also for protection.
Oh, it's just incredible. And of course, it was this time last year that Sam Laidlow thought he was leading up Solarberg. He thought that they were all cheering for him as the #1 athlete out on course, when in fact it was Jonas Schomburg who was actually leading the way. But
so even the best make mistakes sometimes
exactly.
on who is leading or not.
This is what I'm telling you. You're too hard on yourself, Sebi. You're just too hard. But it's a long day, so don't you worry about that. But Sam Laidlow doing it perfectly.
I mean, that really was a crazy story last year. I was sitting with Sam on the sofa, and he was like, I didn't knew for 3-4 hours in the race. I thought I'm leading the race. And then only at the turnaround he realized that
Hold on a second, who's that?
That Jonas Schomburg was in the lead. And Rico is slowly pulling away, or not slowly, he is actually pulling away. And I mean, honestly, game's on. I mean...
Now, on screen right now, we just saw then, obviously, we know Rico Bogan leading the way. He's just up the road. You can just make him out. You've got Sam Laidlow on screen right here. And that was Christian Blummenfelt. And it looked like Magnus Ditlev just in front. So about the same sort of a gap, to be honest, that we're seeing right now here between Laidlow and Bogan.
Christian is really riding very strong. I think that must be one of his best bike rides. It's just because when you look at the front guys and what they are pushing, and that when he's now able, and I'm trying to look again, if I can.
You can just make out just in front of that moto.
If I can see Magnus, I mean, when he's able to hang on, and Menno is also.
There's Menno Koolhaas. He's doing really well. The last report we got was that he was. Just these facial expressions showed that the pace was possibly a little too hot, but right now, not looking too hot, like it's too hot at all, and it's able to stay at that 20-meter mark behind Christian Blummenfelt. But they will now make their way down and start to make their way up Solarberg for the first time. So, yeah, these gaps.
You are still racing. You are still in it. And do you think Rico is doing overcooking himself here, or is he a little bit over exciting? Is he too much on the endorphins after climbing Solar Hill, or what do you think? What's your take?
I mean, Rico is an incredible strong cyclist. I could experience it quite a few times.
Over middle distance.
So I'm just happy for him that he's able to push so hard and also be leading the race, and to put Sam Laidlow on the bike under pressure. You need to have such a bike strength. Even if he overdid it quite a bit, I think he has the control and the experience in triathlon to not cook himself. But I think also on the other hand that he and Philip Zeib, his coach, they made a plan and he knows what to do. I'm 100% sure they did. But on the other hand, it's still racing. He did super strong 70.3s and T100 races just a couple of weeks ago. He had an impressive race in San Francisco, which he won, and also with an incredible strong bike. So I was hoping to have him or seeing him like this. And yeah, but as you said, it's always, we have to see if he can hold on to it, and also especially for the marathon, but for the show it's really great.
Absolutely. And I mean, how was your experience? It's not too long ago that you stepped up to long course racing. I can remember when I did the first time, it all felt super easy until till it was not.
Until it wasn't anymore.
Actually, for me, on the bike, the numbers and the feeling wasn't different for 70.3. You just didn't have the big surges. It was just harder for longer, and at one point the pace and the watts dropped a bit. But for me, it was like a feeling of like coming home, or like being in the right place, what I trained all my life for. So it's always a special feeling lining up for a long distance.
And how do you think Christian Blummenfelt's feeling right now, making his way up Solarberg for the very first time? I don't think he's experienced anything like this before.
100% sure. It must also give him goosebumps. It's interesting to see him all the time out of the saddles, like for minutes now.
He is for sure dropping some watt bombs.
But I think we see Magnus just in front of him.
Yeah, he's catching up, and I mean, he's definitely catching Magnus, and I think it's a good move from him to try to close the gap again. On this section, I think that's for sure. I don't know if he's going for the here, but I would love to see that. That must have been one of the faster climbs on Solar Hill from Christian.
Yeah, he's right there.
So Christian Blummenfelt and Magnus Ditlev have now made it to the top of Solarberg.
And they made some time to the front guys, right?
I mean,
they caught back some 10-15 seconds.
And right now, Christian Blummenfelt, as we said, riding extremely well on lap 1 of 2. Jan, we're going to say goodbye to you now, because we have our next guest coming into studio in about 10 to 15 minutes. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on here. And in fact, if you're going to hang around a little longer, maybe once we get to the marathon, we might be able to get you back on to have a little bit of a chat with us to see how things are panning out. But thank you very much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
And of course, that was Jan Stratman. He was third here last year, had an incredible race here last year after coming fourth the year before. But it's been great to have him down on ground here, running a very cool Expo booth. I got my morning coffee from him most mornings this week. It's been one of the greatest things about this Expo. So many of the Expo stands making their own coffee. I know Rhizon was another, the Hoka booth here. In fact, for those that aren't here, the Hoka booth, I think it's 3 stories tall. I've never seen anything quite like it.
It's not a booth, going. It's a skyscraper.
It's a skyscraper, that's right, it's not a booth. But
you have a
incredible.
nice view all over the Expo on top, and as you said, also there you get some good coffee. So even if you are, and that's a great thing also at the Expo in Roth, right? Even if you are not interested in triathlon or not doing triathlon,
doesn't matter. There's something for everyone.
So many people.
Well, like the Festplatz, you know, we've got the Festival Platz. That's where the big stage is. Paddle courts, food trucks, live music. There's something for everyone, and it's just been such a family affair. And I think it epitomizes exactly what this race is all about. It's not just about race day today. It's a week-long festival and celebration of the sport of triathlon. And you know, 21 years I have been coming here now, and I still love it like it was my first time. So I think that says a lot about this race here in Roth. Alana Sifford, of course, on screen, riding extremely well, still leading the way. I'm not sure even she would have predicted that she would be in this position. Lucy Charles-Barclay in second position.
Yeah, Lanis won the race in Zarautzko. I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that correctly, but it's a super nice race in Spain.
And actually very similar in terms of crowd support that we see here in Roth.
That's the reason why I was saying it. I did it myself, and it's a beautiful race. Some very steep climbs. So Alana is definitely coming here in shape and well prepared for the crowds.
And look at that. That is Caroline Pole now overtaking Lucy Charles-Barclay. So again, Caroline Pole on debut here today. She's had a spectacular season so far. She won the championship, Challenge Family, the championship in Slovakia.
And also won the challenge in St. Pölten, as well as the championship in Samorin.
That was 1 week after the other, so back-to-back races there for Caroline.
And won Challenge Gran Canaria, so
3 wins, 3 races, not a bad stat to have.
This woman knows how to win. Also, she's on the new Canyon bike.
And we know that she's been working very, very hard on her bike position. Obviously, her coach, Ben Reisel, when she said that she wanted to step up to the longer distance, they've been doing a lot of work on her position. And there we've got Kat Matthews. So Kat Matthews, again, on the new bike as well. So Kat Matthews still back in 6th place at 6:49 back on our leader. So Caroline Pole, one of the bigger movers now, because we know that she is now, that stat is slightly incorrect. Caroline Pole has now caught and passed Lucy Charles-Barclay. So great move there. And so while we've got that great close-up shot of Kat Matthews, we are going to go to another commercial break, but we'll be back with you shortly.
It takes more than just a fast bike. It takes a system optimized around one objective: speed. The center of that system is the rider. 75% of drag is caused by the body, and every body is different. That's why the new Speedmax, we shifted focus from bike to rider, from pros to all athletes.
Gerade wenn die Welt Kopf steht, braucht es dein Vertrauen, deine Liebe, deine Zuversicht, unsere Energie. Denn gemeinsam sind wir stark. Allianz, das gute Gefühl, gut aufgehoben zu sein.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. You've got a goal, right? And with any goal, you need a plan. One that works for you. Your body, your mind, your life, and everything that comes with it. A flexible training plan that can replan in an instant. After all, you're only human. Human Go, the exceptionally intuitive AI training app that adapts to you. Human Go. We make humans go.
And welcome back, and what a welcome back it is. We are on Solaraberg, the most famous triathlon climb in the world. Thousands and thousands of people line this climb each and every year. And just when I think it can't get any bigger, well, it goes and gets a little bigger on me. So incredible to see Lucy Charles-Barclay making her way up to the top. It is not something she's unfamiliar with. She hasn't been here for a few years now. She was back here when she took the win in 2019. So it's been a little bit of time between drinks for Lucy and Roth, but great to have her back here this year. And looking at that women's race, Sebi, just getting a chance while we're on commercial break, it is starting to really push together. We've got Alana Siffert leading. We saw in that last take that Carolyn Pole had actually overtaken Lucy. But we've got Alana Siffert, Lucy Charles-Barclay, Daisy Davies, Carolina Pole, all within cooee of each other. And then it's a little further back to Fenella Langridge and then Kat Matthews. So I had anticipated that Lucy would have a much bigger lead over the
100%.
chasers. And it's all starting to come together a lot
100%.
earlier than I thought.
100%, yeah. I mean, I think it's just because we have not seen the likes of Caro Pole racing a long course race. She's an aggressive racer. The gap out of the water already has been a lot smaller than what I've thought. I mean, I'm not 100% sure. You know, I mean, I've asked you earlier, what do you think about Lucy's decision racing here? I'm also 100% confident if she makes that decision to race here, she's 100% fit. But now it's also, I think it's a mental thing, right? Lucy is used to lead the race. Now she's not leading the race, and the other women a lot closer. Is she able to switch, you know, also her strategies now? Probably trying to take advantage of the other women around her, saving some energy for the run. The gap to Kat is still significant. I mean, that's the most important thing at the end of the day. But yeah, I think it's a mental question whether she can handle this situation or not.
We know that she underwent surgery at the start of the year to remove a plantaris tendon. And by May, she was back racing and winning in Lanzarote. We obviously watched her win there. She absolutely obliterated that race. The one thing I do know about Lucy, and after talking to Reese about it quite extensively, is we know that this race holds an incredibly special place in her heart. And she was even quoted as saying that winning here back in 2019 was one of the most important moments of her career, and one that she's one of her most proud moments in the sport, and it's right up there with winning the Ironman World Champs. That's what this race means to her.
Yeah.
So I think any opportunity she got, and as soon as she thought that she was in a position, both physically and mentally, to be able to come back here and race, she was going to grasp that opportunity with open arms.
And I mean, it also really. It's important when do you do this race, and for her it would be a proof that she is 100% back, you know, that the surgery went well, and I think we're getting proven wrong from this women on screen on our predictions. And I was yesterday when I made my prediction, I was like, I think Alanis is gonna prove me wrong.
Yeah,
and
I didn't even put Alanis in my prediction to take the fastest ride. I definitely had Kat Matthews. I still have Kat Matthews. The only difference is, I think Kat is such a strategic racer. She will obviously try and minimise this gap coming into T2, but she won't do it to the detriment of her marathon. She knows without a doubt that she is the fastest marathoner in the field. She is not going to overbike just to reduce that gap into T2 if it means that she's not going to be able to run the sort of marathon we know she's capable of
That's
running.
what real champions do, right? I mean, you don't have to ride hard to prove yourself that you're in good shape and that you're capable of winning the race. You know that you are, and therefore you can, like you said, I mean, Kat is able to win the race on the run. I think we all, we'll see predictions later, but I think we all predicted a sub 240 marathon for Kat, and probably by quite a large margin, and therefore she needs to, just find the perfect balance on the bike.
And you know, the craziest thing about Kat and Lucy, when Lucy won here back in 2019, Kat hadn't even raced her first full distance. I think we look at Kat Matthews now and we think that she's been in the sport forever and a day, but she's actually still reasonably new. You know, she hasn't been in the sport as long as the likes of Lucy Charles-Barclay, so she doesn't have that experience that some of the athletes have. So it's quite extraordinary, to be honest, to see just how quickly Kat has risen to being one of the greatest long-distance athletes that we have right now. So hats off to Kat. And also, I will give her husband, Mark Matthews, a shout-out, because obviously he is the coach. And I think he's her yin to her yang, because he's completely different in personality, whereas Kat's quite a shy, probably focuses more on the negative, like when sessions go badly, whereas a bit more of a pessimist.
I would say more reflective.
More reflective, thank you. That is a much nicer way of saying it. Whereas Mark, on the flip side, is the more positive. He's the one that says...
Not so reflective.
Not so, but it's like everything and anything is possible. And I think Kat needs that. And I think it's the greatest relationship, team, coach, husband, wife, because it can't be easy to be coached by your husband. We know that it's the same situation with Laura Phillip and Philip Sipe. And I know my husband coached me for quite a long time before I moved across to Sato. And it's a tricky situation to be able to be married, to live with someone, but also have them as your coach. Because when things are going well, it's fantastic.
It's fantastic.
When things aren't going so well, it's very, very difficult.
Yeah, I think it's just everything squared, right? I mean, the good things are double as good, and the bad things are just double as bad. And I mean, we talked about Kat and Lucy, and I think it always blows my mind how long Lucy is already in the sport. She made her way through the amateur ranks towards the professional ranks, but she's still only 32 years old. And there's still a future in the sport for her, that's for sure. She's not towards the end of her career. There's still something we can
definitely not. And we spoke about that stat a little earlier, that, you know, obviously in the last 5 races that Kat and Lucy have raced each other, only one of them has been able to finish. And if we go back through those, back in 2023 in Kona, Kat was a DNF due to a post-crash race issue. In 2024, Miami T100, Kat tore her calf. In 2024, London T100, Lucy DNF there with issues on the run. And then, of course, the infamous DNF of Lucy last year in Kona, where she had hyponatremia. And then, obviously, 2025 70.3 Worlds in Marbella, where Kat tore her calf again. I don't think it's going to happen again here today. I think both women look spectacular so far in the race, and I hope that we are able to well and truly break this trend.
Talking about the woman on screen, Caro Pole, of course. As a German, my heart goes out to Caro, one of the best middle distance athletes we currently have in Germany, and I think her long distance race here in Roth was anticipated from a lot of people. She also prepared in Livigno. I know that place very well.
Fred Funk was also up there as well.
Yeah. Yep. It's a good place, and I think she timed it to perfection as it looks right now.
Yeah, and of course, coached by Ben Riesel, he has an incredible stable of athletes racing. Actually, today I know here he's got Patrick Lange as well as Caroline Paulet. He's got Imogen Simmons racing over in Switzerland today as well, but he's got a lot of the top athletes and he's doing a remarkable job with all of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
But great to see down left of screen, Kat Matthews looking very, very cool right now. She's still a little ways behind our leader, top of screen, Alana Siffert. And Carolina Pole, of course, very easy to make out Caro in that Team Erdinger kit. She's been part of the Erdinger team for many, many years now. Patrick Lange also part of that team. And one athlete that we haven't spoken about that I truly think we should, Andreas Dreitz. He's been part of Team Erdinger for, well, ever since I've known him. And he is here for the very last time. This is his last major race before he decides to retire. We know that he will still take on Alpe d'Huez Triathlon, but this is his last major race, and what a stellar career he's had.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when we talk about debuts from Caro Pole, from Rico Bogen in Roth, and also those who are retiring, also there, Roth is a good, very good
retirement.
Good place. And then we talk about another legend of the sport, Ben Hoffman, who I raced with quite a lot, who you know very well. He's also retiring with his last big long course race here in Roth.
And you know, it's actually a really cool story. So Ben emailed me out of the blue quite a while ago, and he said back in January he woke up at 2:10 in the morning. As he'd
it's a normal wake-up time for Ben. Swim started at 4 or something like that.
Well, he woke up because he'd had a dream that he was on the start line of Roth. And, you know, obviously Ben unofficially retired. He never actually officially announced his retirement, but I think his last race was Lanzarote this time last year. And he actually woke up and had this dream, and he thought, I cannot leave this sport without having experienced what is Roth. So reached out to me. We said we would absolutely love to have you. He's over here with his wife Kelsey and his 2 kids, also with his mum and dad. And they're making a holiday of it. So he's racing here today, and then after that they're going on a bike tour throughout Austria and Switzerland, culminating with a few days in the UK afterwards. But it's such a great story. And anyone that's followed Ben's career, he's one of the greatest long-distance athletes ever out of the US. He's had some remarkable races, obviously Ironman World Championships where he's finished on the podium. He's done it all. And so to have him here, as we can see Alana Siffert doing exactly what she did this time last year, getting that crowd rallied up. So getting them all riled up, ready to go. She'll do this the entire way up Solara.
She's not calling for neutral support here. She is calling for not neutral support.
She wants as much support as they are willing to give. And I tell you what, they will give it to her in bucket loads. But
let's see if she stays in the aero bars, because I think that's like quite a hard thing to do.
Look at the gap there, and it just starts to part just enough room for the athletes to make their way through there. But Alana Siffert, that is a sizable lead now, Sebi. So she has managed to just slowly but surely start to pull away. I'd like to see just how far back. You could see Carolyn Pole there on screen in the blue Erdinger kit, just about to make her way to the start of Solara, but not quite there yet. So
even for the motor camera bikes, it's super tough to go through there. It's very difficult with these crowds lining up there to get some space.
Yeah, that gap is quite significant, because obviously we know that Alana Siffert is probably, Carolyn Pole also asking them to really start cheering as loudly as possible. And it's great to see this from Caro, because, you know, she was very nervous about coming into this race. I know that she'd put a lot of pressure on herself. Sometimes when everything goes so perfectly, the pressure you put on yourself can be quite immense. And it's just nice to see her really enjoying this, because sometimes I think as professional athletes, you are there for a reason. You are there to get the best out of yourself. You are there to win the race first and foremost, or podium. And often you forget to enjoy the process along the way.
And that's what sticks with you throughout your whole life. You know, when you end your career, often you can't remember, I don't know, which podium in which race you have done, but experiences like that, they stay with you forever. And I bet she's riding with a big fat smile up the hill.
No, it's fantastic to see. And so while our women are now making their way up and over Solarberg, we do know that our men are at that, or just a smidge over that halfway mark at 90 kilometres. So Laidlow still leaving Schomburg and Rico Bogan.
And the great thing here, Belinda, is of course we're talking about the professionals now experiencing this atmosphere. The great thing, and that separates our sport from let's say, we always talk about the Tour de France atmosphere, but as an amateur you can ride the Tour de France, but
exactly.
You can do Challenge Roth, and you're experiencing exactly the same atmosphere our pros are experiencing. You are actually on the same course at the same time. In the second loop, a lot of amateurs are on the climb as well at the same time as the professionals. It's just the same atmosphere, and this is not only for Solar Hill, it's the same here later in the stadium. It's the same everywhere on the course. Yeah, that's the great thing for our sport, and especially Roth.
You know, you've absolutely nailed it, Sebi, and there is no other sport in the world that allows the age group athletes to experience exactly the same as our professional athletes. And I know it's a ways away yet, but this stadium, which I turn around now and look at this stadium, it is completely empty, obviously, because all of our spectators are out on course. And it's insane to look at it now while it is completely empty. And I just know that once we get a few more hours into the day, it will slowly but surely start to fill to absolute max capacity. And they will stay all night long. This race is renowned for its laser show and drone show at the end of the night. And so it will remain full, and it will be absolutely buzzing for not just our first professional athlete that crosses the finish line, but for our very last age group athlete that crosses the finish line. And I think that's what makes this race here particularly, so not just the sport of triathlon, but this race in particular, so amazing and really just so many levels above every other race I've ever been to. And that laser show at the end of the night is something to behold. So long way away yet, but definitely a lot of incredible racing to go before we get to there. But Alanis Siffert leading today and really starting to put some time into her competitors. So we know that it is upwards of around 1 minute 30, so about a minute 30 for Alanis Siffert over Carolyn Pole, and then back to Lucy Charles-Barclay and Daisy Davies. Those three athletes riding reasonably close together, so a few seconds separating them, as we can see right now on screen. That is the blue kit of Carolyn Pole. So she has around 10 seconds over Lucy Charles-Barclay, with Daisy Davies riding very, very well, as we knew she would. Back in 4th place. Behind her, it should be Fenella Langridge and Kat Matthews. In fact, oh, this beautiful camera work there. That is indeed Fenella Langridge on screen right now. So Kat Matthews has managed to go past Fenella. It'll be interesting to see if Fenella is able to stay with Kat for at least up to the top of Solarberg. But Kat Matthews just slowly but surely making her way through the field. Currently sitting in 5th place.
Just don't really making up any time towards Alanis.
No,
so,
Alanis is really riding very, very well, but definitely managing to make her way through the field. Of course, she is now in 5th place with Fenella Langridge now in 6th. And of course, in studio with us right now, we've got our second guest of the day, and he's I would say you're a regular here these days. Ralph Eggert, great to have you.
Thank you, Belinda. Thank you, Sebastian, for having me.
Now, of course, I already spoke to Sebastian before you came on and said I was going to let him lead the way here because while I don't think I'm particularly bad with the technical side of things, I know this is Sebi's wheelhouse, so he's going to be the one asking most of the questions. But yeah, great to have you on the show.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
it's always great to have you. Probably you explain a little bit on why you are an expert. I mean, I know you from the days when you're still an athlete, but what's your role now in the industry?
I'm working for DT Swiss. It's a wheel building company, component company in the bike industry, and we supply wheels and we supply material and knowledge for athletes like Alanis and like Lucy, also like Magnus, and we are pretty happy to be here. And I think we provide, next to good material, also a little bit of performance that we can add onto the wheels. And I'm responsible inside DT Swiss for road marketing topics, also athletes liaison and teams liaison.
And from my understanding, you have a pretty close relationship with Swiss side as well, who are doing these fancy aero testing in the days before the race here. I don't know if you've seen the post, for example, from Sam Laidlow posting about these tests. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I only know that we have been doing also with athletes wind tunnel testing, which has been become pretty essential for athletes to improve performance in certain tweaks. So for small details when you talk about helmet positions, cockpit positions, and that's something that you add onto the whole bike setup. But you also can check what kind of setup is possible, and Swiss side is from DT Swiss view a strategic partner in terms of aerodynamic development for rim shapes especially.
I mean, especially the tests in the last week. We have heard Christian Blummenfelt has been to the wind tunnel on just this week. What do you test in the days before a race like that? Do you even change anything at all? What are you doing?
For my opinion, it's pretty useless to go in the wind tunnel a week before the test. Especially if you want to work on your maybe position, cockpit change, anything that's biomechanical that you need to do earlier. But for Christian, it might have made sense when you look into certain things about the visor, about the helmet, bottle between the arms, where to put the bottle, and this is something which you just can do whenever you like. And then you have like the option, and you have the toolbox that offers you the wind tunnel test, and then you can choose, okay, do I need 2 bottles in the rear? How do I place the bottles in the rear? Is it accessible for me from the handling side? But anything particular to riding positions, I would rather do this at 2 months ahead of a race, or maybe 1.5 months ahead. So if you're now getting some information towards Kona, that would make sense. If you want to have information towards Roth, that's pretty not.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about wind tunnel testing and you know, modeling and all these kinds of things. A lot of the amateurs, they don't have access to this. What would be a couple of easy recommendations for the people that are listening on how to improve their aerodynamics on a bike?
As you know, I'm pretty fan of wheels. This is due to my profession, and this is something where you have really low-hanging fruits. I mean, if you add a wheel to a bike, you add completely new aerodynamics. Even though you have like round tubes and you put some high-profile wheels into the bike, you immediately have access to more aerodynamics. If you want to have a cockpit, that's something more severe, where you have to change your position and your biomechanics. And we also see a lot of helmets right now. So I was at the course at the beginning, and there was you could hardly see any normal road helmets anymore. So I mean, this is probably something that you have to look into it. But if you're having constantly changing your head position, then the helmet is useless as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Since we have Alanis on the screen right now, she's riding with a normal spoke wheel on the back, so no disc wheel for her on the back. Do you think? Well, do you know the reason for that?
I'd love to get his opinion right now on this, because she's the only woman that's not riding a disc.
I thought you would ask this question.
You were hoping you'd ask this question.
Well, I'm working on Alanis for a couple of months to get her the disc wheel, but actually she's not feeling comfortable on the disc wheel, and then you have to accept it. As soon as you put something onto an athlete's bike and he's not feeling comfortable, or she's not feeling comfortable, then it's counterproductive. So then you might not feel so good. She's explained it is for her a little bit too harsh to ride on, but we also have numbers. We can do the simulations. Swisside is having a great simulation platform where you can run these numbers. You can change the setup. You can change the tire widths, tire pressure also, and then we find out the numbers is in a disc wheel in her performance area that's about 40-45 seconds. It could be more, and I think if we look out at the sky right now, there's much more wind outside, so the more wind you have, the more you can profit off a disc wheel. But anyway, if you're not feeling well, then it's her choice. But I'm always trying to persuade her to change this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think confidence is an important part, but data can help with confidence and convincing people. And even if triathlon is a very progressive sport, in my opinion, when it comes to adopting technical innovations, I think there's still, some heritage knowledge or some people telling a couple of stories that are probably just not 100% true. So I think data is a very important part.
And we're discussing also about tire widths, as I said before. Tire widths is something where we in earlier days we were looking at the frontal drag area to reduce it and having really shallow tires with high pressures, and nowadays we can also opt for 28 or 30 millimeter wider tires, reduce the air pressure, and then have a better rolling resistance or also comfort. But that's always a compromise you have to go in, especially if you have a fast course with low winds, then you have low yaw angles, the apparent wind direction of which is flowing onto you, and the higher the wind is, the more crosswinds you can have, and which then means that you might not have a positive effect if you're opting to wider tires. So that you always have to look into the wheel tire system as well.
Yeah. When we are seeing the new Canyon bike on screen, for me it doesn't really look that much different from the bike in the last year or in the last development. What are the biggest developments in the bike industry or in aerodynamics in the last couple of years?
Well, we see here it looks a little bit more slimmer, and then you have an integration in the rear bottle system, which we have seen where bottles are getting off the rack in the past years. So I think this is a little bit more integration. You have a pretty much closed cockpit, which is nicer maybe for the athlete to cover everything. But in general, I mean, as I said, we're talking about wider tires. You see this in pro cycling as well. And then you need to get a compromise. You need to see how does a rim will look like.
I think so. I obviously took a very close look at it, and I think the major step forward now is that it gets into the masses, right? I mean, we had this absolutely very expensive customized cockpits, and with the next generation of bikes, and I think with the Canyon bike in this case, the adjustability is a lot better, and at the same time the system integration still is very, very good. So usually you had a very expensive solution where you spend 10,000 euros upwards to a customized cockpit, and now integration adjustability is more something that gets into the masses, and I think that's great to see, is that the improvements are not only available for the professionals anymore, but in most cases, like you said, for example, tires, right? It gives you more confidence. It's better grip. It's more comfortable. It's better comfort riding the wider tires, but also less rolling resistance. And I think that's something great, because it just makes riding bikes more fun, right?
Yeah, the comfort is exceptional. Yeah? You know, also when you're sticking in the cockpit, there are a lot of hits on it.
I know you guys are speaking about this, and that it is often a more male-dominated thing than for females.
Why?
And it shouldn't be. Exactly why. And I tell you why, because a lot of these bikes back in the day were designed around men's body
Absolutely,
shapes
yeah.
and taller men. And for women like myself,
Yeah.
back when I was racing, being on the shorter side, it was insanely difficult for me to get a time trial frame that fit me personally. And I think this is the greatest thing that we're seeing moving forward. And that word you use, adjustability.
Yeah.
And I know even for someone like Kat Matthews, this new Canyon, with the adjustability that it has, particularly at the front end, has made it a lot easier for her to get into a position that fits her perfectly. And I think we're going to find that moving forward for a lot of women, that these time trial frames that, you know, we used to make do. I mean, the frame I rode for many, many years, it was obvious it was too big for me.
Yeah,
But
probably
we
a
just-
small man frame and too long maybe in the top too.
Exactly.
And that's also where the biggest benefit actually come from, right? I mean, the biggest factor is still the human body. That creates the most drag, even if the wheels play an important role as well. And therefore, if you're not able to find a good, comfortable, fast position, you will have no success. And the great thing here is also, in the past we had the problem, either you are fast or you're comfortable. And now with all the testing, the adjustability, you realize, oh, it's actually not always just put the bars lower and the seat higher to get more aero. The positions now are a lot more comfortable than they were in like 5-6 years ago, and they are still faster. I think also here we see what you just mentioned. It's great. We see a lot of wind from the right-hand side. You really see the bike from Jonas kindly moving, wants to move to the left, and there you have the biggest effect of the deep wheels and the disc wheel. Yeah.
Yeah, we call it the sailing effect.
Yeah.
So there's different pressures on the side, and then the drag is going to reduce. And this is something where you can also create propulsion depending on the rim profile. I mean, Jonas is opting for, I think, a 100 millimeter, and that is something that you really feel. And I wouldn't really recommend this using for everybody in the field. I mean, the bike frame or the bike industry is offering great deals in terms of very versatile bikes and wheel setups, and I think this is something that you also have to consider when you train. Maybe you have only one set, then you maybe have to compromise. But as you said, if you're feeling comfortable on the bike, you stay in the aero position, you're faster, instead of not feeling comfortable, getting out of the aero position, and plus you have like 50 watts more, and it immediately slows you down. And I think the comfort is important, the confidence as well, and this is something that has to play in the same direction.
And we have been given a report out on course. Obviously, you can see our leaders, Sam Laidlow, Jonas Schomburg and Rico Bogan, but we do know that Magnus Ditlev, who was chasing behind, has been caught and passed by Christian Blummenfelt. So Christian Blummenfelt having an absolute ripper of a ride here today. We knew that Magnus Ditlev would be an advantage once we heard that he was coming here to race, but you can see Christian Blummenfelt there, top right-hand right of screen, is now on the chase for our lead three men. But exceptional riding from Christian.
Patrick on the bottom left is about 12 minutes down.
In arrears.
I mean, it's very, very difficult for him. As you mentioned, the guys in front, they're working together very, very well. You feel that this is about the race win, and then you also have Christian and Magnus riding together. Patrick is more or less on his own, and you see our predictions. You are very welcome to also predict and do some guessing.
It's going to be interesting. So right now, Bloomy and Ditlev, not trying to see what that difference is. It looks like, how far back are they now? I'm just waiting for it to tick over again, getting that next update. Menno Koolhaas in 6th place. So our top 6 through that next timing split, but we know that Jonas Schomburg riding very, very well out in front. Sam Laidlow behind him with Rico Bogan.
Alf, what do you think? How can we even develop further? What's the next big thing in the bike and in the tech industry? Is there a limit? Can we improve more, or what's your take on that?
As far as I know, the new frame we see here from Koblenz, from the company Canyon, has been reducing the weight. And I think this is something that we might see in the future. So far, the time trial bikes and the triathlon bikes have been really heavy. And I think that we will have a little bit of improvement towards the weight. I think, as you mentioned before, the bike looks pretty much the same or almost the same as before. But I think the bike itself is already really on a top notch in terms of aerodynamic. And this an aerodynamic, we are all pretty much the same. So there's no big difference. I feel the weight could be something that might have an impact, even though I always see that weight is not super important, aero is more important. But when you have a low weight bike, and it also means for women, carry a bike is there's a little bit more of percentage in the total system. That is something that you feel immediately, also when you're climbing a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. The pendulum always swings a little bit into the extremes, right? When I started the sport, it was all about the weight, which makes no sense at all, right? Weight has not that big of an impact on those triathlon courses. Then we had the all-out aero phase where everything was about aerodynamics, and the bikes became heavier and heavier and heavier until the point where you have the bike completely spec'd with way more than 10 kilos. When you put the bottles on, it's getting even heavier. And now exactly what you said, I think also it's difficult to improve aerodynamics, but you can still improve other areas, right? I mean, it's weight, it's comfort, which ultimately aids the run speed.
I mean, imagine you would have run like 4 hours in your days. You wouldn't have run like 2:30. But these guys.
I actually rode sub 4
okay,
hours in my last race.
But you didn't run like 2:30.
No, never. Yeah. No. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, it's of course there's not just the bikes and the equipment, the nutrition, the shoes, but it's also just harder working, more talented athletes as well.
I wouldn't say that you weren't talented.
Yeah, sure, but not on the level as KB, for example. I mean, Christian Blummenfelt, who is following on social media, knows. Probably the human being with the highest ever measured VO2 max with over 100, which is totally insane. Yeah.
And I was just given a sneaky little message from Daniel Bakkegaard, so big shout out to Daniel for writing in. And obviously we know that Daniel's been up in St. Moritz training with the Norwegians, with the likes of Kasper Stornes and Gustav Eden and Christian Blummenfelt. And he's just told me that Christian is 100% in form to run a 2:28. So this is a scary thought. We know right now he's around that 6.5, just over 6.5 minutes down on our lead 3 men. But if he's going to pull out a 2:28 marathon, those men in front are going to need more than 6.5 minutes coming into transition.
For me, the question at this point is always, he's able to kind of like keep it in check, you know. It's quite a good damage control so far on the bike. The gaps are not getting out of hand. Is that because he is investing a lot, probably too much? Is this harming his run? Or is it just in absolutely stellar form and we see him run a 2:28 anyway? Yeah, only time will tell. But we're gonna be set up for a very exciting marathon in the men's race as well as in the women's race.
Well, what's been interesting is most of the top athletes have come here with their team, at least 1 or 2 people from their team. Christian Blummenfelt rocked up on his own. I know his manager's been here, but apart from that, Christian Blummenfelt has no other help. To the point where I think Mark Matthews even offered to do his nutrition, personal nutrition and hydration at the end of each aid station. And I think that's just the sort of athlete that Christian is. He's so cool, and he just
he's
takes it all in his
still,
stride.
He's still flying economy class from what I've heard.
Yes.
But I mean, on the one hand side, my heart goes out to the guys that are not getting becoming like professional boxers, having hundreds of people around them. On the other hand, I'm always kind of surprised because they invest so much in their training, and then you think like, I mean, even just mastering logistics when it comes to nutrition on the run course and the bike course, I would say you need at least 3 or 4 people to
help you with that.
To handle that. I mean, last year, Jonas Schomburg's dad was handing out bottles, and he missed one aid station, and that's the reason why they stocked up the team this year.
So they've got enough people
so
to make sure that
I'm
that
a little
doesn't
bit
happen.
surprised.
It's going to be interesting. Me too, but. So far it's not looking like it's harming him at all. He's racing so well.
For sure not.
The fact that he, obviously Magnus rode past him, but then Christian's caught up and has repassed him again. I didn't anticipate that happening. So Magnus, I think right now in very good form and definitely feeling good here today.
I like the attitude of Alan is staying in the aero position for a long time.
We did discuss that. We did discuss that, and it's something that, what I love, and one of my favorite things about live commentary is that everyone has an opinion, and they're allowed to have an opinion. And for all of our viewers out there now, keep the opinions coming, keep the questions coming, because we love them. And the more interactive we can be, I think the better. And everyone has an opinion on this young lady. One of the things I loved about her coming into this race, and what I'm fascinated to see, is last year when she came in here, she'd already done so many races. I mean, this is a woman that races more than any other athlete in the world. I think it was 12 plus races last year, and she podiums on many of them. And she's come into this race with actually a lot less races under her belt this year. So I think she's coming in fresh. I think her and her coach have really decided to go into this race 100%. But she does have a little bit of a unique technique when it comes to cycling. But we did get to catch up with Alanis earlier this week, and we've done a really great profile on her.
It's such an incredible event. Like last year was my first time in Roth, and I finished third, and this atmosphere, you can just not describe it. You have to live it, you have to feel it, and I just wanted to come back because as athlete we invest so much time and energy in training, and I think this race is just like you can enjoy it, you can have fun, like it's what we want, right? We push hard to the limit, but at the same time you want to have fun, and that's why I wanted to come back.
And of course, Alanis Siffert, I've known her for so many years now, and her rise to where she is has been quite extraordinary. But I think that the thing I love most about Alanis is her attitude, Ralph. And you've done, as you said, you've been working with her. Do you feel that too? She's just such a positive, happy, outgoing young woman.
Incredible. So reactive, so positive. When she appeared on our booth, it was like the sun was going up, even though it was shining already. But she's such a positive person, and I really love to integrate her, to get in contact with her, to connect with her. I know her family, working with her, getting like the material done, and I also feel that she's doing it all by herself. Maybe sooner or later that she will need more help, but I think at this time it is more helpful to have her set up like where she's feeling really confident.
And
okay, totally agree.
And that's the thing that great athletes do, right? I mean, they for the team, I think it's very, very important that that you make feel everybody well in the team, and that they like to work for you. I think that's a great thing.
And obviously I've had the opportunity to meet her parents, and you always know when you meet a young woman like Alanis, you know that behind her there's some great parents, a great family, and she certainly has that. And they are 100% supportive. They're here this weekend. They travel to most of the races that she does, and that's what I love most about it. But obviously my normal role as pro liaison for Challenge Family, I've got to see this young woman grow into the woman she is now, not just as an athlete but as a human. And just listening to her even speak in front of camera now, the growth that I've seen is amazing. She's wonderful.
Nothing to add.
Nothing to add, exactly. Well, listen, Ralph, honestly, it's absolute pleasure. You were a regular on this show, and there's a reason why, because the information that you give us is fantastic, even for this this non-technical person, but obviously Sebi, and because back in the day you were renowned for always rocking the latest and greatest when it came to speed or the latest and greatest in bikes and wheels and helmets and race kits, and I think that's why we loved seeing you race, because every race you'd come with something new and something unique.
Thank you for having me here, and we always love to evolve your knowledge and technology as well.
Baz, thank you very much. Well, that was Ralph Eggert, of course, for DT Swiss. Sponsors quite a few of the athletes out on course today, some of the fastest wheels on the market. But we are back with Jonas Schomburg, still looking very, very good out there. And you can see it starts to get a little bit tricky now. Our men are well and truly into the second lap of this bike course, the Canyon 180K bike course. And they need to weave in and out of those age group athletes. 3,500 athletes on the course here today and around 700 relay teams. So there is definitely still plenty of room for everyone on this course. The entire bike course is completely shut down to any other sort of traffic, but it is something, Sebi, that these athletes need to keep their wits about them, particularly as they start to get a little fatigued towards the end of the ride. Just making sure that they give themselves plenty of room between themselves and the age group athletes on course.
Yeah, absolutely, because now you start to accumulate a little bit of fatigue. It's getting tougher to concentrate on the course. Your neck starts to hurt a little bit from the aero position. I usually really started to see some stars, even if it was in the middle of the day, and so therefore, yeah, you have to really watch out and check your lane. I mean, even if Ralph talked a little bit about that, I also want to take the chance to give out some advice for everybody that is watching and trying to find ways on how to improve without doing any training. The most favorite discipline in triathlon. And I think, wheels is one thing, but of course the most important thing, and we talked about that with Alanis on the screen, is staying in the position, right? I mean, be comfortable in the position. So really, the position on the bike is the most important thing, and then holding that position. So really practicing riding also in crosswind conditions, when it's a little bit bumpy, when you have when you have corners and small climbs, that you can stay in the position for as long as possible. Then it's of course the suit, the tires. That's the biggest difference without spending a lot of money. And the helmet is also a development that's really important. And then you get more into the details. But also talking about the Canyon bike, the integration where you can drink in your aero position. That's a great improvement.
No, I totally agree. Of course, first and foremost, though, you need to do the training.
Absolutely.
There's no way out of that.
Oh, gosh. Don't tell me that.
And, of course, most of these athletes on screen, our professional athletes, are training upwards of 25 to 30 hours a week. Some of them a little more, some a little less, as we will have to go to a commercial break in about the next 15 seconds, but just to give you an update, you can see Schomburg, Laidlow, Bogan, as they have done since they exited the swim, they are leading the way. We've then got Christian Blummenfelt and Magnus Ditlev chasing, and we now know that Frederick Funk is leading a group with the likes of Finn Grosser Friese, Christian Hugenhaug, and they are looking very, very good. So a few little groups starting to form behind our leaders. And Menno Koolhaas also looking very good in the hunt for Blummenfelt and Ditlev, so he's just off the back of those two. But we will need to head for a commercial break, and we'll be back with you in a second.
Between seconds, there's a place most never reach. This is where races are decided. Between moments, where air forgets to push back. Where fit just is. Where vision stays. Between seconds, there's a gap. We closed it. UVEX. Race X.
Welcome back. Sorry, a little bit of a mishap there. And we are with Sam Laidlow. He is riding, of course, with Jonas Schomburg and Rico Bogan. It has been like this since they exited the swim earlier this morning. You can see that the sun is starting to come out. We were a little worried about the weather there for a while. We woke up to fairly cloudy skies. We know that there was a little bit of rain on course already, but look at that, the clouds are starting to disperse and we have got blue sky all around us. Amazing conditions. And we will go back down with Laura Siddle, who is on ground with Felix's sister, Catherine Volsurfer. And let's hear what Catherine's got to say so far about the race.
Thanks, BG. Yes, we've come down to the far end of the course, down to grading, which is actually the steepest and longest climb. And I'm here with Catherine Volsurfer, who is CEO of DATEV Challenge Roth. Catherine, how's your day going so far?
It's going brilliant. We have a wonderful race. Now the weather's perfect. All of our volunteers, our great volunteers are out. The atmosphere is brilliant and there are so many spectators out there.
It's amazing, and we've obviously got one of our hotspots behind us. We're outside an aid station as well with the amazing volunteers. And how important is it for you? I know you come out every year on race day and you personally want to thank the volunteers. How important is that for you?
It's very important for us, but it's even more important for the volunteers. We want to treasure their work. We want to say thank you, because without the volunteers, we couldn't do a race like this. There's no chance. So at least this is the only thing on the day that we can do.
And you've been around the course. We were talking before that Solaraberg is just crazy. I'd say grading is also as mad. How are the hotspots just growing, and how do they add to this event?
The hotspots are working with us since we have triathlon in this county, and this triathlon county is completely crazy about triathlon. So in the last years we had more and more hotspots from little clubs, and they are doing such a nice job. They are working together. They sell beer and sausages. It's wonderful. It's a great atmosphere. We are very proud to have them.
Well, I know you have a lot to do today, so we're going to let you off and I'll go back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Sid, and it's always great to see Catherine, both Felix and Catherine, and of course their gorgeous mother, the Queen Alice. They just do such a remarkable job. They've got an incredible core team that work here tirelessly 12 months of the year. I think some people forget. They think, oh, well, there's only one race that they have to put on. But they basically, I think they give themselves a couple of days off. In fact, not even that, because registration opens first thing Monday morning. I think there's 1,000 slots that they give away on site that sell out. I mean, they start lining up for that at 3 p.m. this afternoon. We have athletes lining up to sign up for those 1,000 slots. They stay overnight. It's a scene to behold.
And it's the stories you hear from the people lining up there. It's just incredible. Last year, we met a woman there, and she told her boyfriend that she's meeting with some friends to have a party. And then she lined up there, got him a spot. And I think his birthday was in October.
Oh, stop it.
She kept quiet
the
until
whole time.
October.
That's
was
crazy.
I mean, that must be true love. I mean,
But that's what these slots mean to people.
Yep.
Honestly, I know that there's one lady racing right now that we got her a slot, and I've never seen someone, she was that happy she started crying. So, I mean, that's what this does to people. This is a race that you will basically line up from the day before and stay all night outdoors just to get one of these coveted spots. And again, when registration opens up online, they have something like 35,000 people clicking that button on their computer to try and get a start. But going back to Catherine, you know, she will go around and thank each and every one of those hotspots. 7,500 volunteers make this race happen. Only race in the world where there is a waiting list to get onto the volunteers list, but there is no other race in the world where they're turning volunteers away. You know, most races, they are begging for more. So it's incredible.
And you mentioned I've been,
a
been
volunteer,
working here
as
a volunteer. And the great thing here is they have stuff like massage service for the elite crew, for the Festplatz crew that are doing the hardest shifts here to build up the whole area, the Expo area. 3 kilo Nutella jars on the breakfast table this year. I've seen
Love that.
Yeah,
do you know, it's the only country I actually eat Nutella. I don't eat it anywhere else in the world except for when I come to Germany.
I also never eat Nutella unless I'm here.
Unless you're volunteering here.
at the Expo. Yeah, it's just the volunteers and I mean, just like the athletes racing here, there are some volunteers and they work here since forever, since they had the first race. And it's a family issue, right? They hand it over to the next guys in the family. My first homestay, we're still working here at the first transition area. Yeah, that's what makes the race really special.
No, it truly does. My first time here was back in 2004, and I was given a homestay in the little town of Pfaffenhofen, just out of Roth. Uli and Jörg Hale. And when I first stayed here, their son was 1 year of age. He is now 22 years of age. He is a grown man. And it's been an incredible journey. And that they're not just my homestay anymore. They are actually part of my family. They've been to Australia. And I've been over here for 21 years staying in the same homestay family. And that's exactly what Roth and this race is all about. But looking on screen right now at Christian Blummenfelt, looking very, very good, just continues to make his way around this course, passing age groupers as he does so. But he is riding, we know Magnus Ditlev is not too far behind. We should be able to get a shot of him as well.
And I think we have a profile on Christian Blummenfelt.
Like every race is getting quicker and quicker, but with both nutrition, equipment, and there's more athletes racing the long distance. So I think it's just rising the whole level. My goal is not to break the fastest time. My goal is to win the race, and I think in the process of winning the race, I think the guy who will cross the finish line first will be around the 7:21 mark. And with that, we're talking about seconds from the world record.
And of course, we talk about that world record, but it is actually Christian Blummenfelt that holds said world record. And it's a little bit of a debate here. Obviously, the fastest time we've ever seen was 7:21.12 in Cozumel, but we know that was with a current assisted swim. I think he swam a sub 40 that day. This year in Texas, he went 7:21.24, so only 12 seconds slower. And we know that Magnus's record here in Roth is 7:23.24 that he set back in 2004. But I love what Magnus says. I mean, obviously, a fast time here is the bonus, but the main goal is to cross that finish line in first place.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, world record is also, I don't know, probably the wrong word for record, because it's not like in swimming or track and field running. Conditions play such a big role, and I mean, even here in the stadium, we feel the wind is picking up a little bit. So you might have a world record power number and the world record performance output. You still don't have the world record time. So therefore, yeah, I mean, it is important, but more for the media and probably also when it comes to sponsorship money.
And looking at Alana Siffert on screen right now and looking at what that split now sits at, Lucy Charles-Barclay at 1:14 back, Karen Pole obviously riding with Lucy just another second in arrears. This young lady is having the absolute race of her life, of her career so far. There is absolutely no two ways about it. And look at that volunteer making, actually that was her father, so that was her dad right then there. As we said earlier, they are allowed to have assistants at the end of every aid station, so that was her father then handing her off a bidon. So great to have her mum and dad out on course, but I am a little bit surprised, and this is no disrespect to Alana Sifford. I know what an incredible athlete she is, and we saw her podium here last year. But you look at those splits, and you can see Daisy Davies now just starting to fall off the back of that group. She was riding with Lucy Charles-Barclay and Carolina Pollet, but she's now starting to drop back, and she's at 1:28 back. I did not expect to see Alana Sifford putting time into these women. We'll get a split to where Kat Matthews was, but at last look, Kat Matthews was actually losing a little bit of time.
6 minutes 50 back.
Yep.
Again, it's always a little bit of a mystery until the run. Is this just a very, very good day? Is Alanis on just a career day, and is she gonna end up on the podium or even probably in contention for a win? That might be a big ask, but we only know when the run really starts, or if she just overbiked and got carried away a little bit from the atmosphere, also leading the bike.
And we know that she debuted over this distance back in 2024. We mentioned that this year she was 10th at the T100 on the Gold Coast back in Australia, 5th at the T100 in Spain where she had that outstanding ride. She won 70.3 Shanghai and of course won the race in Spain that you spoke about before. But definitely a lot less racing this year for Alanis, and maybe we're seeing that now because there have been less races and she's just so mentally, physically ready for this race here today and ready to give it absolutely everything.
Spent the whole winter in a camp in China. With her coach, who is the head coach of the Chinese national squad. I mean, the conditions there, obviously it's a big country, but where they train, they're also very hot and humid. And she's for sure prepared to race in these conditions.
And I have to say, I'm sitting here in a t-shirt. I know you're smart. You've got a jacket on, but I'm actually getting a little bit cold. That wind is starting to really pick up. I mean, I can see that the sun is shining, but considering the conditions that Europe has had over the past month, where it has just been so hot. Today, I think the temperatures, apart from the wind, but the actual temperatures are conducive to very fast times. It's just going to be whether the wind that we're experiencing now is going to play a role in what sort of times we end up seeing today. Lucy Charles-Barclay on screen. She is our chase, one of two chase athletes. So we know.
And I mean, when you just look at the usual match, we were all hyping up before the race, and that's the Lucy Charles versus Kat Matthews comparison. Then it's 5 minutes 50, and that would be no surprise. Now put all the other girls in women in contention, and then it looks a lot different. Then Lucy Charles doesn't look that dominant, right? And that's mainly because, yeah, Lange Sifford is just having a great day out there.
Obviously, I've been commentating for a while now, and I still fall into that trap of concentrating on our favourites. And we do it time and time again, and it's been all the talk all week long, obviously since Lucy decided to race, it's been the Kat and Lucy show. And it's not that we forget these other athletes, Sebi, we just think that they are going to fall in order behind the two greats. And to see this now, I think it makes it exciting, and it shows that you can never rest on your laurels. Just because you have favourites on paper coming into a race, that does not mean that they're going to win at the end of the day.
I agree, but then it's also, I mean, Lucy Charles and Kat Matthews, they earned that we talk about them.
Absolutely, they have.
They earned with a couple of World Championship titles, and so therefore it's rightfully so. The other women have to prove that we talk more about them before the race, but I mean, that's the way to do it, right? right in front of the camera moto, lead the race, we're gonna talk about you, that's for sure.
But you can see this is one of the fastest sections of the bike here. Beautiful road surface throughout this entire 180-kilometre bike. You will rarely find a pothole. One of the greatest things about racing in Germany. You can see right now.
That just goes. And the
So
wonderful
not
roads
all
here.
So not all of Germany, just the part
Unfortunately
of
not.
Bavaria. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, the roads.
I never raced anywhere else. Well, not many places. It was only Roth or nothing. So
Yeah, the roads here are really good, and also the bike passes are really good. Most of the time better even than the roads. So riding your bike here, it's no problem to ride on the bike pass most of the time, because the bike pass is almost like the Autobahn for for a lot of. Yeah, she doesn't have secured the bottle in the back bottle cage with the rubber band. Lucy Charles. Oh no, sorry. Of course, I'm wrong again. That's from the other bottle
one,
cage. She has two.
But
two
not
bottle
necessarily
cages.
a problem here, as we just spoke
No,
about the
no
roads. So
problem.
we've seen that happen quite a few times in races this year, where the bumpy roads have meant that many athletes have lost their hydration, and in some.
Yeah, she has secured. There's two bottle cages, and she has secured the right bottle, and the left is just empty so far.
And we have been given reports down on course by Laura Siddle that while I'm here a little cold in our studio, because obviously we do not have the sun on us here, she said down in Greeting, where we last saw Laura with Catherine Volsurfer, we can see, she said it was actually starting to really warm up. We are only expecting highs today of around that 25 degrees Celsius mark. So in my opinion, perfect conditions for some fast racing here, particularly when you think about just only last weekend we were looking at temperatures. I know at Challenge Valsy we had temperatures upwards of 36 degrees Celsius. I know Frankfurt was up around that 39 to 40 degrees, so just excruciatingly hot conditions to be racing a full distance race in. Today, much nicer, and definitely all of the athletes, our professional athletes, our para athletes, and our age group athletes will be treated to much better weather. So, Lucy Charles-Barclay making her way around lap 2 here. Our men well and truly into lap 2 now. And our leaders absolutely flying. You can see them down there. Rico Bogan, Jonas Schomburg and Sam Laidlow. Interestingly enough, both Sam Laidlow and Jonas Schomburg coached by their fathers. So I know Richard Laidlow is here this weekend with Sam's mum. So Richard's wife, Michelle. Sam's partner, Milan Agnew, also here, and Milan's mum. So it's a real family affair. They've got a big contingent here to support Sam. Jonas Schomburg, also coached by his father. Rico Bogan, coached by Philip Sipe. And he will be out on course. We know Laura Philipp is also here. She's been, unfortunately, unable to race due to some health issues that needed taking care of. But great to have her here. She's been in the Expo nearly every day. So great to have her in a different capacity here this year. She is our defending champion. So we will be crowning a new champ this year, which is always very exciting, but big shout out to Laura Philipp, and great to have her here. But of course we would much prefer that she was on the race course, but health has to come first. There's absolutely no two ways about it.
Yeah, I think those, especially those women, they're, yeah, I mean, they are pushing the limits of what's humanly possible, and sometimes you cross that limit, right? And it's very important to have the advice from the outside, because I know Laura very, very well. She would have never stepped out of the race, and therefore I think it was very important that her husband is also her coach, very close. I mean, again, this can be something very beneficial, and sometimes it's very tough, especially when it comes to those very difficult decisions.
And thanks to Torsten Rade for keeping us updated. But right now, on the predicted speeds that we are seeing these three lead Uber bikers, it is looking likely that their projected bike splits at the end of this bike will be the low 350s for both Rico, Sam and Jonas. We know that the bike record is currently 355. Ditlev set that back in 2024, but they are on pace to ride in the low 50s with Ditlev and Blummenfelt at around the 355. This is
completely crazy, crazy.
Unbelievable riding.
Yesterday when we made the predictions, I was looking into the weather and also running our simulation. And I thought, oh, this is a little bit too windy to even go sub
exactly
4 hours.
Yes.
So I predicted a 4-hour one. Now you hear they are probably even going low 350s. This is completely crazy. But I mean, that was about to expect with those three guys in front really pushing hard. But also, I mean, now with the 20-meter rule, it makes it even more difficult. And also this year, I have to say, in the past, there were always discussions that the lead group has quite a big benefit from the lead motor rate. And this is not the case so much this year, that's for sure. We have never really seen the lead car in front of them. Of course, you have to have motorbikes on the front, otherwise it's very difficult to even have a way through the amateurs or at Solar Hill. But I think so far it was a very fair race.
We know that those motos have been told they have to keep a distance of 50 meters or greater. And all of the motos with cameras have been told that they are never to be on the front unless absolutely necessary. And you can see right now the motos off to the side there. But our three leaders definitely on pace to break that record, to smash that record of Magnus Ditlev. Sorry, he set that back in 2023, not 2024. 2024 is when he set the overall record. 2023 is when he set the bike record. But even the fact that Magnus Ditlev and Christian Blummenfelt are on pace to ride around that 355, and if they are indeed able to come into transition, that overall record is definitely going to fall. Or could fall, I should say, not definitely going to.
And just what the same thing that happens for the athletes often happens to us, right? If you have all the amateurs, it's getting more and more difficult to spot the riders in front of you. And Jonas Schomburg just lost contact to the two guys in front and is now a minute and 6 behind at 137k into the bike.
Do you think something happened? I mean, that just seems he looked great. Every shot we've had of Jonas, he did not look like he was in distress.
To be honest, it's just absolutely mad what Rico and Sam are doing in front. I think that's. I mean, I would love to have like a mini drone and just flying over the Garmin, over the head unit of those two guys.
But I think, bikes?
I mean, again, we talked about it. Only the run will tell if this is like completely overbiking and they are nuking themselves, or if this is just one of the greatest performances we have ever seen.
And of course, this aerial shot now of our two leaders. So I did not expect, and you can see now Sam Laidlow looking behind, probably thinking, what just happened? Where is Jonas? And I did not expect this scenario where Jonas was not able to hold the pace of Rico Bogan and Sam Laidlow. But this is racing. You never quite know what to expect. Last year it was Jonas Schomburg who was leading the way. He was the one setting the pace. He was the one that got off the bike in front of Sam Laidlow. You can just see that close-up of Rico Bogan, and you can see that he is definitely working hard. So but still looks definitely looking comfortable. He doesn't look like he's overexerting, but he is definitely pushing hard within his limits so far. We know that it is completely unknown territory for him right now. He's a middle distance specialist, one of the best in the world. He had that fantastic race at the T100 in San Francisco where he really did show everyone that was racing that day that he was king. He's king of that particular course. Sam Laidlow, the only athlete right now to keep pace with Rico Bogan. So Sam making sure that he is in a position off the bike. We know behind Magnus Ditlev and Christian Blummenfelt are riding well together. You've got Menno Koolhaas a little further behind, riding with the likes of Frederik Funk, Christian Hülkenberg. So Menno Koolhaas sort of in no man's land. He's trying desperately to bridge across to Magnus Ditlev and Christian Blummenfelt, sort of sitting in there by himself. And then a little further back again, a couple of minutes back, you've got Frederik Funk, Christian Hülkenberg, Finn Grosser-Friese riding together, and then back in 10th place, about another minute and a half in arrears, you've got Nick Emdy, also from Germany. But while we are watching the professional men on screen right now, I do have our next guest in here, and it is always fantastic, and what a pleasure to welcome Anne Reichman, one of the top long-distance athletes in Germany. I mean, Germany just keeps producing them, don't they? But one of the main reasons that we love having you here today, obviously, you are a new mum for the very first time.
Yeah.
I would love you to talk us through that. Obviously, your little girl's only, how old is she now?
She's a bit over 2 months.
So really are a new mum.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
It's incredible. And can you just talk us through that? Because obviously, being a professional athlete, I mean, it's a wonderful thing. I was a professional athlete for many years, but it can be a very selfish thing because it has to be about you. And now, obviously, you have a young baby, a young girl. How have things changed? I mean, I'm sure they've changed dramatically.
Yeah, it's been a big change, but one we really enjoy. Those first few weeks have been so amazing. And of course, there are phases where it's exhausting and it takes a lot of energy, but I feel like she's giving us so much energy back. And yeah, I can't really complain. It's just really, really amazing at the moment.
It's unreal. Now, I know, because obviously I was reading up, and you had a pretty intense birth. I mean, but I think, you know, if anyone can deal with it, an elite athlete can, can't they? But I know it was a pretty rough going for you. But you have come out the other side. You are back training again now.
Yeah, women are tough.
Oh,
all of
absolutely.
them.
You don't have to tell me.
Yeah, I've been back training for like 6 weeks now. Yeah, very easy. Not much volume yet, but just trying to get back into it. And I'm so happy that I can do everything without issues and without any problems. So that's the main thing. And hopefully the fitness is coming back slowly. But it's so nice also to see progress coming. You know, week by week it's getting a bit better. Whereas the past few years you had to work so hard for that little bit more.
Tiny bit of extra.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because we've been talking with Sebi and with quite a few people about the word patience. And obviously it's not a strength of most triathletes, having the patience to know when to put a lid on it or when you can actually start moving forward. And I think even more so after giving birth, just knowing when you need to take it slowly, when you need to back it off, when you can actually, you know, really start pushing again. And has that been a learning curve for you so far?
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, the last 2 weeks of pregnancy, they taught me a lot of patience. But yeah, I have a great medical team around me, and they give me guidance and just help me to make good decisions. How fast I can swim back, run again, or how fast I could go back into training. And but mostly it depends on body feeling. So I just, the first time I just went on a bike for 20 minutes and I said, well, this feels actually fine.
Feels pretty good.
Yeah, so let's do it again tomorrow, next 2 days, and go for 30 minutes. So, yeah, just giving it a try and listening to the body feeling, listening to the doctors.
And now, was there ever any doubt that after you'd given birth that you would not come back to professional racing, or it was always, I mean, obviously things change and you don't know till you know, but obviously when you decided to fall pregnant, was it, yes, I am definitely going to come back to professional racing?
That was my plan and my wish, but as you said, you don't really know how it's going to feel like being a mom, having a little baby at home. I understand women who say, I just want to be with my baby 24/7. That's totally fine. I feel a bit different. I'm also happy just to go outside and ride my bike and go for a swim or a run. So my plan is to come back, and right now we're trying to organize everything, to structure our days to make that happen. And so far it's going really well, and hopefully I can do a race this year. We'll see. No pressure, but that's my big motivation.
And I must admit, you've got some pretty impressive role models all around the world. Of course, we've got so many incredible professional athletes that are also mothers that are doing amazing things. But one lady that strikes me, and obviously she is racing here today, and that is Daniela Blummenfelt. I know when she won here back in 2018, she was a mother of one. He's now 15 years of age, and she has 2 more that she has added. So one who's almost turning 5, and then a 10-month-old. So this is her, obviously a big race for Daniela with a 10-month-old baby, but 3 babies and still racing so incredibly well. And I know that we did do a bit of we did a profile on Daniela, so we're going to have a little look at that, and then I'd love to ask you some more questions after.
Sounds good.
It can be quite a big challenge to bring those opposites together. Structured training plan, very intense training, and then family chaotic. You have to be flexible. You get used to it. I've been a mom my whole career, and I think I'm a little bit more relaxed today, and I didn't want to have it any other way, so it's the way I love. I want to show that you can do it, and you can still live your dream and do the job you love. And for me, this is triathlon. I want to show my kids that you can still have your goals and have your dreams, and that it's worth it. My son is already 15 years old, so he has seen my whole career. And I've been to a lot of places already. The smallest is 10 months old now, and my 5-year-old girl, I think for her it will be very interesting to see, because she's always saying her dad is working in hospital and her mom works at home. I want to show her that this is my job, and that's what I love to do. It's such a big motivation that they can be here now. They will be cheering on Sunday for me. So now when they will be on the sidelines cheering, I already get goosebumps now.
And she truly is a remarkable athlete, both on and off the race course. Of course, at 3, she's got Marlon, 15, Alicia, who's almost 5, and Amelia, who is 10 months old. And one of the things she said at the press conference was that she wants to show her 3 children watching from the sidelines that passion, dedication, and big dreams don't just stop because life changes. And even saying that now, I mean, it puts goosebumps on my arm, and she's just such an incredible role model for her, not just her family, but for other athletes alike, and I'm sure for people like yourself.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the most important lesson you can teach to others, to believe in yourself and to show that with passion, a lot of things are possible. And yeah, it's been amazing following her career. And also, she has a podcast I've been listening quite frequently where she's sharing her experiences. So it's really interesting for new moms like me who have no clue.
That's amazing. I didn't know she was doing that. That's awesome.
Yeah. It's in German, but it's really cool.
Oh, she's brilliant. And I got an opportunity this week to have a good chat to her in between different events, and she just looks so at ease and so happy with where she is in life at the moment. She's got a great partner, 3 beautiful kids, and I think today is, again, we keep talking about this throughout this whole program, it's a celebration of the sport. And I think for Dani Blummenfelt being back here, she had that incredible race. I still remember it so vividly where for the last 8 kilometres of the marathon, her and Lucy Charles-Barclay were literally running side by side until the dying metres when Danny Blumenfelt, as they came into the stadium, was able to break Lucy and win by 9 seconds. And then, of course, the next year, Lucy returned the favour and decided to win the race, and I think Danny might have finished 3rd that year. But speaking of racing, and I don't want to put you on the spot here because, I mean, obviously newborn, but are there any plans for racing in the future? Is there a goal maybe next year, or is the plan to try and come back to racing this year?
Yeah, I'd love to come back and race this year. I've had a look at the races in the fall and winter.
Of course you have.
To see like where we could travel, and I think this year is also just trying it out and seeing what do we need to organize ourselves. Do we need stuff like that?
So
and
a few more logistics than you would normally have to think about.
Exactly, and I think it's probably good to test it out this year, and then next year when hopefully the fitness is back and I can be competitive again, we have that sorted and are more experienced already and not having to make all the beginner's mistakes next year then.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And obviously this race here in Roth, you're German, you know about this race. Trying to explain it to our audience, because obviously, particularly myself, I'm known for my exaggeration amongst my friends, but truly there are no words to describe how incredible this race is.
Yeah, it's, as you said, there are no words, and I remember the battle between Lucy and Danny. It was one of the first races I've actually watched online, and I've rewatched it multiple times, and hopefully we're seeing a battle like that today as well. That would be amazing. But it's just so emotional and so colorful and so inclusive. I feel like there's so many people here celebrating the sport, celebrating staying active and living a healthy lifestyle. It's just amazing.
And speaking of celebrations, this woman on screen right now, Alana Siffert, still leading this race. Is this the prediction that you had? Because we've been talking about, all week it's been about the Kat Matthews and Lucy Charles-Barclay show. And while we knew that Alanis was definitely going to be up there, I don't think any of us had predicted that she was going to be leading the race like she is right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a surprise, but if there's someone good for a surprise, then it's Alanis. I love her style of racing. It's just all out from the gun. It's not my style, to be honest, but I just love it, and it's so cool.
And you can see right now, she is heading up a greeting for the 2nd time. So this is the steepest climb on the course. And you can see even the age group athletes were getting behind her then, cheering her on, as well as this incredible hot spot as she makes her way through one of the many aid stations.
All in TT position. It's so cool to see.
In TT position. Apart from now, because she needs a bottle, but it's the only time you'll ever see her out of the time trial position. I was talking to Sebastian Kinley earlier, Sebi, and he said, no, surely when she goes up greeting, she'll be out of the aero bars. And I'm like, oh, I'm not so sure she will be. And you can see right now, as soon as she got rid of that bidden, she was back down in that aero position. And it's just, again, it's a position that she's used to being in. I know the training that she does, majority of the training that she would be doing is in that aero position. And it suits her style. And right now, leading the race, there's not much we can say about it from a negative standpoint.
No, it's clearly working for her. And that's also a good thing about sport. Not everything has to be the same for everyone.
It doesn't have to be textbook, that's right. And you can see right now, as Lucy Charles-Barclay also making her way up. So that looks like Lucy's actually made up a little bit of time on Alanis from the last check that we got. Only probably a handful of seconds now separating the two. So great to see Lucy Charles-Barclay riding well. The only athlete that we were questioning was Kat Matthews, because it looks like now on our timing that she has lost a little bit of time. So she's still in front of Fenella Langridge, but she is sitting a fair way back in 5th place. So definitely around 8 minutes back, if I'm right, by this timing. So right now, Alana Siffert leading the charge, but Kat Matthews having dropped just a little bit of time there.
Yeah, but if there's like one person that can run back
and it's never giving up, then it's Kat. I think she's just never giving up. I love her consistency. Every race she's racing, she just delivers a good performance, and it's only over at the finish line. So I'm excited to see her run, hopefully very quick.
I think so too. And you know, we were predicting run times, and Sebi and myself and Laura Siddle had to predict and put into this little box on here now. We're not allowed to change them halfway through. We had to give our overall and obviously our fastest swim bike run and the times that we predicted. And I've predicted Kat to run a sub 2:40. I know that she is definitely in the shape to do so. Watching her 2 weeks ago in Elsinore, where she got off the bike with a rather large deficit on a lot of the pro women that day, and she proceeded to run them down one at a time. And I was listening to that particular coverage, and I thought there is no way that she's going to be able to get to the front of this race in 21K, but she proved me wrong, and she certainly did. And there were some good runners in that race as well. But Alana Sifford on screen right now, dictating the pace here. We know Lucy Charles-Barclay is behind her. And then Caroline Paulet. And let's talk about Caroline Paulet, because obviously another really strong German, but first time here over the distance, first time doing the distance. I mean, I'm sure you can think back to when you raced for the first time over the distance. It's a huge difference from middle distance racing to the full distance racing, obviously, particularly with the longer bike and the marathon run. But I know that Carolina Paulet's definitely trained very, very well. She's had really successful races, raced 3 times, won 3 times. It's a meticulous record. How do you think that she will go here today?
I don't know her too well, so I just follow her on social media, and but it's been great to see how well she's been training. You get the impression that she's been very consistent and getting a lot of confidence from the races she's been doing, and obviously she's also has a great coach who has a good plan and has a lot of experience coaching athletes for the full distance. So I'm very optimistic that she's going to have a great race, and she's not making any rookie mistakes, going too fast now and regretting it later on the run. But yeah, we'll see. And I think doing Roth as a first full distance is also a good choice, because the atmosphere carries you through a lot of the pain. And those last few kilometers with the crowds cheering are I'm not sure if nice is the best word to describe it, because it's still very painful, but it's doable then.
It's doable, and of course, and it's impossible not to have a smile on your face when you pass through the many thousands of people lining this entire bike course. But Lucy Charles-Barclay, there's been a lot of talk and about how she entered very, very late. Obviously, we were in negotiations with her coming to race here very early in the year, but she was unable to commit due to having to have surgery and just not knowing what that time frame was going to be like post-surgery, and I totally understand that. But then obviously went out last weekend, did a run session. We know it was a run session that she came back from and felt very, very good, and that's when she discussed with her husband, Reese, and she asked the question, why aren't we going to Roth? And so it was the seat was set right then, and here we see her on the start line now. And we know that Lucy's the sort of athlete that's not going to put herself in a position unless she's ready to fight for the win.
Yeah, for sure. She's used to winning and to race for the win, and I guess she's not here for coming second.
And for the rest of the day, after we let you go, what's the plan? Is the plan to stay here and watch the finish, or to go back out on course?
We'll probably go back on the run course. It's always a bit of a trade-off, finding a space where it's a good atmosphere but not too loud.
Not too loud, because of course you've got your little girl. That's
and
right.
Then we won't stay, unfortunately, until tonight, because we have to drive home today. So that's a bit of a bummer, but hopefully next year we get to have the full experience.
The full experience.
And hopefully I can also be back racing next year. That would be amazing.
That would be phenomenal. Now, you don't actually live in Germany anymore, do you? You live in Switzerland?
In Switzerland, yes. Close to Zurich. So it's still not that far away from Germany. So I think it's like half an hour from the border. But yeah, in Switzerland we are based.
Well, listen, Anne, it's been an absolute pleasure. I really appreciate you coming in. Best of luck with anything. Congratulations on becoming a new mum.
Thank you so much.
I mean, I take my hats off to you. I still remember how difficult it was just to be a professional athlete and only have to worry about yourself. So I can't even imagine how you would feel having to also take care of a little one as well. So amazing. Just
we'll
amazing.
see how it goes.
I love it. Of course, that was Anne Reichmann from Germany, one of the many phenomenal long-distance athletes out of Germany. They just seem to continue to produce spectacular long-distance athletes, both men and women. And so while we continue to look at our second place female, Lucy Charles-Barclay, we know that Alanis Siffert is out in front, has around 1 minute lead over Lucy Charles-Barclay and Carolina Pole. You see our lead males there. It is Sam Laidlow and Rico Bogan. So again, the crowds on this course never cease to amaze me. So while we have been speaking almost this entire coverage on our professional men and our professional women, we do have some incredible age group athletes and para-athletes racing here today. Majority of the field, of course, made up of our age group athletes. And one of our para-athletes that is racing today, all the way from the USA, a man, Casey, with the name Casey Watson. And he's one of our adaptive endurance athletes, born with one arm, so he had a congenital upper limb difference, or he does have. And such an incredible story. He initially, when he started in the sport of triathlon, or decided that he wanted to give it a go, he struggled to even swim one lap in the pool. He taught himself to swim, and now, of course, can swim 3.8 kilometers. This is actually, though, his very first time over the full distance, so he has completed multiple middle distance races and has also actually qualified for the Boston Marathon, but this is the first time for Casey over this full distance. He has chosen the right race for his first one, and we got to catch up with Casey earlier this week, and we've got a great little preview to show you on him. So we will be going to that feature, but because we are at Solareberg for the very last time for our professional men, we're just going to hold off for a couple of seconds as we see Sammy Laidlow, the defending champ, make his way up Solareberg for the second and final time here today.
And Rico made a smart move here because you want to overtake as many age groupers as possible before you're entering in the tunnel, I would say, because now you see it's so difficult to...
Oh my gosh,
exactly.
just as you said that, I almost let
every single time I just like relax. You need to relax on that climb. It's so difficult. Now, just like we discussed earlier on, you need to shift into an easier gear and then you need to relax. But Sam is just like...
Well, he was so desperate to not let Rico go. You know, he really wanted to make sure they stay together.
Trying to overtake the guys in front, and it's going to be difficult.
Look at the difference in pace now. It's like they're doing slow motion, and we do have one. But this is the beauty.
Yeah.
Anywhere else, that age group would have fallen off, but the crowds are so thick, they just push them back on.
You can't fall over. It's impossible to...
Oh, this is incredible. I haven't seen scenes like this in years. So, again, it's that word that comes to mind, patience. It's just patience.
I know it's so easy to say and so hard to do, and I mean... Also, shifting to a smaller gear is not even possible because you have a single chainring in the front. It's that big. Now there's some space, but now Rico has to chase. That was that
was a bit of the fly by the seat of my pants moment. Oh my gosh, that was unbelievable! And just as you thought it was okay again, but that age group athlete just looked like he was going to fall over,
Yeah, I
but they
thought he's
pushed him
going to
back
crash,
up.
but yeah, they just catched him and put him back here.
Wow.
Right here, right in the middle.
Oh, that's incredible. Well, I think those two men will be very happy once they get to the top of Solaraberg.
Yeah, you get really itchy. I mean, you almost like, you think you lose 2-3 minutes. Of course, you just lose 20 seconds or so, and everybody else has that problem in the back
issue.
as
That's
well.
right, yeah.
But now it's even more crowded. I mean, on the first lap, there were not that many people. At the top, the hill is almost over, and it's still so many people.
You can see the cameraman right now having a difficult time trying to get past those age group athletes to join our leaders, Rico Bowden and Sam Laidlow. I'm sure after the race is won and done here today, there'll be many stories coming out of this second time up Solaraberg. But that was incredible. Wow.
Freddy Funk.
And of course, Freddie Funk is leading that chase group. We know that we've got Christian Blummenfelt and Magnus Ditlev, Menno Kulas in no man's land, and Frederick Funk leading that group with Christian Hugenhaug and Finn Grosser-Friese. And we will go back to that feature that I spoke about on Casey Watson right now. I think Sebi and I need some time to get that heart rate back down.
I got into Challenge Roth through a friend of mine, David Wieland, my wife. She heard about it and she's like, you got to go to Germany. You have to go and do your first full distance triathlon at the Super Bowl of Triathlons, Challenge Roth. And once she gave me that blessing, I was like 100% in. It's hard to visualize how special Challenge Roth is until you're here. Up to this point, it's been just like an experience of a lifetime with incredible, incredible atmosphere. I never had any swimming experience in my life up until a couple years ago. I swim with one arm, so I got to put in a lot of work to get through the swim. I'm not the fastest swimmer, but I feel confident that I can get through, the full distance swim at Challenge Roth. I never rode a road bike up until a couple years ago either. And I'm like, all right, I got to find a way to make this bike safe. And ended up getting some tri bars, putting a lot of time on the bike, a lot of time outdoors on the bike. And now the bike has turned into something I thoroughly enjoy. Going fast is fun. Running is the reason I got into triathlon. I've made a lot of friends through running. I'm the most confident in my running. I know once I get to the run portion of the race, I know how to pace myself to finish. Triathlon has changed my life. Prior to triathlon, I was feeling, I was pretty insecure about myself. I didn't talk a lot about my disability. Now that I've gotten into triathlon, I've gotten into this community of healthy, hungry people, and it's given me a lot of confidence and, just a lot of friends in the community that has just been life-changing for me.
And of course, Casey Watson, just one of the many incredible and inspiring para-athletes that we have racing here today. Of course, Sam Holness back again. Sam Holness with autism. He raced here last year, and I honestly thought there might be a moment that he wouldn't finish. He had some terrible problems with his stomach on the run, but he soldiered through, and it's great to have Sam back with us again. And just these athletes, these people doing such extraordinary things. It's hard enough to race a full distance event. And I just think that, hats off to these incredible athletes doing incredible things. But Sebi, a bit of an update on our men's race out there. I mean, obviously we're with the women's race on course right now. That's Lucy Charles-Barclay. But a bit of an update on the men. Our lead two men are losing time.
Losing time?
Gaining, yes. Gaining.
I don't know. I mean, I was just away for 5-6 minutes. And,
that's right.
And they made up a lot of ground towards Christian and Magnus.
Yep.
I mean, this must feel like an absolute rush. And I mean...
Well, I'm talking about the ones behind that. So, yes, you're right. They are making up time. Menno Kulas is losing time to that group. Magnus Ditlev and Christian Blummenfelt are actually losing time as well. And Frederick Funk is actually gaining time on Menno Kulas.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's we need to put things in perspective, right? I think when you look at Freddy and you just look at his gap towards Ditlev, towards Kohlhaas, and that he's still in front of Christian Hogenhout, he's actually doing quite a good race. I mean, that's actually not too bad. But when you look at the gap to the front with more than 12 minutes, that's absolutely insane.
Crazy. Right now, because I'm getting a little bit of a mixed. Okay, so that's what's happened. So my timing has not updated itself. I'm going to give that a little bit of a click. Not sure what happened there. No wonder I was getting a little bit confused. Thank you, Sebi, for showing me your computer.
But I'm also a little bit confused, to be honest, because my split says 4 minutes from Jonas at kilometer 156.9. So sometimes I fell into that trap once before today and tried to not fall into it again. Let's wait until we have the next update.
Next split update.
But we know one thing is for sure: the guys in front, Rico Bogen and Sam Laidlow, they are moving.
They are flying.
It almost looked for me like there was kind of an ignition of a third phase or something like that, because at the beginning they gained quite a lot of time on Christian. Then Christian stayed within the same gap for quite a long time, and I was like,
started to take a little bit of time away.
Looked good, and then now again they were really gaining ground on him. So.
Just have to take these splits with a little bit of a grain of salt.
Yep.
Going back to that Solaraberg, though, where they looked like they were playing pinball against each other, I mean, it's all about risk and the level of risk that you're willing to take, and when you need to just stay calm. And it's easy for us to sit in studio and say, calm down, boys. Just like you said, you're only losing 20 seconds. But when you're in the moment, and these two athletes know that if they do not get that lead coming into T2, they will have no possibility of holding off the likes of Christian Blummenfelt, because his marathon's just too strong.
You're so fired up going up that hill. It's so difficult to hold back. But again, it's super dangerous also with the aero bars, you know. With the base bar, it's so easy to catch a bag or something like that, and then your front wheel turns, and it's so difficult to avoid. But yeah, this was almost like a miracle, right? I mean, the amateur that was going to the left, I thought this
is it. He's done.
Yeah, this. But then, one of the spectators caught him and put him back into
the race. And you know, of course, it's one of those, if you click out, you are walking your bike up the rest of the hill. You're not getting back into your
Absolutely,
into your pedals.
That's a good point. It's super difficult once you come to a still stand. That's not Caro
It's definitely
Pole.
not Caro Pole. This is the problem with this Erdinger suit. That's to say, it's like the Bianchi. I mean, it's getting mixed up with Daisy Davies and Finn Grosser Friese. They are both in the Pro Bianchi team, newly formed team. And then, of course, we've got the Erdinger team, the blue team. And Erdinger have been a long time supporter and sponsor of many of the German athletes, as well as other athletes around the world. But ever since I've been coming over here, they have been supporting athletes. Incredible company that looks after an array of different athletes. I know Frederick Funk, also part of that Erdinger team. Andreas Dreitz here for the last time. And there he is right now, the man himself, with the sexiest name in the sport. Oh no, sorry, I've just made a mistake. That is Carolina Pole now, and I was saying it was going to be Frederick Funk. What is going on?
Draw 25.
Oh, I thought the cameraman had done me justice there by talking about Frederick Funk, and they were going to find him for me, but in fact they were finding Carolina Pole. Oh my gosh.
But to be honest, I mean, Caro Pole looks incredible on this bike.
I agree.
I mean,
completely agree. she's done
She's
so much
probably also
work.
riding faster than I was on my debut as well. So.
Well, we know that she's done a lot of work with Andreas Giegelmeier. After winning Gran Canaria, I think her team realised that her bike fitting from February was just not quite on point, and so went back to the drawing board there and just made a few tweaks. I think Andreas Giegelmeier, also the bike fitter for Patrick Lange. Kat Matthews on screen. Great to see some shots now of Kat Matthews. She is a fair way back. We know that.
10 minutes from Alanis Siffert at 123, but
10 minutes for this is the crazy thing though. 10 minutes for the likes of
it's not a problem.
Kat Matthews
Yep.
is absolutely not a problem. I mean, even on an average day for Kat Matthews, she's capable of running a 2:45, and we know that Alana Siffert is not able to run that sort of time. I'm not saying it's not possible, but on paper it would be highly unlikely. So look at that, just over 10 minutes.
And talking about 10 minutes, just want to give you an update on the men's side. 10 minutes, that's also the gap for Christian Blummenfelt and Magnus Ditlev now at 156.9 kilometers. Now we are getting into a range where it's going to be really interesting.
It could be doable. It could definitely be doable.
But, I mean, sorry for repeating myself so often here, but the gap of 10 minutes to Christian, I mean, that's not only because the athletes in front are stronger than him, right? It's also because they are really going nuts. They are going crazy fast, and I'm so excited for the marathon to see if this is if this was a little bit too much on the bike, because I mean the race will breathe again. You know, it's expanding, and then on the run it's coming back together.
In again.
Yeah,
it's just
I think so.
Will he run out of real estate? And we will once we get to the run. I mean, I love this course. It's quite an interesting run because there's so many different sections. You can dissect it into so many different pieces. And for some people, this run doesn't suit them. You know, the canal on that soft, crushed dirt. Some people hate it. Some people love it. And for the bigger athletes, I think it's a good thing because it's less pressure on the muscles. I mean, for an athlete like yourself, did you like running on that canal?
I'm completely confused because I'm so excited now for the race. I think I have to quit my job and just go on the marathon and see it myself. No, there's no better spot than here. But
we've got finally now we've got Frederick Funk up on screen. I'm not going to make that mistake again. So it's crazy. It's just crazy. So again, Solaraberg still packed full of spectators.
Going back to your question, and I think you know that's the funny thing with this whole course change, right? It was also because Felix and Challenge Roth didn't want to have this conversation about the world record all the time anymore. So let's just change the run course, right? Make it a little bit more difficult, so that we don't talk about the world record and the record times all the time.
All the time.
And here we are back talking about the record times again and talking about running a sub 2:30 marathon. And I mean the canal. I think the canal is really fast, but it's also mentally very draining. Also the little Rollsplit, as we call it in Germany, the gravel.
What do you call it again? Say that word again.
Rollsplit.
Oh, I'm not going to say it. That one's for you. You can have that one.
We have a famous rock band that translates into Rolling Stones.
And that's what it is. I love that.
No, I mean small stones, gravel. Yeah. So you slip back slightly every step you take,
Lose traction.
And that's something that slows you down probably a little bit. And yeah, just mentally, I think you never should. Look too far ahead in front of you because it seems to just never end. My coach Philip, he was very good in always telling me, look 12 meters in front of you, you know, not too far. Also for your head position, for your posture when you're running, and that helped a lot. Not looking too far ahead. But yeah, I think in that way, the run course is not that much slower because of the surface. It would be if we want to have a legit sub-7 attempt on the man, I think we have to change back to the old run course though.
No, I agree. It's a bit of a trade-off, isn't it? Because on one hand, I do agree with you that you do start to slip, particularly if you don't like that sort of running. For me, a shuffler at best. Yeah. I loved it, but I wasn't a particularly fast runner. But I know the trade-off though is obviously running on the harder the surface, the more muscle damage or the muscle breakdown that you get. Whereas you find on the trails that lead you up to the canal, and then on the surface on the canal, that muscle breakdown isn't as severe as what it could be if the marathon was completely on road and path.
And I agree, but with the shoe development, I think part of that is sort of obsolete.
No, I agree. You can see.
Coming back to Rico, I think one of the main challenges now really is about his nutrition, right? I mean,
has he got it right? Has he fueled himself well enough for this marathon?
This crowd is crazy.
Just insane. Everywhere you look, these crowds are just lining the streets.
I think that's the main thing, right? His engine is without a question one of the biggest in the sport. The question really is is he able to fuel the engine with enough carbs to be able to still run a decent marathon?
And just a quick look there, as you can see over to the right, what I love looking, because a lot of the people, obviously this is a tiny town here in Roth. It is not a town that is able to look after thousands and thousands of athletes and spectators, and so they've had to come up with other ideas as far as accommodations concerned. We know we have the incredible homestays for a lot of the professional athletes. There are a few hotels and Airbnbs in the surrounding areas, retirement homes as well for the elite athletes. But camping is huge here, and they've got glamping, and they open up all of these fields where hundreds of athletes can pull up in their camper trailers or their tents and set up shop for the week. And it's a sight to behold, but it must be. Could you imagine those campsites at night, every night? I mean, it'd be a wonderful atmosphere.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, some of the professional athletes, like for example Jonas, he had a camper there also just to make things easier from a logistic standpoint. Great because idea. It's so hard with the logistics in Roth. If you stay away a little bit further, it's not that easy. So yeah, I mean, that's really part of the whole game here. Now it's the first time you see Rico coasting a little bit before
they're not far to go, are they?
A corner, and stretching a little bit. Especially the back. There's so much tension on the back when you're riding in an aero position like Lange is here.
Speak about tension, yes.
Yeah, for sure, quite a lot of tension on the back here. That was always the worst. I mean, I don't know how about you. I always had immense back pain at the end of the bike.
180. Yeah, I don't think there's an athlete out there. You know, you dismount the bike and you go into that change tent and you sit down and it's just, you're not sure you can stand up again.
That's the only reason why you look forward to the marathon. Is like everything's hurting. Maybe it's not hurting on the run.
You pray for that moment, don't you? And of course, we will be seeing both Rico Bogan and Sam Laidlow around 10 kilometres to go. So they were making their way towards the little village of Eckersmühlen. They will then be the only ones to take that right-hand turn. Every other athlete, our age group athletes, will need to continue round to the left to complete lap 2. But Sam Laidlow and Rico Bogan will take that right-hand turn, and then it's around 9 kilometres straight shoot here into T2. So completely separate transition, T1, T2, and the finish. So not long to go now before we see them take that right-hand turn.
And you see the gaps on your screen. I think Caroline and LCB, they are holding themselves like really strong now.
That gap hasn't pushed out at all.
Yeah, wasn't able to open it even more.
But to Daisy Davies, obviously here for the first time, that pace of both Carolina Pola and Lucy Charles-Barclay just a little too hot for Daisy, and she is now 4 minutes down on our leader. Still putting herself in a really good position here today. It's only her third ever time over the distance for Daisy Davies.
And that's also something I really like to see, the 20-meter rule together with Race Ranger and some really good officiating. It allows those gaps to open back up, right? I mean, we had a phase in the sport where we thought that we have like a Tour de France bike style bike leg where we have bigger and bigger groups, and this happened at all.
No, I completely agree, Sebi. Now, we are going to go back down on ground because we have got Catherine Volsurfer giving a speech to some of the brilliant volunteers. She does this each and every year where she goes around and she stops on the back of the moto and basically thanks each and every one of the volunteers. But
they need to get ready quickly.
I know, because we're almost there. It's going to be a very quick speech. But let's go down to Catherine Volsurfer.
Dankeschön sagen. Ohne euch funktioniert es nicht. Ihr seid diejenigen, die den Athleten Wasser reichen. Ihr tröstet die Athleten. Ihr gebt ihnen die Sicherheit, dass sie heute durchkommen. Und ich finde es ganz klasse. Im Namen von meiner Mutter und von Felix, vielen, vielen Dank, dass ihr jedes Jahr hier seid und uns unterstützt.
And of course, that was Catherine Volsurfer saying a huge thank you. The Volsurfer family does not take it for granted that these volunteers continue to turn up year in and year out. They are so incredibly proud. As I said, this entire region, it's not the Volsurfers race, it is the entire region's race, and they treat it as such.
Yep, absolutely. It's the foundation for everything here to make that rather small village really the mecca of triathlon. And absolutely, that's a foundation and how everybody gets treated.
Yeah, and it's funny because obviously I've spent quite a bit of time here in Roth when I used to race, and I'd come in very, very early, 2, 3, 4 weeks before sometimes, and it is almost like you're in a different place. It is completely different to what it is race week. So right now they are in the town of Eckersmühlen. Our lead men, they will make their way through town and very, very shortly take that right-hand turn I was talking about. I think we're just moments away from the beer miley. I think you can see there on the right-hand side where we will have many of our fans sitting outside enjoying a nice cold beer while they watch the race.
I'm so excited for the run now and see how especially Rico starts the run.
And you know, are we going to have a similar race or situation in our women's race as we are in our men's? Because we can see both Kat Matthews and Christian Blummenfelt with sizable gaps back to our lead. We know both of them are incredible runners, the best runners in the field. Are we going to see a similar situation play out here?
Yeah, I think so. And also there's another parallel between Rico Bogen and Caroline Pohle. You know, I mean, both in their home country, racing the biggest race there is especially for German athletes. In their first long course race, absolute dominant forces in the middle distance. And now you start this race in a position where you even have a chance to win it. That's it's incredible.
Pretty impressive. Right now, Sam Laidlow making his way back towards the town of Roth.
And also here you see Rico again overtaking Sam. Just as on the swim, I'm impressed by also how tactically strong he's racing. He knows exactly when he wants to put another effort in, and taking the lead in ahead of the second transition area. I think he also learned maybe from the first transition area that these transition areas are getting more and more important also in long course racing. Doesn't want to lose any time, and especially on that last stretch here, you can make up or lose a lot of time because everybody is sort of getting mentally ready for the run.
That's right.
You're like taking your last gel, kind of thinking like about your tactic on the run, and I would not say take it easy, but it's just a natural drop. You probably can't hold the position, the arrow position anymore. You want to grab the base bar. You just slow down naturally. If you are able to keep the
pressure
power,
on.
it's crazy on just that last 10 kilometers towards T2.
Ever so slightly downhill.
Yeah.
And you know, if you can really keep the pressure on, you can move so quickly.
Absolutely. And that's encouraging you to actually not put the pressure on because you are moving decently fast. You're like, yeah, I'm still going 40 kb and then...
Then it's on like Donkey Kong. What I'm most...
I think they will make up more time and we'll see a gap well over 10 minutes to kb and then...
Then it's on like
Precisely. He believes in himself and he doesn't have the best preparation leading up to the race, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
But with this momentum, and just like last year, right? I mean, he was sick for a very long time. Some people even accused him of, talking bullshit.
We know. I mean, I think you and I know for a fact that he's not lying. And
Absolutely.
But sometimes, isn't it funny? It's almost like he needs some things to go wrong just to put him in the headspace that he needs to be to race. It's not the easiest way to do it. I know that. But
I think it's the momentum leading up to the race. I mean, Sam is so talented. And I talked with that with Milan, his girlfriend, about that. He just needs 2 or 3 days, 2 or 3 good days, 2 or 3 good training sessions to get him
back in the game.
Having this ramp, that's what makes him strong, And he's going with some momentum in this race, and with the swim and the bike like that, it's just crazy. I mean, gosh, this will be such a tough marathon for those two guys.
It's going to be tough for them, but great for us. So, yeah, exciting times as the men are now in the dying stages of this Canyon 180-kilometre bike ride. It's only a matter of minutes before we will start to see them make their way towards us here in transition. But Frederick Funk down left of screen, great to see him racing well. And there's another athlete that was suffering a little bit mentally, just wasn't quite able to find his groove, was able to take the win at Challenge St. Polten, which was fantastic to see. It was his first win in, I think, 987 days to be precise, not that he'd been counting. So I think that win in St. Polten really gave Frederick Funk some confidence, real confidence coming into this race.
And he was absolutely dominating the middle distance scene. I'm probably not on a championship level, but I don't know. He was for sure the athlete with the most wins on middle distance for about 3 or 4 years, and really having a little bit of a tough stretch. And also now racing a long course, I think it would be really important for him to have a good day today.
And here they come. So that was a flying transition from Rico Bogan coming in lightning fast. He will be first up the bike with Sam Laidlow right on his hammer. But those two men
landing the jet on an aircraft carrier.
That's exactly what it looked like. And both of these athletes very, very tall. Rico Bogan slightly taller than Sam Laidlow, but both tall by standards in triathlon.
Super powerful athletes, made for this course. Let's see if they're made for the run course.
I'd love to see what their bike splits were. So here we go. Just as I said that, Torsten Rade, bike split 3:54.45 for Rico Bogan.
What the...
Oh my gosh, that's insane. Mad. So incredible.
Completely mad. And we have a split to Schomburg at kilometer 175. It's 6 minutes 20.
It's incredible to think that he lost that time. You know, this was an athlete that was with them out of the water, with them on the bike. We looked at last year. He dominated the bike ride here, and now throw a Rico Bogan into the mix, and all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. And it has completely changed now with Schomburg having to chase. But Rico Bogan and Sam Laidlow.
Hey, Philipp Seib, if you are listening, can you please send me a selfie just from you so that I can look into your face if you're smiling about this or if you're actually crying, because I'm still not sure if I really like that, what he's doing here, or if I'm really afraid that he will blow completely.
But you know, it's funny because what I love about athletes, you either take the risk. He's got everything to gain and nothing to lose. It's his first one. There are really no expectations on him, apart from what he's put on himself. And I know for many, when they come in onto their first full distance, people like to play it safe because it's all about finishing. Yeah. All right? Your first one, you've got to get across that finish line. But I think for the likes of Rico Bogan, he's like, to hell with that. I'm just going to go for broke.
Absolutely. The thing is, you want to break that wall. Don't slow down before you hit it, right? I mean, and that's also the problem with experience in long course racing, right? You're getting afraid of this wall. You're going to slow down.
And you know what that wall feels like. That's why.
You hit it anyway, but you hit it.
Yeah, you do.
I mean, it's I'm just absolutely. It's absolutely stunning what those two guys did on the bike course. That's for sure.
Oh, that was incredible. Just the speed they came into transition at. That was truly remarkable. And speaking about this run here today, of course, it's the Hoka 42.2 kilometre marathon. You can split it into two distinct parts. So obviously, the first 30 kilometres where they make their way up to the Lange and onto the canal. And then they make their way back towards Roth. That's around 30 kilometres, and that's on that predominantly on a mix of road, trail, and predominantly the crushed gravel that Sebi was talking about earlier.
Rollsplit.
Thank you. I'm leaving that one to you. I'm not even going to have a crack at it. But then they come through the town of Roth, over the cobbles. It's wonderful view through there, the beautiful township of Roth itself. They shoot out the other side, and then it's that out and back rolling, sort of undulating on road all the way out to the town of Buchenbach. They will run round the small lake that's there, and then they make their way back towards us. And there is that nasty climb that really does hit you right before they enter the town of Buchenbach. But once they make that turn, it's predominantly downhill all the way back to us here in the stadium, isn't it?
Freddy Funk on the last stretch of the bike course. He's 14 minutes back in 7th position. Again, I think we will see the race breathing a little bit. I mean, this 14 minutes, it's crazy. I mean, usually that's not even the same league, right? But I'm excited to see because, like I said, Christian Hogenhaug is with him, Menno Koolhaas is with him, a guy I probably even had on the podium for this race here. So we will see what happens on the run, and we'll see what happens here on the run. Rico just can't help himself.
He cannot help himself. He's going for broke, that's for sure. And I actually ran this section of the course with Carl Smith yesterday. So Carl Smith is here scoping out the course, and we ran this first section, and it is actually not flat. So this first section, it's a swooping downhill to start, which is actually a bad thing because it's slightly downhill for the first 1 or 2 kilometres. So you get into this really fast pace very quickly.
Yeah.
But then very quickly it flattens off, and then you actually climb all the way up to the Lange. And it feels pretty rotten, to be honest. So it's going to be interesting to see. Right now, Rico on a roll because he's on that section where it is slightly downhill and flat. But he will have to start climbing and making his way up to the Lange, and that's when it starts to pinch just a little.
You know, Belinda, that's one of the days where you end up at the finish line, and you either look like the biggest hero of all times or the biggest idiot of all times. And it's, I mean, either people pat you on the back and say like, you are the greatest of all times, and you race with your guts, and give you a lot of kudos for being so aggressive in the race, and or everybody tells you, "We told you
We
so.
told you,
This
why
is
didn't
never
you listen
gonna
to
work
us?
out."
You didn't listen.
And even I have no, to be honest, I have no clue. I mean, usually I would say like, this can't work out. It's impossible. But I know Philip, I know his coach, and this guy is so incredible, talented. We'll
And you
see.
know, this is how the bar is raised, Sebi.
Yep.
Each and every year we have these breakout performances that blow our minds. And each and every year the bar is raised.
And the bar is not gonna raise without sometimes hitting the
Making
bar.
a few mistakes along the way.
And
Correct.
dropping the bar.
Correct.
I mean, that's also how it's raised.
But it is interesting to watch here because obviously Sam Laidlow with loads of experience over this distance. We know he's in good form. He had that fantastic race that he absolutely dominated in Lanzarote. He did what he needed to do on that run and nothing more. Still won by, I think it was 8 or 9 minutes over Patrick Lange. So right now, I don't think he has a problem just letting Rico go ever so slightly. He knows that Rico lacks the experience needed over this marathon. And the toughest part, if you ask me, of this marathon is at around that 34, 35 kilometre mark as we see Jonas Schomburg now in transition. So let's get a split back to Jonas.
It's 6 minutes 54 down.
6:54 down on our leaders. Sunglasses go on, run shoes will go on. I love
To be
these
honest,
close-up shots.
Absolutely, and the thing is, it's probably even an advantage for him now that he can do really
His own
his own
pace.
race.
Yep.
And
Yep.
from what I've heard, I don't know if he put on his watch. The first time he promised he has
see it in
it
his
in
hand.
his left hand,
Yep.
so it's the first time he promised he will look at
He
his
will
watch
look at his
and,
watch this
and
time.
probably
Well, I saw him looking at it just then, so that's
Yeah,
a
I
good
mean,
sign.
because sometimes it really helps if you start the marathon in no man's land. It's you're not getting distracted by the other guys, and also the wave of excitement probably also ebbed a little bit. So therefore, yeah, it's probably not a bad spot for him to start the marathon. I also have some spotters out on the course, and they were able to look into the eyes of Sam Laidlow and Rico Bogen, and they actually said they look incredible good.
Yeah.
After you just...
Well, both of these men so
Absolutely.
far early on in this marathon looking very, very good. We are waiting to see where Magnus Ditlev, Christian Blummenfelt are on this course. We can see, obviously, Fred Funk is making his way through Eckersmühlen down in that left bottom corner. So he's making
And
his way towards us.
Belinda, I have to laugh because now you get the predicted end times, right? With the
Oh,
first
yeah.
kilometers of the marathon, and we have a predicted end time of 7 hours, 1 minute.
Don't get out
and
of town. We do not
36
get out
seconds.
of
I mean, this will never happen, that's for
my
sure.
gosh.
But yeah, it's just an absolutely crazy day. As we already mentioned, it's great conditions out there, not too warm, lots of spectators. Christian Blummenfelt, 175k into the bike, 11 minutes and 53 back. What do you think? You reckon this is still possible? Or, I mean...
Do you know, it's too early to tell for me. Both now these men on screen up in that left corner are looking really good. You can see they're on that section I told you through the forest where they're making their way up to the Landy, and I think they look the goods. It is going to be very... Look at look at that. Sam is right up now on the heels of Rico Bogen, and this is what I'm talking about with Sam having that experience that Rico is lacking. Sam didn't try and bridge that gap straight away. He let it go.
And the great thing is, those two guys, they work together so well throughout the day. There won't be I mean, usually now it's about the win, right? You stop working together, right? But since both of them took their turns in the swim, on the bike, they will continue this for quite a long time. The marathon probably will be decided after the half marathon at one point, and then they will apart. But until that point, they will
They're going to
work
use each
together.
other, work together. Yep,
I
smart.
just absolutely love to see Christian get challenged because before the race, I got asked so many times, so what do you think? And I was like, to be honest, I'm not betting against Christian.
Why would you? You'd be a crazy person to do that.
But seeing that it's so exciting to watch, and now really I'm looking forward to see Christian hit the run course.
I mean, think about Christian's results from this year. We know he got a 6th in Ironman New Zealand, but there were reasons for that. Several reasons, in fact, including the mechanical he had on the bike with his aero bar arm. But then he went back. He doesn't let it affect him. He went straight to 70.3 Geelong, smashed that to pieces against the likes of Yellow Jens, Hayden Wild. He then went to Oceanside, smashed that again, and then went to Texas. And not only did he win it, he set the 7:21.24. So the man is incredibly talented, and he is on form.
And you know what happened before the race, right? The whole thing with Sam is trying to getting him a little bit
in his head. I love the banter. I mean,
yeah,
it's funny.
absolutely.
It's one thing I wanted to talk about. The banter that we've seen being played out here between Sam Laidlow and Christian Blummenfelt, with Christian sending him pictures of him smashing a session and leaving Gustav Iden and Kasper Stornes in his wake, and then obviously Sam going back on him as well. But the banter's been amazing as we see. It is Magnus Ditlev making his way into transition, so let's see what that gap is going to be. But great to see Magnus off the bike and looking pretty good so far. So no one looks perfect off the bike, but he definitely a lot better than this time last week. I remember seeing those pictures of him getting off the bike last week, and I was uncertain whether he would even make it out onto the run.
It's also just a really, I mean, he's a tall guy, right? And it always looks kind of slow when he starts a run. But going back on the banter, right? I mean, Christian Blummenfelt then just sent a video to Sam Laidlow showing a session.
A training session. A run session it was. I saw the picture.
Yeah, with his colleagues and
smashing his said colleagues. And you know when he sent this? He sent this picture on the Monday after Frankfurt.
Yeah.
So the Monday after Frankfurt, when Kasper Stornes and Gustav Iden had just annihilated the field.
Absolutely.
And he sent him a picture of himself annihilating those two in a training session. And no words were needed. No words were spoken. It was just, here you go, my friend.
But I mean, if this... Oh, and Christian had a fast transition. He is just right behind...
Look at that. So the two out together, Christian Blummenfelt and Magnus Ditlev, now out onto the run course.
12 minutes and 22 seconds for Christian Blummenfelt.
So big things happening here. And just to put it into perspective, right now, if Sam Laidlow, if we have him winning the race, he literally only needs to run a 2:39.18 to get the course record. He ran a 2:37 here last year, so it's going to be pretty impressive. And so right now, these two working together, they will know that Christian Blummenfelt is coming for them. We know Magnus Ditlev, Christian Blummenfelt now out onto the run course. As we can see, Lucy Charles-Barclay making her way up. Slorberg for the very last time. Alana Siffert now. You can see that gap's come down slightly. So Alana Siffert now with only 59-second lead. Carolyn Pohl in third, 104 back. But we are going to leave you here right now, and we are going to go to a short commercial break, and then we will be back for the remainder of this marathon.
Between seconds, there's a place most never reach. This is where races are decided. Between moments, where air gets to push back. Where fit just is, where vision stays. Between seconds, there's a gap. We closed it. UVEX, Race X.
Gerade wenn die Welt Kopf steht, braucht es dein Vertrauen, deine Liebe, deine Zuversicht, unsere Energie. Denn gemeinsam sind wir stark. Allianz. Das gute Gefühl, gut aufgehoben zu sein.
All right, and we are back with our lead men. Rico Bogan still leading the way. Sam Laidlow quite content to just sit back there and follow the pace of Rico. We know the two of them are running at a pace that definitely could result in a new record being set here today for our professional men. I mentioned beforehand that last year, Sam Laidlow to take the win ran a 2:39 early on in this marathon. Definitely running a good pace to do that again, and we know if he's able, 2:37 he ran last year. If he's able to do a 2:39 this year, he will get the record that was set by Magnus Ditlev back in 2024. But more importantly, we have an incredible athlete joining us in the studio right now. I've been waiting for this all morning, but welcome, Laura Phillip. So good to have you here. I mean, obviously, if we're to be brutally honest, we would prefer to be watching you right now on screen, but we don't live in a perfect world. But it's just so great to have you here joining us today. So thank you so much for coming in.
Yeah, thank you for having me. And yeah, honestly, I would also prefer to be out there racing with these fast ladies. It looks like a really exciting race. But I was more sad the days leading up to today, because right now I feel like the race is on, so there's nothing I can do about being part of it. So it's great to join you and talk a little bit about what we see on screen.
Now, obviously, first of all, I would love to get your opinion of how the men's and women's race is playing out in your eyes. I mean, we've been sitting here all day watching. I know you've been out on course. You've been over to the German TV. Is there anything so far that stands out to you that we didn't predict or we didn't think was going to happen that has? You know, it's long-distance racing. Anything can happen. But it's been an incredible race so far.
Absolutely. I think, it's so cool to see Rico doing his first long distance here and, leading the race. I think he set the fastest swim time. He came off the bike in first position and we just spent some time up in the Swiss mountains together. He's coached by my husband and also Coach Philipp Seif. So obviously I was pretty involved in the lead up of his first long distance. So it looks perfect. I get goosebumps, and it's really cool to see that what they had in mind actually pays off. And it was already exciting to see that they were able to form that swim group in the beginning, that they were working together as they had planned beforehand. To plan something in theory is one thing, but then to execute it in the race, I think, is another thing.
Absolutely.
And when they had the bike group, I think I was thinking it works out pretty well as well. And then I was surprised to see that Jonas lost some time, and now we see the gap is 7 minutes. So that's already a pretty big gap. And I think the run looks controlled. I hope Rico doesn't go out too fast. But I think he will have his team on course to tell him how he's doing.
Now, obviously, these two men on screen, they came into T2 together, Christian Blummenfelt and Magnus Ditlev, so running very, very similarly to our two leaders right now. Their deficit in heading out onto the run was 12:43 and 12:45, respectively. Is this a gap that the likes of Christian Blummenfelt can make up? We know that this man is otherworldly when it comes to the marathon, but is 12:45, is it too much real estate to make up?
I mean, never count him off, right? No. So he was also up in the Swiss mountains when we were preparing for this race. And they are just great athletes, the Norwegians. They are fun to be around, and the amount of hard work they put in is insane. So I would say it's still possible, even though it's a big ask. 12 minutes is a big gap. And right now they look controlled, but I think having Magnus still running with Christian maybe shows that Christian is not running crazy fast.
Now,
that's what I just thought.
But just speaking of Magnus, obviously you've had your own health issues. That's the reason that you are not able to be on the start line today. Magnus, same thing. We know that he suffered from shingles. So I think for Magnus, this is a win already, regardless of what happens, because we know from Frankfurt last week he struggled so badly on the bike. He looked terrible going onto the run. And I know when he finished last weekend, he was in a world of depression because he just couldn't understand what was going on with his body. But, a week later, and we're seeing him here, like you've just said, running with one of the best in the world.
Yeah, I think for him it's, as you say, like a winning position, like especially on the mental side. I think this will be an uplift for him, and hopefully he is able to run the marathon well till the end. But yeah, it's a great result already, and hopefully a turning point in his season for him.
Looking at Rico right now, I see certain patterns. I think it looks a little bit like he took a page out of your playbook when it comes to running. Can you see some similarities? And I mean, in my opinion, you're still one of the best and most beautiful runners from a technical standpoint in the sport. No, I'm not.
It's the
it's
truth.
not just because you're here. It's the truth. I mean, you said you have trained with him. What do you think? Where were the points that he was able to improve?
Yeah, I mean, you've been working with Philip as well as a coach, and I think one of his strengths is that he really tries to improve his athletes. On an athletic side, which is very important to have a strong run of the bike, but then also tries to improve technique with like real educating someone how to run efficient. And we do a lot of those technique sessions together. And I know that even yesterday morning when Rico did his last little preparation run, Philip accompanied him and to remind him of what to focus on during the run, like, how to move the arms, how to place the posture, to have an efficient run style. And so far, I think it looks really good. Yeah.
As you're saying that, everything you're saying, I am seeing him do on screen. And for the first time, obviously, we see Sam Laidlow now decide to come to the front. But Rico not letting him go and just quite content to sit behind. And so far, these two men, and you mentioned it before, they are going to work together for as long as they can, because at the end of the day, they want it to come down to the two of them. Who's going to cross the line in first place? They don't want to bring anyone else to the party, and so I think if they can work together now, all the way, say, out to Buchenbach. Imagine if they could get out there.
Just the change between Rico and Sam, and then what Laura just pointed out, and I think that's something very important to see that Christian is still running with Magnus. That makes me believe that one of those two guys has actually a chance to win the race.
I agree. And just to give you some perspective, our spotters out on course are saying they've been running around 3:35s. There was a 3:27 in there, and now consistently running at 3:35 pace. So I know we are in the very early stages of a marathon, and things start to get a little ugly once you hit that 32 kilometre mark. So we're a long way from there. But running along this canal, it just looks effortless for them both.
It does. It looks really good, and I hope they can continue like this. It's fast pace that they're running, but I think it's not too fast. So if they are able to work together, what we see right now, I think they will both benefit from it. And once they leave the canal, I think this is a important part of the marathon, because first you get through like a cheering zone through Roth, where there are many spectators. This is always a part that I really enjoyed, and then you have like the more hilly terrain, and I think there it's a terrain for strong runners, and I think this could even maybe be something that is good for Rico. He's a strong guy, and also Sam I think did well last year, but then once they did the turnaround and come back to Roth, then they have a lot of downhill. I think this is something where Christian is really good at.
Laura,
basically the
what
best.
What I really like is not only you are incredible in what you do, but you can easily overtake my place here, because I fired myself today by making one or two.
You made a little mistake early on. We always say as commentators, particularly over the full distance, you're allowed 3 mistakes.
I have
what
2
was
strikes.
the mistake?
First, I didn't even realize that Rico was actually reading the race, because he was so quick he had a little gap after the transition area, and I thought he is in the second group.
Yeah, what did he do in the transition tent?
Yeah,
he put on socks, I think.
He put on socks,
Indeed,
that was the thing, but he was so quick in going into the lead, and I saw Sam pushing the pace and Jonas as well, and I thought like this is not possible that he already bridged the gap. So I was like, graphics is wrong.
Everything's wrong.
Right.
But you corrected yourself, don't worry. And I mean, the same thing happened last year when we thought that Sam Laidlow thought he was leading the whole day, and it was actually Schomburg. So, but this is what happens. I mean, they're so quick and they're so fast, and they're setting records left, right, and centre. It is hard to keep up.
But isn't it cool that they keep on surprising you, even though you're following and watching all day?
That's right.
But it's not time yet for you to to sit here. You want to
be
on the race course again. And you talked about the course. You talked about your training colleague Rico. Let's go back to you for a little bit. And for me, or I know a thing or two, obviously, but would you explain the listeners, the viewers, on how the decision was made? Was it your decision? Why aren't we seeing you duking it out with the woman out there?
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, it has been a tough decision to make, obviously, because this race has been, such a great race for me over the years, and it was supposed to be one of my main highlights for this season. And the way I had planned my season was racing Ironman Hamburg only 4 weeks out. I know that's a tight turnaround, but it was something
you did that last year,
exactly.
Right?
It worked out last year, and obviously as a German athlete to be able to race both of the main events we have in our country was an amazing experience. And unfortunately, a few weeks ago, I got very sick, also during a training camp at altitude. And at the end, I ended up in the hospital, and that did cost me quite a few kilograms because I couldn't eat and drink anymore, and I just had some really weird symptoms with like blood pressure over 200 for a few days and just really heavy stomach pain. And it took us quite a while, to check all the worst case things to get them out of the way, because as a professional athlete, and during that time I was in a heavy training block, you're quite worried if something like this happens. And at the end, we don't know exactly what caused it, but it was probably like a combination of like some trainee heavy load, lots of carbs and some bicarb that can really upset your digestive system. And it must have been like an inflammative process in my stomach. And it was scary. And as I said, it did cost me around 4 to 5 kilograms, and that is a lot. I don't weigh like
you
that
don't weigh much
so
at the best of times. That's right. You don't have that to lose.
Exactly. Unfortunately, I was kind of forced to get into racing pretty fast afterwards, because we have, if you want to qualify for the 70.3 Worlds and the Worlds at Hawaii, there's like a qualification cutoff, and so I needed to get those out of the way. And that forced me to probably start racing earlier than I should have, because I think a nice training block would have been better to get back to full health, back to full strength, and I couldn't do that. So it was a bit of gambling, and after having done Hamburg, where I did all right, considering the circumstances, but this race really did cost me something.
Yeah,
and
I can imagine.
I tried to recover from it, but then you have to get back into training. That's what I did, and then I really had to face that I'm not there, and
there could have been
more
the
time.
possibility, if you had have ignored those signs and had have stood up here, raced today, that it could have ruined the rest of your season.
The thing is, I really had to make the decision for my health, also for my long-term health. As an athlete, you're really good in just living in the moment, and
not thinking about the longevity and the years of being in the sport.
I think I would have been up for it to at least give it a try, but then I have a really smart team around me, and they really advised me, Laura, you need to think ahead, and if you do Roth here with this competition
kind of
and
field,
being there as the defending champion, and of course I have the goal of I want to win this race, and I want to push the limits of our sport, I want to try to go as fast as possible, and that's not possible for me.
Now, speaking of such, these limits that we talk about, obviously I still remember the day when for a female breaking 9 hours was a big deal. Now you're not even competitive with the time
Yeah,
like
I mean,
that.
we're talking about breaking 8 hours.
Now we're on the verge of the women breaking 8 hours, and I know we've been speaking about it a lot, but I mean, you can see it. The likes of yourself, Kat Matthews, Lucy Charles-Barclay, Solvi, you are all women that are literally knocking on the door. We know that the record was set here by Annie Howe back in 2024 at 8:02 and change. How close are we to it?
Well, I think we are very close to it. It's just a matter of the right race course, the right conditions, and
the right
a combination of the right field as well. And for example, I raced Hamburg again, where I went pretty fast, but this year it was not fast at all. So it was very windy, quite different conditions, and I mean, even Solveig, wasn't able to go faster. And I think it will definitely fall, and that's really exciting also to still be part of it.
Be a part of that, yep.
That's really something that motivates me also to try and improve, still improve, even though I'm already one of the oldest.
Don't you dare say you're old, or I'll kill you.
No, I don't feel old. I think that is the most important.
That is the most important, absolutely. It's how I go by every day of my life. We are going to go down on ground with Laura Siddle, who is down in T2, because it is not long before our women make it through. But Laura, we're going to cross down to you. What is the vibe like down there in T2?
Yeah, so down in T2, the vibe is amazing. We've got all the volunteers and the fans. We saw the leading men go through. In fact, the third male into T2 was actually an age grouper. So we turned him around and sent him on his way. He obviously thought he had the ride of his life.
No!
But we heard how amazing the volunteers were, from Catherine down in grading. But I'm here with two volunteers. I've got Katrina and I've got Max. So Max, how many times have you been a volunteer here?
It's my second time today.
And Katrina, how many times have you been a volunteer?
Oh, very often. I do it since I'm like 3 or 4 years old, so pretty long.
And Max, what brought you back to volunteering again, and why did you want to volunteer here?
I love the event, I love triathlons, and I love the people here, the energy, the vibe. It's such a great experience. So yeah, I'm back again.
And Katrina, what makes volunteering here at Challenge Roth so special, especially if you've done it since being so small?
Yeah, so it's just the atmosphere, all the amazing fans, and you're so close to the athletes. It's right here, the next one is coming, it's so cool.
Well, thank you, Max, Katrina. I will let you go back to being awesome volunteers. I think that shows how amazing this and how special this race is, that you get people coming back year after year, and you also get family and generations just growing up with the sport. So from our awesome volunteers down here, we will head back to Belinda and Sebi in the studio, doing an awesome job to covering the rest of the race. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Sid. Thank you very much. Always good to cross down on ground and get a real feel for what it is like down there amongst it all. Of course, we are very cozy up here in our studio right on the finish line. We have Laura Philipp here in the studio as one of our guest speakers. Feeling very, very happy to have you up here. As we said, rather you down there, but if we can't have you racing, we've got you up here to give us your expert advice. Now, obviously, we've got Christian Blummenfelt, Magnus Ditlev running side by side. We've got Rico Bogan right on screen right now. Thank you very much. Rico Bogan and Sam Laidlow running side by side. Did we expect this?
I hope for it.
We all did.
So yeah, I'm definitely rooting for Rico, being coached by my husband, and having seen all the work he has put in to prepare for exactly a race like this.
And look right now, the first time that they have seen each other since the gun went off this morning. So that is the first time that Magnus and Christian get eyes on first and second place.
After this turnaround, and you see it on the side, there is a really strong headwind from kilometer 8 on, and that's even more beneficial to those two guys, because they match each other really well. And the Magnus together with Christian, I think that's a mismatch, right? I mean, if
well, one's
it is
a lot taller than the other, that's for sure.
Not just because of that, but because I think if Christian wants to win the race, then he needs to actually move away
But getting an update up on down on ground, thanks to Torsten Rader, the projected marathon pace right now, which I know we are early days, is at 2:30 on the hammer for Sam, Rico, and Magnus and Blummy running very similar pace.
But that was from the very fast first stretch, the first 8 kilometers. And what we just saw, I think that's also something, Laura, that makes your heart jump a little bit, because your score goes out with Rico as well. I think he must have missed something on that.
Yeah, there was.
session.
I think it was his wife Emmy out on the
on course.
Yeah, in the and I think it looked like he missed his nutrition.
Yeah.
So
well, let's
in
hope
Roth
that
you can
doesn't-
hand out your personal nutrition at every aid station, and it looked like they just missed each other, and she's not allowed to run with him.
No,
obviously. So hopefully there will be another one soon, so he can grab something.
But let's hope that's not going to come back to bite him.
He looked a little bit frustrated.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think, I mean, you need to, at that point, you also need to be a little bit angry in the race, right? You need some reasons to be a little bit pissed off, and but if it would have been crucial, I think he would have
There's Frederick
took
Funk
the time
also.
and turned around and
So
got the
Frederick
nutrition.
Funk also on his way out now. Look, they get to see this is the greatest part of this particular run course, is they get to see exactly where everyone is. We know Christian Hugenhaug's also there, Frederick Funk's there, Menno Kulas we know was also there. So just to go through our top 10, Sam Laidlow and Rico Bogan on screen right now. Jonas Schomburg in third, Christian Blummenfelt running with Magnus Ditlev in fourth and fifth. Then we have Menno Koolhaas in sixth, Frederick Funk we just saw on screen in seventh place, Christian Hugenhaug in eighth, and Will Draper. Great to see he's made his way through the field. He's a brilliant bike run specialist. He's in ninth, and then Tristan Olay, also from the Netherlands, in 10th. So that is our top 10 onto the run.
And again, you see them swapping the lead. So it really
Very
looks like
smart
they're
racing.
sharing also the headwind section. They're working together. And I think they, yeah.
Oh, look at this. Christian has now
just dropped
dropped the hammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he saw, they're working together. He saw the gap, and I'm
he's
not sure how
reacted.
many supporters Christian actually has out on
Not
course.
many. We were talking
so
about that. In
I
fact,
guess he took
zero.
a split himself. When there is a turnaround point, you can do this on your watch, and maybe he realized, okay, I really need to speed up.
I think he has some support from official support. I think he talked with Felix, and they know that he doesn't have a lot of people with him. But again, it's the best if you have your own support. You mentioned Emily, wife of Rico, herself a very, very good triathlete. She knows how it feels. And it's also, I mean, the men's race is exciting, but it's also great to have the women's back on screen as well.
And Alana Siffert, let's talk about her, Laura, because obviously you raced here last year. You took the win. Alana Siffert lining up here for the very first time last year, and she was able to take third place, which was pretty remarkable. She's only very young, has a lot of race experience, of course. Not so much race experience over this distance, only did her first one in 2024. As compared to this lady on screen right now, Lucy Charles-Barclay. But Alana Siffert with a lead it's coming down ever so slightly. So it was over the minute mark for a while. It was then down, hovering just under the minute, and we're now looking at about 46 seconds back to Lucy and, of course, Carolina Pole. So great racing from all of these three women as they make their way back to transition now as well.
Absolutely, and I think this is something we don't get to see so often, them being so close together. And honestly, I was expecting Lucy to be up front. So it's great to see them so close together. And I mean, you just mentioned, I raced Alanis here last year, and I think for a long time I had a pretty big gap on the bike. I think she was far ahead, like 8-9 minutes or something. And it took me quite a while to close it. And I was able to close it on the bike and then start the run in first position
Which is
already.
always nice for someone
Yes.
who is such an incredible runner.
And it's not a position I'm used to, so that was extra special. But it really showed how brave she is. She just goes out there, gives everything she has. And I mean, 180K, they just get long. And maybe this is what she's also feeling today, so that's maybe why the others getting a bit closer. And I think Caroline, she's in a perfect position. She's behind a very experienced athlete. So, I mean, for her first long distance, she's already in a podium position, and she's riding with one of the best.
And the time split right now, just with the men, so that with Christian Blummenfelt, it was around that 12.5-minute mark into T2. Right now, as the women make their way here towards us, Kat Matthews is now just over 12 minutes back on Alana Sifford. So very similar situation that we saw in the men's race. But, I mean, you saw Kat Matthews in Elsinore come off the bike a fair way down, didn't have the bike ride that she thought she was capable. Obviously, went into that race not tapering. The bigger picture was here today. But she ran each and every one of those women down 2 weeks ago. Are we going to see the same thing here today?
I'm really expecting it. I think she really is super motivated to especially run a fast marathon here. And even though it seems to be a very big gap, I think the others really need to have a strong run to keep her off. And I think we are about to see a very exciting marathon as well.
Just what we wanted.
Yeah, it's great.
So I think in both the men's and women's race, it is not over till it's over. And you can see Christian Blummenfelt now obviously made that conscious decision to just pick it up a notch or two, and he was able to obviously drop Magnus Ditlev in the process.
He has to take it up 3 notches, I guess,
to try and catch these
still
boys in front.
have a chance. I mean, it's really interesting because of these parallels in the men's and the women's race. I saw Kat was the clear favorite for me going into that race. With 12 minutes back, I mean, Lucy showed for sure that she can run in the past. I mean, just Marbella 70.3 World Championships. But again, is this because she took quite a big risk on the bike? Because I think she might have felt a little bit pressure because, like you said, we all expected her and probably herself as well to be out in front alone, right? I mean, also the gap out of the swim wasn't that big. So, yeah, for sure some parallels.
Well, if we just look at the splits from last year, obviously Alana Sifford now leading, ran a 3:04 last year. So we know that Kat Matthews is going to run, even on a bad day, she runs around the 2:45 to 2:49 mark. So we go off that mathematical equation. I mean, Lucy is the one here that we need to see how she looks when she goes onto the run, because obviously Lucy, not renowned for being one of the fastest runners, but certainly not a bad runner by any stretch.
Her best time maybe is a 2:50.
Yep.
I would expect her to be able to run this here in Roth. But
so that's very interesting. So 2:50. Kat's told me she would love to try and get the run record here. We know that that's a 2:38.
Exactly.
A smack on 12 minutes.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, So I think maybe it will come down to the finish line. You know, you had that here before with Lucy and Daniela.
2018. It was incredible. I get goosebumps thinking about that day. It was madness, absolute madness. And now they are back in the Landy. So look at that still.
Nice that we
One
see some
behind the
pictures
other.
of Jonas Schomburg.
And that was Tristan Olay that we just saw there, running in the opposite direction. So quite a few great Dutch athletes here. Menno Koolhaas, Tristan Olay. Tristan, of course, has been here several times, whereas it is the first time for Menno Koolhaas. Milan Bronze also here. But Laura, absolute pleasure having you on. You are an absolute wealth of information. We wish you nothing but the best. You've definitely made the right decision. I hate saying that, but it is the truth, because we want you in this sport for a long time. And we also want to see you firing on all 4 cylinders by the end of this year.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
Consider come back here after retirement.
Yeah, you have a spot. You have a spot with us here in the English
That's
coverage.
good to know. Yeah, it's so much fun also being here commentating. What those great athletes show us today.
Absolutely.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. And of course, that was Laura Philipp, our defending champ from last year. Brilliant racing. We know that very closely tied to Rico Bogan, her husband, and her coach has been coaching Rico for this day, his very first time over the longer distance. And so far, doing a remarkable job out there. So you can see the predicted run times that we gave. I said Christian would have the fastest run here today with a 2:29. You've got Sebi, 2:31. Laura went 2:28. Ooh, there you go, 2:28.
And I mean, he has
What do you
to
think now, looking at him? Who's
mean,
right?
Now he's picking it up for sure, and he has to. I mean, not just 2 notches, but 3 or 4 notches. I mean, he has to deliver the greatest run in triathlon history on long course if he wants to win that race. That's for sure. And I mean, it's a pretty good reason to run a sub 2:30 marathon. If not today, I don't know when. The conditions are good. He has all the reasons to do so.
No, I totally agree. As Alana Siffert from Switzerland makes her way back here towards us, that lead's just managed to push out ever so slightly again, so it keeps hovering just under that minute mark. It's now at 57 seconds back to Lucy Charles-Barclay as she now makes her way into transition. So it will be Alana Siffert first off the bike here today in Roth. What will that lead be? Oopsie, just a little bit of a...
I thought so. She was not out of the shoes yet.
But you know, this is what happens.
Yeah.
Did she actually anticipate being in this
no.
position? I'm pretty sure she wouldn't have.
No, and I think sometimes the transition, even if it's her second race, sometimes it comes so fast.
It does. It is slightly downhill here into transition. But she corrected herself pretty quickly. She has the volunteers there now helping her with her nutrition. She's got the socks on, the shoes go on. We know at last check at 175.5 kilometres, that gap back to Lucy Charles-Barclay and Carolina Pollet was at 57 and 59 seconds.
Big
and
smile.
She is out of there, and that beautiful smile. She has one of the most beautiful smiles in the sport of triathlon.
That's the best performance enhancer you can have.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you leave that transition area with a smile. And that's Lucy Charles,
Here
I
we
guess.
go now. That is the most beautiful smiles in the sport of triathlon.
That's the best performance enhancer you can have.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you leave that transition area with a smile. And that's Lucy Charles,
Here
I
we
guess.
go now. That is...
No, Pollet.
No,
No,
Carolina
sorry.
Pollet and
Lucy
Lucy
Charles.
Charles-Barclay right behind us, Sebi. So I dare say that gap has gone down ever so slightly. We know it was around just hovering under that 1 minute mark. We will get the splits up on our screen.
Oh, something's wrong. Lucy was talking to one of the...
Right. I'm not sure what's
she
happening.
needs a porta potty or something like that. She wants to
I'm
undress.
trying to think, yes.
She will.
She's
yeah.
gone outside, you're right. She needs a porta potty, so there you go.
And probably she also wants to change the suit or something like that. I'm not sure. Yeah, hey, don't follow her with the camera. What's that?
No, they won't. They wouldn't dare.
Yeah, I was about to. I mean...
But anyway, so Lucy is going to take a little longer in transition than Carolina Pollet, who she came in with. Although Caroline, this is her first time. She's in no rush.
Yeah, I mean... It's the first time you really have to carry your own weight on that long day again, right? I mean,
definitely.
The water carries your weight. You're sitting on the bike, and then first time, oh, gravity.
Yeah, what just happened?
Yeah.
And it's always those first couple of kilometres of the marathon, particularly when it's your first one, as it is for this woman on screen, Caro. She's had an incredible season so far with 3 races, 3 wins. 2 of those races were back-to-back weekends. And the confidence that I see in this young woman now. And it's at 1:28, and we know that because that transition was definitely slower than Alana Siffert. So 1:28 for Carolina Pollet behind Alana Siffert heading out onto the Hoka
Lucy's
run.
out. That's a good sign. I mean, she didn't took too much time, I would say.
No,
so,
that's pretty impressive from Lucy, and she looks good.
Yeah. She
Early
looks like she's moving. I mean, I'm interested in if she actually changed something or if she really had to do a natural break. Because that's also one of the things. If you usually during a race, you don't have that, right? I mean. If she really needs to use the toilet, then it's a different story. That also might, tell a little bit about her day so far. If she had any stomach problems, probably.
Just looking at her facially, though, it was not like she was in distress.
No.
It just looked like, you know what, I need to relieve myself, I need to do it now. No problem, just show me where to go. So there was no panic about it,
no
that's
fear.
right. No.
Yeah.
But just looking at these two, they're like a metronome, the two of them together right now. And we know that the first 10K for these two men, Sam is now 2 minutes faster than he was this time last year over 10 kilometres. So 3:32 per kilometre pace that they're running right
Belinda,
now.
and I can't be neutral here. I have to say, even if I try, because I work with those two guys very closely
Good guys
together.
to work with, I have to say.
Yeah, with our nutrition brand, and so therefore you feel very close to them. You know their
you have an
problems,
invested interest.
and
Of course you do. I mean,
it's
you know how much hard work's gone into it.
Yeah, I love to see those two guys in the front, and both of them. I mean, Sam is just such a good dude, and Rico is just a force of nature. You know, I mean, he has still room to grow within the sport. But yeah, he's just absolutely forced.
People forget he's 25 years of age. I mean, Sam Laidlow, another one of our youngsters. These are young men, and already performing at a level far.
Now we see a gap, and this is not a gap that you want to.
No. Well, you know, once that
open.
elastic band starts to break, it is
yep.
impossible to get back. And is this a winning or a decisive move from Sam Laidlow? This is a move of experience right now. What we're seeing, Sam, we know he's got so many of these distance races under his belt.
The thing here is also, if Sam is stronger, Sam is such a smart athlete.
Yep.
He used Rico as long as possible. Now he got nutrition. He also got rid of his cap. Maybe he's now using another headwear. Maybe it was distracting for him. Yeah, he definitely feels hot. That's for sure. He wants to cool himself down.
Yeah, this part of the canal, this part of the run course along the canal, there is absolutely no shade from the wind or from the sun. And it can be quite brutal. And even the reflection, Sebi, off the canal. I know it's hard for us to look here, but I ran it yesterday. The reflection that comes up off the canal, it's blinding. And it's also very, very hot out on there. Also, the dust that is brought up from the canal can sometimes affect your breathing just a little. It's a tough section of this race. And obviously they go down one end of the canal, which we've seen, they come back. And now they are heading down to the opposite direction of the canal. They'll do another 180-degree turn there. That'll be another opportunity for them to see exactly where their competition is. It'll be eyes on Christian, as we can see. Daisy Davies, great solid race from Daisy Davies, making her way in. She is in 4th place into transition. So Daisy Davies
with
making
6
her
minutes,
way.
18.
6 minutes.
To Alanis.
And first time ever for Daisy over this distance that she's not leading off the bike. So slightly different territory for Daisy Davies, but she would have been definitely expecting this situation that's happening right now. And we know that the next woman in should be Kat Matthews. We know that she was able to drop Fenella Langridge. And it should be Kat Matthews that is next in behind Daisy Davies. Look at the crowds up here on the Lange. This is that T intersection part of the course. So now Christian will make his way down the other end of the canal, and this is the opportunity for Christian to see exact. And actually, I want to hear your thoughts on this, Sebi. So obviously when they next cross, so once Sam and Rico start to come back towards us, it will be Christian's opportunity to see both of them. He will see that elastic band is broken. And he will be quite happy about that, because that means no longer will those two be able to work together. But will he be thinking, Sam Laidlow is obviously on fire today, this could be a real problem?
I mean, he would probably also know the reason why this elastic snapped, and that's because Sam is not slowing down. And I mean, the split is still 12 minutes and 6 seconds at 10 kilometers. Yeah, I mean, Sam, we talked about him, you know, with momentum on his back. This man is dangerous. I mean, the biggest benefit, seeing each other is for sure on Sam's side. Like looking in Christian's eyes and smiling probably at him and say like, today I gonna and not just by a small margin. I mean 12 minutes.
I would love a close up. Well, we know that a projected. We obviously Torsten Radev. It was a projected run of around 8 minutes slower than Christian, so he's already ahead of the game on paper. On paper.
Yeah, I mean the paper is sometimes it's toilet paper.
Yeah, well, that's why we love it. That's why we love racing, because it doesn't always come down to the numbers. But Rico still hanging in there. You can see that obviously that lead is starting to stretch out now for Sam Laidlow. He has his dad down on ground, so I'm sure Richard is out there on ground. He's got his partner, his girlfriend, Milan Agnew, also out there helping give splits.
Rico is now for sure suffering. Now he is for sure in the pain zone, I would say.
But
it's a long way to go.
It's uncharted territory for him.
Of course, and I mean 100%. He's rightfully there. I think the most important thing now is to find new reasons
to keep moving
going.
Forward and to keep pushing.
That would be for sure the podium, and not to freak out about that he lost Sam here. I think that's the most important thing, is focus on himself, not on the gaps, going back into your rhythm, concentrate on your nutrition and so on. It's a different race now.
And just think, not only is podium position obviously still well within his grasp, top German, which here in Germany at this race, that is a big deal.
Absolutely, and I mean it's so difficult, right? If he raced together with somebody else the whole day, you're constantly also focusing on the other guys, not just on yourself. Now you're alone, and that's the first time today. It's still
alone
30
with your own
kilometers
thoughts
to go.
and feelings, and
yeah, that's
it can be a good thing, but it can be a bad
exactly.
thing.
That's where the demons tell you little stories.
But it is this man on screen right here, right now, Sam Laidlow, doing everything right and nothing wrong. And we did get to catch up with Sam earlier this week, and we're going to go to that little preview right now.
It's a mix of a lot of different emotions. It's always a big challenge when you've won the previous year to come and defend because you have a bit of a target on your back. But equally, I don't feel like this too much because there's some amazing athletes here. Christian, who is arguably the best in our sport, he's won everything pretty much. So yeah, I think my big motivation going into this race is proving to myself more than anything that I can beat him.
All right, and we are back with the man himself. He is our defending champion. He's fresh off a win from Ironman Lanzarote. He won 70.3 Valencia, so 2 races that he's done this year, 2 wins. We knew he was coming into this race in good form, although, as with Sam Laidlow, it wasn't a straight road. There were a couple of side streets that he had to take along the way to get here. And while we're looking at our leader, we do have another absolute legend of the sport, now retired and working on the other side, but still looks like she could go out there tomorrow and compete with the best of them. And she did take part in a relay today, doing the swim of all things. I thought it would be the run, but welcome to the show, Anne Haug. So good to have you here. Oh my gosh, it's obviously respect. But when I found out that you were doing a relay, I think all of us just assumed you'd be doing the marathon. But you did the swim. But that's so you could come here and join us, isn't it?
Exactly. You have to face your demons, from the past.
Now, listen, obviously you've been watching this race unfold as per usual every year. A remarkable race, and I think we're still in for such a treat with both our men's and women's race. You hold the record here for the women's race. You hold the run record here, 2:38 and change. You hold the overall record, which you set back in 2024 at 8:02 and change. you're one of the women that will go down in history as raising the bar. So, of course, we've got some incredible professional women around the world, but there are only a handful that you can truly say helped raise the bar of the sport, and you are certainly one of those, Anne.
Thanks so much. But yeah, like you said, there are so many people and so many, like Lucy raised the bar in the swim, Taylor raised the bar in the bike, and we will see how Kat will raise the bar in the run now. So it's interesting times. So the sport is developing a lot, and great performances we get to see, so it's really exciting times.
And we are looking at a similar scenario now as we see our lead female, Alana Sifford, who had a scintillating bike ride here today. Her swim bike combination was just brilliant. And already cheering, and this is what we love about Alana's big smile on her face, cheering. She soaks up that atmosphere. You've raced this race, obviously, you've won this race. Can you explain to our audience just how the sport you get on the side of the road gives you wings, so to speak?
Oh, definitely. I mean, the crowds are just amazing. That does something for you. So it can be dangerous as well, because sometimes you overpace in the beginning a bit, and once you're on the canal, all the adrenaline falls down, and you think, well, that was maybe a bit too tough. And so you're quite happy that you're in the canal then and find your pace and find your rhythm. But she is young. She has nothing to lose. So she can go out and do what she can and see.
And when I think about when I used to watch the Alana of old and her running style, she has that, we talk about her unique riding style, but she also has a fairly unique run style. She's a little bit knock-kneed, and that's why she actually does have the nickname the Duck.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that's not me being nasty. She has been nicknamed the Duck because she does have that little bit of a knock-knee and that little flick of the feet. She will have her running sticks in her hand because I know she runs with those all the time. And we talk about this, it works for her. So why change it?
Yeah, running is so individual. Everyone has different legs, arms, body figure. So everyone has to find out what's the most efficient for each athlete, and not one fits all. So you have to find what you are efficient, what you are the best, and you are the fastest, and stick to that. Whatever works, works.
Now, and we've all been made to do these predictions for the end of the day. It's almost killed me, and I can't change them. Although, going off my predictions so far, I'm doing very well in the men's race. But anyway, we'll get back to that later. Looking at the race now and looking at this women's race, we know that Kat Matthews is probably going to come into transition with, it looks like, right now 12:44 down on Alana Sifford as they head out into the early stages of this run. I have a feeling that Kat might be gunning for your record. Whether she gets it or not is another story, but I know she would love to go a sub 2:40. I think she's capable of it.
Definitely.
Does that mean she wins the race here today?
I think so. I think 12 minutes is nothing for her.
And there you go. She did change. That's why she. When we got into transition, Lucy needed one of the portaloos, and we were wondering why, whether she had problems with the stomach, but no, it was so she could get changed and not in front of the camera. So there you go. That makes sense. But yeah, going back, do you think it's still possible for Kat?
I think so. I think 12 minutes is nothing. I think she's capable of 2:40 or better. So then it would give her maybe 15 minutes at least buffer. So I think she's completely in plan, and everything looks good for her.
I agree.
I mean, just really quick, why do you want to change for the run? Because it obviously took some time, right? And I think there's a couple of things to have in mind. One of them is those suits that you are wearing for the bike and the swim. They're getting more and more dialed for the bike, and really all about aerodynamics. They're getting really tight, and especially in this forward lean position, you don't want to have too much wrinkles on the front side of the suit, so they are getting shorter on the front. And that's not really comfortable when you're running, because there you want to be upright, you want to be proud, chest out. And I think it's also something I've not seen Lucy doing in the past.
No, it's the first time I've seen her get changed like that too.
I think it makes sense. In the past, when it was still allowed to put the suit down, right? She did that a couple of times. But that might also something she wants to try for Kona. But yeah, it might be a good decision to be.
And also with the weather that we've been experiencing here in Europe, I know we're not getting that sort of day here today, and the weather is just perfect. but maybe they've made this conscious decision because it has been so hot, just in case. And I tend to agree with you. I think it's just the freedom of movement that you get by wearing what she's wearing now,
Breathing,
as
especially
opposed
if
to the
suit
tight
is so,
suits.
so tight. I mean, that's the reason why everybody is running with the zipper usually completely down. But still, it puts down your shoulders quite a lot. You know, it puts pressure on the shoulders, the suit. It also often causes some coughing on the arms and the armpits. And yeah, I think for her, she tried it. There's always, I think, a decision like that, you try that a lot of times before. Measure the times, how long you take.
look,
Next time you need to figure out the,
Sebi,
the faster
you
way
know
to
that the team, we talked about teams, and you know that the team behind Lucy Charles-Barclay is extraordinary. So this would have been a well thought out reason that she is wearing that suit. It wouldn't have just been done on a whim. And it's been so great to have you here. What a treat for us. It's always good. We had all of our guests lined up, and then when we saw you and you were able to come on, thank you. You've made my day. It's been brilliant. You're an incredible athlete. Absolutely incredible. What you've done for this sport has been extraordinary. So thank you for coming on.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And that was, of course, Anne Haug. She is the current race record holder here in Roth. And she's recently retired, still looks incredibly fit. Like, it absolutely looks like she could jump on course right now and go with the best of them.
She did a 4-week training block of swimming. But I'm not sure. I mean, she will definitely outswim me now, that's for sure.
Actually, I have a sneaky suspicion. In fact, I know she did. The Volcano Triathlon.
Yeah. She challenged Lucy.
She challenged Lucy there. I think Lucy won it and she got second. I do remember seeing that result. So, yeah, amazing. And Sam's predicted run time right now on course is for a 2:32. So that would be a lot faster than what he ran this time last year. Still looks nice and relaxed in the upper body. Shoulders aren't up round his ears. They're nice and relaxed. So looking the goods.
For a second, I started to have some little doubts. But the thing is with Sam, never judges his running speed by his cadence, because he's also
slow. I totally
absolutely
agree.
he's a tall guy, and so I checked back with the splits from kilometer 18.3, and it's still 12 minutes 6 seconds.
Very similar pace right now.
Yeah, it's
wow.
It's an absolutely beast of a race from Sam.
Well, in the women's race, Alana Siffert's still leading the way. We've been told that the crowds are going absolutely wild for her. She is a darling here in Roth. She was so great with the crowds last year, and she's come back this year, and of course they love her even more. Reports that Rico Bogan also not looking so good, starting to struggle.
Yep.
And we know Menno Koolhaas definitely looking very good and getting very close to Magnus Ditlev. So we spoke about Menno Koolhaas, that his strength is that he doesn't have a weakness. He's strong over all 3 legs. He is showing that right now when it counts.
And that's exactly what we predicted, right? I mean, maybe not on the front, but even a gap like 12, 13, 14, 15 minutes, I mean, it's there for a reason, right? And it's there because those guys in front, they really went absolutely crazy on the bike. And maybe Sam is surviving this, but even that is not a given. I mean, we are still not entering the danger zone on the marathon.
Not at all.
And,
not even close.
And I mean, there will still be some movement. Usually, if you give me these gaps and just ask me, hey, Sebi, what do you think about that? What's going to happen? You think like, yeah, it's a done deal for Sam. Yeah. He's winning the race. Second, Rico, and maybe Blumi on third. But with the history of this race now and what happened earlier today, with that knowledge, it's quite clear still everything can happen.
Well, we look right now, and Rico Bogan, we've been given reports out on course that he is starting to show signs of fatigue. Jonas still holding strong in third place at around just shy of 9 minutes back. Christian Blummenfelt making his way through the field. He's at 11.43 down, and then Magnus Ditlev in 5th, about 12.44. We know that Menno Koolhaas is coming for Ditlev. And similarly in the women's field, Lucy Charles-Barclay now has managed to catch and overtake Caroline Pollet. There was only around 20 seconds difference between the two, and we've got Lucy down the bottom of screen now. She's currently running in 2nd place, and so far looks very, very good. We know that that gap is at around 1:48, so about 1:48 to Alana Siffert.
Lucy looks incredible.
She really does, doesn't she? My gosh.
That looks like a real marathoner without the 180K.
Yeah, honestly, looking so strong.
And we have, again, we encourage all our viewers to send in questions, comments. We look, we have a team that looks through all of that. And one of the questions.
Tell us if we're wrong. We'd love to be challenged as well.
Yeah, I love to be challenged. We got the questions if the lead bike is not really a little bit too close for Sam Laidlow. In the last shot, I would have definitely disagreed. That's like quite a large margin. But it always depends, right? Yeah. I mean, if you, like Alanis, are now going into a massive headwind, and the lead bike is, let's say, 10 meters, it still creates a little bit of draft. But then you also have to have in mind, at one point, there is just traffic. You can't avoid the traffic, and it's sometimes even more beneficial on the back, because you have the motorbikes with the cameras. When you see it here now, we have 2 women, and they get filmed from behind. So there's no draft from the camera whatsoever. There will always be a little bit of a benefit. You can't completely avoid that for everybody in the race. But usually, I would say, normally, today, from what I've seen, it evens out quite good. Was it always the case in Roth? No. We definitely had some issues in the past with the lead car, especially impacting the front of the race.
Interesting you bring that up, because absolutely, and we hear about it every race after every race, particularly with our viewers, saying that the motos are affecting this race, the motos are ruining it for the race, and it is something that Felix Walshofer takes extremely seriously. We had the head race official from the DTU actually sit through the meeting and talk to all of the motos that were going to be out there on course, particularly the motos with the cameras, and they're serious about it. And I know that with Race Ranger, something that they're looking to do in the future is actually to put Race Ranger on the back of these motos, not so any penalties can take place, but just to gather information and to see, okay, how much of an advantage are these motos actually truly giving to these athletes. And so I think it's a great concept. Hats off again to James Elvery for coming up with this, but I think it'll be really good information that we'll be able to look at in the future and say, okay, you know what, we need to talk to these motos a bit more. We're still seeing that they are creating an unfair advantage for certain athletes, and we need to revisit on, okay, from here on it's going to be more than 50 metres, or the DTU need to get, and the officials need to get more strict with where they're placing themselves on the race course.
Yeah, I think right now you see Sam again is getting filmed from the drone over the channel, and from behind, great shot, except from us two. But I just wanted to give you some more information from our spotters out on the course, and that's that the last kilometer from Sam Laidlow was sub 3:30, so still like really fast. That was K20. Wow. But also Christian is still on course to run a sub 2:30 marathon. Oh, Belinda, I think Sam is gambling really high here. I mean, looking at the gaps now, looking at him running now, I would say nobody can beat him. But I think if you look inside Sam,
there is only one Christian
exactly.
Blummenfelt.
No, and it's also himself, yeah, right? I mean, I think when we would have the chance to look inside Sam, I think you will see hell and heaven having a fight who's going to win this race.
Definitely, and you can see right there, he just crossed paths with Frederick Funk, who's also having a very solid race here today. Now, we are going to take you to a short clip. I've been speaking about how incredible this Expo is here. It truly is the most amazing Expo in the world. I am a little bit biased, of course, but it is. It's truly spectacular. And one of the things that makes it great is that they have this whole different area called the Festival Marketplace, where we have a large stage. Our pro athletes have been on there nearly every day with their sponsors. We've had the Protron News live podcast up there. It's full of food trucks, but we're going to go down now. We're going to take a little look at what this festival place is all about.
We are here at DATEV Challenge Roth at the Expo. Not only is DATEV Challenge Roth the biggest triathlon festival in the world, we have the biggest Expo. So let's go take a look. Down here, Hoka shoes. This would be my choice of shoe for racing. Best shoe in the business. Shopping done. I'll pick that up later. We've got some pretty awesome bikes in here, so let's go have a look. Found a friend, Fritz. He's been holding this position all day. I think he's going to be pretty tired. So this is Laura Phillips' bike. Well, I heard a rumor she's around, so let's go see if we can find her. One of the biggest names in the sport, and of course last year's champion here at DATEV Challenge Roth, Laura Phillips. Unfortunately not racing this year, but still down here at the Expo, meeting the fans and signing autographs. So we found some of the experts down here at the race. We've got Belinda Granger, Carl Smith, Sebi Kinlay, all talking about their thoughts on who's going to win. Here we are down at Festival Market. We've got food, we've got drinks, we've got the big stage, we've even got a paddle court.
Wieder vorbei, wegen dem Staub.
And we are back with no other than Lucy Charles-Barclay. She took a little longer in transition than Caro Pol, who she came into T2 with, because she had a complete wardrobe change. Changed out of her race suit that she wore on the bike into a more comfortable two-piece for the run. And so far looking very, very good in the early stages here. We are just waiting to get an update on how far back Kat Matthews is. We know that that gap was a significant gap of around 12 minutes or just over. So now we are waiting to see exactly how far back she is. Alana Siffert still leading the way. We know that that lead was originally coming down. Caro Pol in third place. She was out of transition in second, but Lucy Charles-Barclay has managed to bridge across and now sits in second place. In our men's race, they're now at the halfway mark on that marathon. So halfway mark, 21.1 kilometres. Sam Laidlow leading the way. Rico Bogan still holding on to second, but he's a minute 56 down now. So great shot there of the back of Sam Laidlow as he makes his way back along the canal. But Sam having a really great day out there, which is awesome to see. He's our defending champ. He's just been so strategically perfect all day long. He knew exactly what he needed to do, the gap that he needed to have in order to have a chance of holding off the likes of Christian Blummenfelt. So far executing that to perfection, I have to say.
The first half of the marathon in 1:15:39 for him, and that set kilometer 21 in 3:40. So it's still really, really good. Christian obviously looks a lot faster, but again, that's mainly Christian is just a little bit smaller, so a much higher leg turnover than Sam, but so far he's not, making enough time.
And that's Will Draper that we just saw, so that was our first eyes on Will Draper as well. He had a really, really strong bike ride to make his way up into that top 10, and we are expecting to see very similar from him on the marathon. His bike run is exceptional. It's just the swim that he has had to work on. And that looks... Wasn't sure who that was that went past then. It was probably Tristan Olay, it looked like. Very easy to make out the Dutch athletes because they're so tall.
Tall guys also. Jonas Schomburg still in third place. With about 9 minutes and 27 seconds at kilometer 18.3 on his way to the half marathon mark as well.
And this really is the last, well, not the last opportunity, but the last really good opportunity for them to see exactly where they are in comparison to each other, to check out who looks good, who's starting to flail. I mean, a lot of these athletes will start to see the face of Rico Bogan, know that he is probably struggling slightly. The next opportunity they get, Sebi, is not until they get to that turnaround point at Buchenbach. And by then, once they make that turn around the lake there in the town of Buchenbach, they've really only got around 6 or 7 kilometers to go. And it's probably the easiest section of the course because it is slightly downhill, but it's also the last opportunity that Christian Blummenfelt will have to either go for it if the gap is
he has to go for it right now. I mean, he has to go for it for the next 21 kilometers. I mean, there is not going to be an easy stretch for this man anymore. I mean, the Laidlow camp would have not holding back with giving Christian splits because as long as it looks that good, right? You give those splits to your opponents as well. I mean, you let him know, hey, Christian, just 12 minutes.
12 minutes and 5 seconds. That's all it is.
So I think, yeah, that's. If Christian wants to have a chance, it had Christian as a clear favorite, and so therefore it's not that I would have said Sam can be happy with the second place. No, for sure not. But I mean, if he would have been able to challenge Christian at least and keep it like really close, I think that would have also been something he could have been happy with.
Agree.
But for Christian, it's quite clear. I mean,
well, he said
everything
else
is it's first or nothing.
Or nothing, and that's exactly what we've come to expect from the Norwegians. I mean, they're
and I mean. That expectations doesn't come out from nowhere, right?
No.
It's because
there's
of
been proven sessions over and over and over again,
and also because they backed up this smack talk with results, right? I mean, when you hear Gustav talk before Ironman Frankfurt and Kasper. Usually you would say like, oh gosh, these are big mouths, and but they always back it up. So we believe those guys, and then now when Sam actually proves them wrong today, that would be a big thing for sure. Yeah.
And as we said, you know, we know Sam is here with his family, his mum and dad, his coach Richard's here, his girlfriend's here, and I think some extended family are also here. So it is a big deal. It is a race that he has been targeting since he won this time last year. Rico Bogan, now you can see that per kilometre pace has really, not badly, I mean, from what we've been given down on ground, saying, oh, he looks so bad, oh, he's struggling. 3:41, I mean, we were looking at 3:35s to 3:32 to 3:35 is what he was running when he was with Sam Laidlow. So that's not a disaster, that's not a blow-up. That's just, okay, I can't handle the pace that Sam's setting.
And like I said, I mean, you really have to reassess in that moment, right? Find the right reasons to keep going, because until that point, you think like, oh, maybe I can actually win this race, right? And then when you realize, oh, now it's gonna really start to hurt. It's the most important thing is to not completely fall apart.
No,
and he didn't. And I think. I think he's now probably even in a better space to have a good finish, because it's so hard to let go, right? I mean, when you have this decoy in front of you, when you have Sam Laidlow, world champion, running in front of you, and you're sniffing on that victory, it's so hard to just let go. I think he didn't let go because he wanted to, but it's still probably a blessing in the sky. That he had to, because otherwise he would have probably completely...
we know that now, obviously, Sam Laidlow leading the way. That gap back to Christian Blummenfelt's now down to around 10:48, so Christian definitely running faster. And the same with the women's race. Alana Siffert leading the way with Kat Matthews. She was off the bike well over 12 minutes down. It's now down to 11:43. So Kat Matthews and Christian Blummenfelt doing exactly what we had anticipated they would do, and they are fastest on course.
Looking at the other Germans, Fred Funk is 17 minutes back, 7th position. I mean, sometimes it's so hard because we judge performance of these athletes by gaps to the front, right? And looking just at the gap, you would say like, really bad race from Fred Funk, but that's absolutely not the case.
Not the case.
He's doing actually a very well race. It's just because there's one alien in front right now. I mean, it's. But
also this field this year. I mean, we had a great field last year, but let's be honest, the field this year is definitely more deeper than what it was this time last year. So incredible, one of the best, if not the best, professional men's field that we've ever seen assembled here in Roth. And our women's field also brilliant. And what I love most about these big events, these championship events, we see them all around the world, is that not only do they attract the best athletes in the world, but we also get these standout performances from athletes that we might not have necessarily have considered the likes of Alana Siffert, for example, leading this race for so long now. Truly remarkable.
You mentioned her nickname. You know what
The duck.
good thing is? A duck also can fly.
Exactly. She's flying today.
and she is. I mean, we judged Lucy by her running technique, and it's really poetry in motion, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
beautiful. But Alanis, and this again proves that this is not a runway, it's a marathon, and she's running faster than Lucy and putting time into her.
Interesting you bring up Lucy Charles-Barclay. We all know she's from a swim background, and it is not common. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it is not common for a swimmer to be able to transfer over to being a runner. And I know it's something that Lucy Charles-Barclay and her coach, Dan Lange, and her entire team have worked tirelessly on for years now. And I think watching Lucy on screen now and seeing that all of that hard work from so many years pay off, we call it, she is a runner now.
And I mean, the thing is also the most difficult thing from transforming from a swimmer to a runner is, I just mentioned it's the first time you have to carry your body weight, right? And Lucy has this enormous engine because swimming is just such a great engine builder, right?
Yeah.
And then the problem is you have this engine and you can actually use it. There is no limit from an engine perspective on your running. Also from an energy perspective, there's also almost no limit. You can start running and you can instantly start running 70, 80, 90K a week. I mean, at her best, Lucy was probably swimming 60K a week. And so therefore there is no limit at the beginning when you start running. And that's the reason why it's very dangerous and you can get injured pretty fast because there's just no natural limit. Usually all those limits develop simultaneously, and when there is one that's so much ahead of all the others, bones, ligaments...
We're also going from a non-weight-bearing sport to a pure weight-bearing sport.
Yep.
And that's why we do often find that a lot of swimmers that come across to triathlon spend the first few years of their careers nursing stress fractures and other sorts of injuries.
Yep.
And I'm sure Lucy's been there, done that, and we know that she's just had recently at the beginning of the year had surgery where she had to get that tendon removed. But hats off to her, because right now, if you jumped into the sport right now and you didn't know any of Lucy's history, you would say she was from a running background.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's great. I mean, even, South London girl, I think I see some similarities with Paula Radcliffe. We are old enough to know Paula. And she had her shoulders a little bit higher, and also Lucy has her shoulders a little bit higher. She's running absolutely beautiful. Paula wasn't always running beautiful, but very powerful. Shaking her head a little bit too much, but Lucy for sure from a technique standpoint really well.
Right now we know that gap out of transition was at about 150.
That's what I said. I mean,
Alana Siffert
that's what I said.
It's now 208. I mean,
are you listening to me,
I am
Belinda?
listening, but I keep thinking it's going to go down. But 208. I expected it to. I mean, as I said, I know Alanis is running well. I thought, if anything, it was staying the same. Maybe Lucy's slightly faster, but it's the opposite way. So
that's
I did not expect this.
Yeah, that's. I mean, often the pictures are not really telling you the truth, right? From the pictures, you would say like, "Oh, Lucy is just running absolutely great, awesome." But what we see on the timing side is Alanis is actually running still a little bit faster than her.
Yeah. Which again was not part of the playbook here today. But this is why we love sport, and it's why we especially love the sport of triathlon. These big events really bring out the absolute best in each and every one of these athletes. You see one of the barges making their way down the canal there, as Lucy will make her way down to the far end of this particular part of the course up on the canal. We know that Sam Laidlow's already making his way through the town of Roth.
And since our timing on the screen only shows that last split at 10.3 kilometers, I'm going back a little bit to 8 kilometers, where we have Kat Matthews in 5th place with 12.5 minutes back.
So that's blown back out because it was down
Yep.
to 11:43
Yep.
when I last checked.
Yep.
So that is very, very interesting. So I can see it too. So it's gone out to 12:26 again.
Not a good side for Kat.
Well, it's
to be
not
honest.
something we see with Kat Matthews. I mean, normally we always see that time deficit going down, not moving in the opposite direction.
And again, that's really the run that tells the whole story and the truth. You know, I mean, when you're a little bit slower on the bike or not really performing at that level, is that because you're holding back, or is that because you have a bad day? And those questions usually get answered on the first 15K on the run. And I mean, so far, I would say it's probably just not a perfect day for Kat Matthews.
I tell you what, though, if this race continues in the vein that we're watching right now in this
Then I
women's
have
race,
every single prediction wrong for the whole race. No, you are right. You're
well,
probably
I'm still
right
going
with
all right
the-
with the men's race, but I definitely got it wrong with the women's race. So
I'm the perfect,
Crazy.
as I said before, I'm the perfect contraindicator. If you want to do some sport gambling, always take my bets and do something
and do
else.
something completely different. I think the boys from Pro Tri News were saying the same. You know, obviously they have their predictions, and I think they do terribly each week.
The great thing with that is we call ourselves experts. We are still not even able to predict one thing right. But that's not. That's probably also because we have no clue. But it's just because it's just because the sport is
ever evolving.
Absolutely,
Yep.
it's
How
so
we want
great
it.
that you can't really predict. And we always say like, oh, you can't really predict it's a long course race, but
Well.
you really can't. And it's not to make it
look,
exciting artificially.
I think where I come into play here is I don't go by numbers and stats. I go by my relationship that I have with many of these athletes. Obviously, my normal job as pro liaison allows me to have quite regular contact with these athletes, and also I'm quite close to a few of them. I went and spent some time with Sam Laidlow and Milan in Perpignan about a month ago. I spent 10 days there and I got to see the inner workings. And like you said, Sam Laidlow is so incredibly talented. He'll tell you he isn't, mind you. I've had this conversation with him many times. I think it's the combination of Sam, what he's got. And as we said, he's driven so much by emotion. So when that's going well, the world's his oyster. When it's not going so well, that's when we see the Sam Laidlow that's walking the marathon or pulling off the course. What we're seeing here today is the Sam Laidlow that we all love and adore. He's an incredible athlete. And then you've got the likes of Christian Blummenfelt, who's just a freak of nature. Throw in Menno Koolhaas, who really has... What I love about Menno, and the reason that I see him having a great race here today, is because he's been concentrating on this race since he signed his contract last year. And so everything he's done, every step that he's taken, every session that he's done leading into this race has been for today. And that's what we're seeing now, and that's why he's having such a great race.
What we're seeing now is Caro Pol is still in third position, 3 minute 16 back on that last split at 11.7 kilometers into the run. So absolutely awesome debut. Whoa.
This is a great close-up of Sam Laidlow. Now we're talking.
I said, like, you want to see in the inside. That's actually now the inside comes to the surface, I would say. I mean, that's a world of pain, trust me.
It's funny, though, you know, he looks, obviously,
It's funny.
the facials, he does look like he is really pushing. He knows this is what he needs to do.
Yeah.
But just the fact that I keep seeing him checking his watch tells me that he's very aware of what's around him.
Oh,
he's
I'm
aware,
not so sure about that.
He's
That's
aware of the
almost-
time that he needs to keep, but
That's almost like a reflex. I mean, I think you see that
the fact that
triathletes
he's still doing it
check
makes
their
me happy.
watch.
It's when you stop doing
you
it.
see a triathlete in hospital, paralyzed, and he's still
No.
checking his watch.
See, I disagree. I think someone that's checking their
I'm
pace
not so sure.
constantly is aware of what they need to do. I know
I'm
when
not
my
so sure.
run...
No.
No, listen, when my run went backwards, I would just do this. I would turn my watch over and I would not look at it at all.
I can remember watching the Ironman World Championships,
Yep.
and the last thing that you saw was checking the watch before she actually quitted the race.
Who are we talking about?
Gosh, you see, I'm also
Lucy or Taylor Nick? Or
Taylor.
Nick?
Yeah, sorry. She was constantly checking her watch. I think it's really a reflex at one
Look at
point.
the difference in the facial expressions here. Christian Blummenfelt looking stealth as always, not giving anything away, and just looking like the Christian Blummenfelt that we are all used to seeing out there on the course. His first time here in Roth.
Now his team, I mean, he doesn't really have a big team, but it would be helpful now for him that somebody tells him about what we have just seen in the face of Sam Laidlow, that he is probably still moving very fast, but he can still believe that there's a chance, and it's still a realistic option. I mean, like I said, he gambled really high, and we have the next split, 10 minutes 40 seconds at kilometer 24.9. Right now I would still say like it's everything under control, but
for now,
after we've seen face of Sam, I mean, honestly, like, he is digging a hole to the core of the earth today.
But maybe, you know, this is just Sam Laidlow getting every ounce out of himself. I mean, honestly, I haven't given up yet because I think Sam still looks good.
He's actually borrowing ounces from next week and the week after and the months after.
Yeah. And Jonas Schomburg still sitting in third place behind Rico Bogan. But Christian Blummenfelt coming for them all. So not so far between Jonas and Christian. Actually, smack on 1 minute. There you go. So only 1 minute separates our third place male on screen right now, Jonas Schomburg and Christian Blummenfelt. Magnus Ditlev in fifth. He's a few minutes in arrears now, 3 minutes, or just under actually. About 2 minutes and 22 seconds to be precise,
nice
behind Bloomy. Great shot
Christian,
there.
is about to catch up to Jonas.
Yeah, it was a minute at last check. It's obviously a lot less now. Menno Koolhaas still holding sixth place. Frederick Funk in seventh. Christian Hugenhaug in eighth. And Will Draper now in ninth. And Tristan Olay rounding out the top 10.
Kilometer 27 from Sam Laidlow in 3:43. That's
So
still absolutely under control.
It is slowed down slightly as expected. I mean, they could not keep that crazy pace going. They were, I think I saw one split there that was a 3:27.
Yeah. I mean, that was 100% clear that this is not going to work. But I mean, Christian, like, still everything is possible. There.
So we just got a great report down on ground that Christian Blummenfelt and Lucy Charles-Barclay obviously ran past each other in opposite directions, and Bloomy, in typical Bloomy form, gave a big smile to Lucy. The mutual respect that these athletes have for each other. I've been watching them all week because it's impossible to come to this race and not be social. You see them at the Expo nearly every day. We've had them up on stage, on the centre stage here at the festival market. We had the big welcome the other day, the official opening of the race, and we had all of the top professionals up on stage.
And looking on the right hand on the screen, seeing the splits from the women, I mean, to be honest, Alanis, that she's strong on the bike, we knew it. That she's leading the run at this time and actually not losing time to Lucy or to Kat, that's for me the surprise of the day.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, that's...
And I'm sure if her coach is sitting here listening to you and I talk about this, he's probably having a... He's probably using a few expletives right now.
In the face,
and saying, Belinda, you should know better. How dare you?
Yeah,
yeah, she's an incredible athlete. And I know when I first met her, she was so young, barely 20 years of age. But just even at that age, so determined and just loves the sport.
And I mean, you have been with Brett for quite a long time. And I mean, I see a little bit of a pattern here. You mentioned Alanis raced a lot last year.
She did.
Usually, when a sudden athlete stops to race, it's because they're
a
preparing for.
whole new ball game.
It means now you're actually ready to win these races, and
and that's exactly how.
And I think we should have taken this as a sign that this woman is dangerous today, because I think racing is training for certain
I totally
athletes.
agree with you. I totally agree. And I remember when I was doing my research for this, and you'd only have to go to the PTO website and see all of her results from years gone by.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous. It's like so long.
Yeah.
And then you get to this year and you're like, oh, there's only about 3 or 4 that I need to worry about.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Coming into this race, very fresh, very ready. And not just fresh physically, Sebi, I think fresh mentally, ready to really give it some.
Exactly, and racing is not only because of race day, right? I mean, especially in Roth, you mentioned the expedition and so on. It takes out a lot of you. Now, Christian is closing in on Jonas. And that helps Christian's momentum for sure. I mean, he needs to pick up some guys. He needs to see that he's actually moving, and that definitely helps. Now he's on the podium. It gives him a reason to try even harder to make up some time to Sam. And anytime soon we have a new split for kilometer 27, and then we'll see what happened in those last 2 kilometers.
And of course, when the race is so hot at the front of the field, we've got so many athletes that we haven't spoken about yet. Patrick Lange, I mean...
First half marathon for Christian Blummenfelt in 1:13:48. Not too long ago, that was a really fast half marathon for a 70.3 race.
For a middle distance
now
race,
he's reeling in.
now it's like, no, I'm just going to carry that on for another 21.1 kilometers. But yeah,
Let's see what Jonas is about to do. I mean, realistically, I think he can't hang with KB.
It's going to be tough, but the speed, and look at that, straight past, no reaction.
Yeah, no reaction.
I mean, honestly,
what
when
can
you're
you
running
do?
that sort of speed, what are you supposed to do? And
1:13:14.8 for the first half marathon.
And it's not like they're close to the finish yet, Seb. They've still got so much more running to do. But you're right, this is going to be fuel for the fire for the likes of Blummenfelt. There's nothing better, not that I got to experience it too often, I was normally the receiving end, but there's nothing better than running down athletes in front of you. And you just build on that momentum, and that's exactly what we are seeing right now with Christian Blummenfelt. And look at the difference. I know you spoke about the difference in cadence, but...
Slightly uphill, of course, but the optics is... I mean, my heart is with Sam, of course. It's my guy, but for everybody else, it's just absolutely awesome, because there's still so much excitement in this race. Everything can still happen.
No, and right now this is a bit of a nasty, short rise, but a nasty one, as they are making their way back up to the town of Roth. So they'll be going through the town of Roth, and it'll be packed with people. It's the only cobbled section of the run here today. And again, with it brings its own... It's tough. I mean, you've run on cobbles before. For athletes like myself from Australia, our country isn't old enough to have anything like cobbles. But when you come to Europe for the first time, if you live in America, New Zealand, Asia, or Australia, we're not used to these cobbled streets. Yes, we don't have them, and so really quite difficult to run on if you're not used to them.
Yeah, especially with those super shoes, you know, it's very difficult. The feet are getting very unstable. Anyway, you feel like you're running on raw eggs, right? And running on those cobbles, it's for sure tough.
Look at this and the crowd support that they're going to get. As soon as he gets, you can see right now he's on the outskirts of Roth, and already the crowds are out in full support. He'll make his way past us here and then through the centre of the heart of Roth. He'll move through the other side and then he'll start the long drag, and it is a drag out to Buchenbach.
Yeah, we just have to split from kilometer 27, 10 minutes, 19 seconds. I mean, that's the reason why I always say optics is 1 point.
But
and the timing is another story. Timing says this man on screen is still holding on very, very strong.
But you know, you were talking before, Sebi, about obviously to finish top 10 in this race is a big deal. It's a brilliant race. But we're looking now at the face of Sam Laidlow, and that is a massive grimace. But apart from Sam and Rico, and then it's 9 or just shy of 10 minutes back to Jonas, those times start to really push out. You've got Menno Koolhaas in 6th at 14 minutes back, Frederick Funk in 7th at 18 minutes back, Will Draper in 9th at 22.50 back. So some huge gaps back there, which when you look on paper you think, how can that be? But just with the dynamic of the race and the way that it pans out,
we knew that this will be a whole bag of raw eggs thrown against the wall, and one of them probably might survive. Looks like
the rest not.
Sam Laidlow is the hardest egg.
He's the hardest egg so far, the last one to go.
7:16 is the predicted end time now, and I think it's getting a little bit more accurate. That looks still like it's possible to break the 7 hours 20.
Wow.
I'm not so sure about that. On the women's side, we just have a new split. This woman on screen is 2 minutes 19 back. So again, Alanis
is putting time into Lucy, only a small amount,
crazy.
but it's a handful of seconds. It's just.
I mean, the handful of seconds tell a whole story, and this is what we already said. We should have not. We should have probably talked a little bit more about her. Should have been warned for a sudden athlete actually taking a breather and tapering properly for a race. Yep.
So she
Ducks
is.
can fly, as I already said.
She is only 24 years of age, but turning 25 in November. Her birthday is actually 1 day after mine, so she will turn 25 on the 21st of November. But having a spectacular race. Just to put into perspective what Sebi and I are talking about, last year she raced a total of 12 times, finishing on the podium in half of those races. The year before she raced a total of 9 times, basically either winning or podiuming at all of those. But this year, it's a completely different story, only 4 races under her belt. And look what is possible. So our women out on course, Alana Siffert still leading, putting time into Lucy Charles-Barclay, and this woman on screen right now, Carolina Pole, doing very, very well, holding on to 3rd place. So just like our men's race, Rico Bogan here for the first time over the distance, Carolyn Pole also first time over the distance, Daisy Davies holding 4th, Kat Matthews in 5th, but 12.26 down on our leader. We've got Fenella Langridge in 6th place. Jean Cologne from France in 7th. So Jean having a really solid run. Chloe Hartnett in 8th. Also another of our athletes that's been solid all day long. She had a really strong swim, strong bike, and is now 8th place. And I have to say, being an Aussie myself, in 9th place, Jasmine Brown. So here's a massive shout out to the Aussie girls over here for the very first time. So both Chloe Hartnett and Jasmine Brown coming to Europe for the first time ever. So fabulous effort from both of these women to be in the top 10 right now. In fact, Jasmine Brown actually came to Roth very, very early and stayed with my home state for a few weeks. So they must have done a very good job, because Jasmine racing very, very well now. And don't we have a treat for you in studio right now? Not just one, but two of the absolute heroes of our sport.
We'll go to a quick break before we.
Don't say that. Don't say
no.
that.
We have to earn some money, otherwise we can't run the show here anymore. And get those great athletes here. So
all right.
We are right back, and then we'll surprise you with some high-profile guests, I would say.
It takes more than just a fast bike. It takes a system optimized around one objective: speed. The center of that system is the rider. 75% of drag is caused by the body, and every body is different. That's why the new Speedmax, we shifted focus from bike to rider, from pros to all athletes.
Saab ist eines der erfahrensten, aber auch innovativsten Verteidigungsunternehmen weltweit und sorgt für Sicherheit in den Dimensionen Land, Luft und See sowie im elektromagnetischen Spektrum. Als Systemanbieter, Integrator und Lösungsentwickler. Mit einem stetig wachsenden Team von rund 600 Mitarbeitern in Deutschland und einem wertebasierten Austausch mit Schweden sind wir fest verankert in der EU und in der NATO.
Gerade wenn die Welt Kopf steht, braucht es dein Vertrauen, deine Liebe, deine Zuversicht, unsere Energie. Denn gemeinsam sind wir stark. Allianz, das gute Gefühl, gut aufgehoben zu sein.
And welcome back to the DATEV Challenge Roth 2026. We are joined in stage by no other than the legend himself, Mark Allen, and of course everyone knows Felix Volsover. Before we actually get to you two boys, I do want to say, and it's always a relief, I know this from you, that every single athlete that started this today is out onto the bike. So everyone is out, no problems with the swim. And so far now also no problems on the bike, no one's crashed, no one's had to be pulled off the course. Must be a great relief for you. I know
It is.
I know you hold your breath until that time.
Yeah, I always wait for the WhatsApp from my mom telling us everybody is safe and sound out of the swim, and then we are happy.
Now, Felix, I mean, this is not your first rodeo. You've been doing this for a while now, but each and every year you say we're going to be bigger, we're going to be better, and I start to stop believing you. I think it can't possibly, but you've done it again.
Yeah, it's crazy. Already in the morning, the parking lots went full. We have huge traffic jams into Roth, so everybody who's watching and want to come, please wait a bit or come by bike, because we have some trouble from every side. People are pouring into Roth. We've opened up new parking slots, and the police is out there to assist us. It's crazy. Everybody's coming, and it's a great sign. And already on the bike course, it was spectacular. When I was on the motorcycle towards the Lange, there are masses of people. It's just crazy.
And of course, the best is still to come. We've got an incredible professional men's and women's race on our hands. Some of it playing out the way we'd anticipated, particularly now in the men's race. In the women's race, we've been caught off guard just a little bit. We did not expect Lange to be continuing to lead and actually putting time into her pursuers, which is always great. This is what we love about this race here in Roth. This man on screen now coming in like a freight train. Incredible racing, but the age group is out there on course, the para athletes out on course. The drone show that you have got organised for the end of the night, which we will be showing. So even though Sebi and I will be calling it quits once the pro race is done, we will be continuing the live coverage for that drone show, and the laser show, which is absolutely remarkable, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I can't believe that actually Blue is running through Roth. It was a big dream of ours for many years, and to see those pictures now really gives me thrills. It's amazing.
It certainly is. And now, Mark Allen,
Yes, ma'am.
Firstly, I mean, to have you here, my God, this is just incredible. We've had some great people on the show so far today, but I think that we've left the best till last. There's no doubt about it, having Felix and yourself here together. First time here for you, or did you race it back in the day?
I raced it back in 1994 when it was still
Wow.
Ironman Europe, way back when dinosaurs were still
Well,
roaming
you know
the
it's
earth.
nice because normally I'm the oldest one on these, and now it's good to have someone that's actually been before my time.
Yeah, so
It's
I
incredible.
raced in 1994, and you know the memories were just incredible. Not only from the experience, the crowds, Solarberg, but also just how fast the athletes were who were here, and the athletes who focus on this race, they always put together the most incredible performances that you will ever see anywhere in any triathlon.
Yeah,
and you talk about Felix expanding the race, expanding the experience. Clearly, that has happened. But more than that, he continues to put together just the energy of this community and triathlon in Europe, and it elevates the performances of these athletes to something that you just won't ever get anywhere else.
Absolutely.
I think that's really important, that the growth of the sport here is not, on the shoulders of somebody else, and that's really important. That nobody starts to hate us triathletes here.
No,
and
it's the exact opposite.
Yeah,
I think they fall more and more in love with us.
It's so great to see that everybody is proud, because you just mentioned the traffic jams. It's putting a lot of stress on the infrastructure. And I think that's that's just outstanding that you guys are able to manage that.
An example for that, Sebi, is the president of the county, our Landrat. He was standing on one of the parking lots in the morning at 3 o'clock as a volunteer and parked the cars, until 8 o'clock. And then he resumed into his normal post as being the president of the county. And I think it sums it up brilliantly.
No, I do too. And I mean, Mark, you mentioned that this race brings out the very best in athletes. And of course, when we get the top starters here, we expect them to perform well. They do that day in, day out. But what I love the most, and for me personally, is when we see standout performances from athletes that we might not have otherwise have been talking about too much. And in the women's race now, and that athlete is Alana Siffert. Yes, she finished on the podium here last year, but it's a completely different field this year. We've got two of the greatest athletes in the sport in Kat Matthews and Lucy Charles-Barclay racing, and she is putting time into these women.
And you know what's really fun as an athlete? When you are that person that nobody's talking about.
Yep.
And you just start to put it down, and it really puts a question mark in the other athlete's head. Like, Lucy and Kat, they clearly were probably coming in as, the ones that get garnering all of the attention. And then somebody is just slowly putting the pressure on and pulling away. All of a sudden, you question yourself a little bit, and you ask yourself,
what's going
how
on
am I going to, what's it going to take from me to better that person who's pulling away from me?
And obviously in the men's race.
Christian is coming into
into the
downtown
town of
Roth
Roth
on the cobblestones.
We were talking about the cobbles.
It hurts a bit. But it is a great hotspot.
Doesn't look like it's hurting him much at all, though. Look at him, he is
what
absolutely
can hurt
flying.
Christian Blummenfelt?
The cobblestones are afraid of. They're actually they're putting their heads down. The Norwegian is rowing over the cobblestones.
And Mark,
yes.
Obviously we look at the expression on Christian's face right now, and he's just stealth. There's doesn't look like he's in any sort of pain. Just letting it flow. Take it back about 30 seconds. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Cameraman. And we go to this man on screen now. He is still leading the race. There's no doubt he's still got a good chunk of time over Blummenfelt, but he is definitely in the hurt locker. And you can see by the expressions on his face that he is really having to go so deep into the well just to try and hold this lead.
Uphill now.
But again, toughest part of the course.
Absolutely.
But also he knows once he gets to Buchenbach, he's then on a roll back down. So
100%.
He just needs to get through this.
I'm not sure if he knows where he is right now. I think he just knows he's in a world of pain. Trust me. I mean, that's the thing. Like when you push so hard on the bike, I think it's the absolute limit of this man right now we're seeing. I mean, if you enjoy to see people suffering, that's the pinnacle of suffering right now. And when it's still like almost 8K to go.
We could take this back to your day, and obviously you had some absolute ding-dong races between yourself and Dave Scott. Very similar predicament. And I hope that we see these two athletes in particular have some really dynamite races moving forward. But can you tell us, I mean, obviously with you and Dave Scott, it was a rivalry to match all rivalries.
We had so many years of history together to get to the point where in 1989 we had our side-by-side battle for 8 hours. But you look at somebody like Christian and you can tell he's just always on the hunt.
Yep.
It doesn't matter how far back he is, and his marathon splits this year in his races have been absolutely blistering fast. and as as Sebi was saying, those cobblestones were scared when they saw him coming down there.
Not the other way around.
But I would say that Sam, you could tell he's laboring, and we've seen that before where he's had that stellar bike ride. He's had marathons where he's held it all the way, like when he won the World Championship in Nice, but he's also had marathons where he's really paid the price later on in those final kilometers.
I think he wants to pay the price after he crossed the finish line, but he will pay a price. I mean, I've seen that before, and he is absolutely squeezing every last bit out of himself. I mean, he's probably the most afraid, or he's afraid of himself and what he's able to actually do to himself. I mean, it's absolutely brutal. And now,
here we go.
Yeah.
Come on, Sammy. This is that nasty
that's uphill,
hill.
and I
it's
mean,
horrible hill.
Yeah.
He's a tall guy, but he's absolutely suffering. 9 minutes, 11 seconds on that last split to Christian Blummenfelt. What do you think? Do you think that Christian still has a chance? Do we see Sam Laidlow walking on those last 10Ks? I mean,
come on,
he is absolutely suffering.
Well, it's not a whole lot of turf to cover before he gets to the finish. However, once you start to fall apart, if you can't pull it back together, that is it. There is no coming back. Like you said, it's an uphill. You can't make a complete judgment on it, but I think we could see something pretty exciting happen here.
But you've nailed it. I think if he's able to keep going the way he's going, I know he's not running as quickly as Christian, that is obvious. But if he keeps going, that is still a good chunk of time, 9 minutes. And you can see that grimace on his face right now. But this is probably the most difficult part of the marathon course here. Once he gets to the top of this and rolls on into Buchenbach, he just needs to make his way around the lake, and then it's practically downhill all the way to home. And that's his one last opportunity to have eyes on Christian and vice versa. And I think if he's still able to have a reasonable chunk of time, then it'll be difficult for Christian to catch him, because, again, if he starts walking, like you said, then it's all over. And look at the difference in pace right now between Christian and Sam.
Christian's hammering.
He's got almost double the cadence practically.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be very important actually to when those two cross, especially for Sam, to run downhill when they see each other, because otherwise, I think if KB smells blood, I mean, I think it's impossible to stop him. And now he will get the information that Sam is really struggling. So I think we have ourselves a race here.
We do, and it's interesting. We talk about the dying kilometres. So about the last 4 kilometres of this run are downhill and flat. And after working on the WTCS series this year, it is the shorter athletes, the smaller athletes, the Vasco Velasas, the Dorian Connics, that I am blown away with how quickly they are able to run downhill in comparison to the taller athletes, the likes of Sam Laidlow. So I dare say Christian Blummenfelt is going to be flying on the way back home here to Roth.
Yeah, when you're a larger athlete and your form starts to fall apart, if you're on a downhill, it just accentuates that pounding, which...
No, I totally agree. You can see now just how long this drag is. It's a rotten drag. Felix Walshofer, why did you put this into the run? Because it's almost cruel.
We'll see in about 3 minutes when they run around the lake. The town of Buchenbach is living this sport. It's amazing how they bought into it, what they are doing. They're going above and beyond. We are
they even paved the road new.
Exactly. It was closed until last week, and they paved it. It's the Hoka Fly Zone there, and it's going to be huge.
I bet it is. I mean, it's a great little town, and we were talking before about the hotspots and how all of these little villages, 22 in total, have really taken ownership of their hotspots. They're so incredibly proud. They've taken ownership of this race. You know, we never have any problems with locals not wanting the race on. In fact, it's the exact opposite. They embrace it.
We have hundreds of locals racing from the county of Roth as well, you know?
Yeah, it's incredible. It really is. And you can see now Sam just slowing down there, trying to get as much hydration and nutrition in as possible.
To be honest, I'll put a countdown on walking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Countdown is already down.
You could see it before the aid station because he dipped his head a couple times. You know, and that's that sign of...
He will start running again.
You're done.
Yeah, come on, come on. That's the way. Come on, Sammy.
But that's the clock in your head, right? I mean, you have like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When you then don't start running again, it's over.
Yeah.
I mean, once you start walking, like walking feels kind of good. And that's
on,
the
Sam.
first thing. I mean...
Mind you, I don't know if you guys can remember the world champs back when Pete Jacobs won. He walked nearly every aid stations and still went on to win the race.
Yeah,
so
sure,
you know,
but I mean,
there's a little
not,
difference
not
here.
a tactical walk here.
No, that's right.
8 minutes 41 seconds on 32.9 kilometers. It's gonna be so close. Did you see the
look
difference?
At the difference. Wow.
It's crazy.
You know, don't underestimate Sam.
No.
He's so strong in the head. Today in the morning when I saw him, I talked twice on the bike to him.
If somebody is able to suffer, it's Sam. I mean, he will borrow energy from his next life now. I mean, he, like I said, I mean, he squeezes everything out of this sponge.
You know, if he can kind of freshen himself up, even mentally on the downhill a little bit, maybe he can pull it back together. But there's just an energetic thing where your body just can't process the calories quick enough to keep up the pace that you are going.
Yeah. And speaking of the times, obviously we are under course record time here for the men's race.
They predicted 7:15.
7:15. I mean, we are way
out
under.
Of out of the books already. I think he's slowed down so much.
But Christian, I mean,
yeah,
I still don't discount Christian for this. But what I wanted to talk to you about was the times that you were doing back in your day. I know the times I was doing back in my day. Just how far the sport's come since then. I mean, could you have envisaged back then, if someone had told you back then when you were racing that the men would be, you know, low 8s low 8s, and the women are knocking on the door of breaking 8? I mean,
well, look at some of the fastest women's times. You know, Annie Haug,
8:02.
8:02. I mean, that's faster than I ever went. Yes. I will admit it on air, live. There's a couple women, Laura Phillip, who has gone faster than I ever went. Sebi?
Yeah, I mean,
it's crazy.
On my very first race here, it was Chrissy Wellington already beat me in 2 of the 3 disciplines on the swim and the run. And I mean, regularly we have women going faster. I mean, than I've ever been on swim and run.
It's crazy, but you know, isn't it exciting? It's such an exciting time in our sport that we continue to raise the bar. And just sometimes, you know, perspective is an interesting thing. I think, particularly with athletes today, they're always chasing that next time, that next goal. But if you just sit back and see how far the sport's come just in our lifetime, I think it's incredible.
Yeah, you know, when I started, this distance was literally seeing who would slow down the least.
The least,
it was the survival contest. And then clearly that changed in 1989, Dave and I showing that it can be a race start to finish.
The funniest thing is,
and then it's just evolved from there with equipment, with nutrition, with the training knowledge, with the expectation of what it's going to take.
The funny thing is, I thought that today, and I thought this is like old school racing, because it is, again, whoever slowed down the least will win this race. And I mean, the only guy that we have in the top right in your picture,
slowing down.
It's not really slowing down. It's actually probably even speeding up. But especially on the men's side right now, it was like old school racing, full gas, hit the wall. Whoever cracks last wins the race.
No, it's incredible to think our men now through 35.8 and our women just through 21.1. So 2:44, that gap is now between Alana Siffert and Lucy Charles-Barclay. I'm going to call it early. If things stay as they are, Alana Siffert could be winning the greatest race of her career.
Absolutely.
I mean, would you have expected this?
I just need to...
You're going to leave us, love us and leave us? I know you are a very busy man and we really appreciate you coming in.
prepare the finish
Prepare the
line.
finish line.
Look
Oh
at the
gosh,
stadium.
just
It's
turn
full.
around.
It is absolutely nuts.
You know what's funny? I have not turned around once since we started this morning at
Yeah,
6:15.
we just
this place was
had
empty,
the
and
whole
now
stadium
it is
in our backs.
absolutely chock-a-block full. So
Everybody out
wow.
there watching, enjoy it. It's really a thriller. And thank you for tuning in. Thanks for tuning in to Roth. Belinda, Sebi, Mark, have a great time and
Thank you
enjoy
very
it.
much.
Thanks, Felix, for this race.
It's amazing to have Felix Volsurfer. Always has time for everyone. It doesn't matter who they are. It's incredible to see. He's been out on that course all day long. He's now going down to the finish line to get it prepared for, who are we saying, Sam Laidlow or Christian Blummenfelt?
I'm just excited to see everybody finishing in under the permanent arch.
Exactly, the new permanent arch.
Absolutely.
Thank you for bringing that up. We haven't brought that up yet, and of course all of our viewers will be able to see it in all its glory once the athletes make their way through the stadium. But we do have a permanent new finish arch, and it's absolutely spectacular. And tonight, when it all gets to light up and we get to see it, it's going to be a sight to behold.
In German, we have saying übern Berg, which means over the hill. Sam is over the hill. It looks a lot better now. Again, he was able to take on some nutrition, and he passed Christian right there.
Oh, that was the first time they get to see each other.
I mean,
since
Christian
the canal.
was hammering for sure. And he has 6 minutes 28 on 34.9 kilometer. It's gonna be super close.
It
I
will
mean,
be.
it's gonna be super close.
Come on, Sammy. Come on,
But
Christian.
what I really loved is he was able, and Mark, you mentioned that he was able to take on some nutrition again, because it's so tough to take on the calories. So, I have to stand up.
So
he has a decent lead, you know, and,
Well-
and if he doesn't, if he can kind of hold,
We
well,
know what
there's
that pace
grimace
is.
again.
50 he can afford to slow down 50 seconds per kilometre.
Oh.
Someone's
but
just
you know,
on the maths.
you know that is nothing.
I
Once you
know.
start walking,
I
it's
know,
gone in a
and
second.
all of a sudden it's blown out of the water. But if someone could just go out on course right now and tell him that he could afford to slow down, around 30 to 50 seconds per kilometre, he'll have it. But that's not how it works. But right now, looking definitely, still grimacing, of course, but looking
think-
a lot better than he did.
I think telling him that he is allowed to slow down would not be the tactical advice I would
No,
give him.
no.
I would actually just scream in his ear that he has to run
Keep
and
going
hold on
as
for
hard as
his
you
dear
can.
life, and that he's on a very good way to win this, but he has to hold it together.
Yeah.
Just looking at the difference from the side, we can see for a moment the length of their strides, and clearly Sam's stride
Completely
is
different.
much shorter than Christian. Christian looks like he's more trying to attack a 10K than the final kilometers of a marathon.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? And I mean, he ran the first half of the marathon in 1:13:48. It's incredible. And I mean, the stride length, but also the turnover is just amazing.
You know, everybody can go buy a pair of super shoes, but to make those shoes go that fast, that's a true talent.
So, thanks to our listeners, we are looking at Lucy Charles-Barclay, and we know that she took some time in transition to change completely out of her race suit that she was in for the bike. And we know that it would most definitely be a comfort thing, but we also know that it's obviously it's running kit that they use, track athletes use, that we see in the Diamond Leagues, of course. It's a much lighter material than you see in their race suits they wear on the bike. It's also less material, so definitely better for the run here today on quite a few counts, as we see Rico Bogan now also making his way through this incredible town of Buchenbach, where I think every single person that lives in Buchenbach comes out for this race to cheer them on.
And he's still holding it together quite well.
Yeah, he does. I honestly thought that he was, once that elastic band broke, that he would start to really fall apart. And Mark, before we let you go, you've got to give us your prediction. No guest is allowed to leave without giving us their prediction on who's going to win it here today for the men and women.
No,
Sorry,
boy.
we're putting you on the spot, but
I'm put on the spot. I'm going to go with the nearly impossible. I'm going to go with Christian.
All right.
It's a big gap, and Sam actually looks okay right now.
And the women?
I think Alanis has it.
Yep.
She just looks so smooth and so good.
Yep.
Yeah, now anytime soon we see the pass between KB and
we know
and
Rico
Jonas.
Bogan's there, Jonas is there, so all of these
sorry,
men
Rico,
now
of course.
in all of these men now in, and he's just about to leave the town of Buchenbach. But Mark, thank you so much. Absolute pleasure and an honour to have you on, and so good to have you back here.
Great job, you guys. Great to be
Thank
here.
you.
We'll see you at the finish line.
Absolutely, you will.
Cheers.
Of course, Mark Allen, one of the pioneers of the sport of triathlon. He's done just about everything, and it's so good to still have him here, so heavily involved. Absolute mastermind he was. I've watched him race many a time. And of course, those battles between himself and Dave Scott over the years were truly epic. Right now, the quad box working its magic. We've got Sam Laidlow leading the race up in the left-hand corner. We've got in the right-hand corner Rico Bogan still holding his own, still hanging on. We've got Alana Siffert leading the women's race, down in the bottom left corner, and Lucy Charles-Barclay looking like a metronome right now as she makes her way back along the canal. Both of these women making their way back now. And once they get off the canal, they will then make their way through Roth and out the other side to Buchenbach.
With all the excitement on the men's race, our guests, let's have a look back on the women's race. Kat Matthews in 5th position, still 12 minutes 50 back. We talked about that. I think it's just not Kat's day.
Not Kat's day. It's not that she's having a terrible day, but it's just not the run that we are accustomed to seeing from Kat Matthews. But honestly, Sebi, I look at the results of Alanis, and she has many wins to her name. There is absolutely no doubt about it. But for her, if she is able to pull it off today, it is by far the greatest win of her career. You think the likes of Kat Matthews, Lucy Charles-Barclay, women on this list that have had far more experience over this distance than the 24-year-old Alanis Siffert.
Christian Blummenfelt has Rico Bogen now in his side. But Rico is holding it together really well. I think
He certainly is.
I mean, he's not falling apart completely, and that's often what happens when you push yourself to the absolute limit. You have this guy with Sam Laidlow in front. You're so excited, leading your home race more or less. On your first long course race, going 3 hours 55 on the bike, absolutely crazy.
Madness.
And then not to blow up completely. That's the most important thing. That's the biggest quality, and the thing he can learn from today is what he is actually capable of doing.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I must admit, obviously I watch Rico race a lot, and I've seen him blow up before, and it's not pretty. But today, when I saw that elastic band break between himself and Sam Laidlow, as you can see, that was Sam
Magnus.
right there, and Magnus, and Christian. So Christian on his way back from Buchenbach. And if he doesn't start to make his move rather quickly, I honestly think my prediction was correct, and I think Sam Laidlow is going to be able to hold him off, because I just think he might run out of real estate. It is difficult to see right now. I need to get a little bit closer down on ground.
And actually, I mean, it's back to 7 minutes, 7:03.
Well, you can see right now.
7 minutes 3 seconds now.
And Sebi, look at this right now.
Split.
It's just about the pass is about to be made. Hats off to Rico Bogen. I mean,
Absolutely.
honestly, as I said, when that elastic band broke, I really thought it was going to be all over, but he has absolutely excelled pushing. I mean, it's taken Christian Blummenfelt, one of the greatest, if not greatest, in the world, to pass him. And of course, we knew that pass was inevitable. And now Christian basically has one more scalp to try and get, and I just think he's going to run out of real estate. As you said, it has blown out just slightly, and that's because Sam, he went through a bad patch. I think it wasn't just because it was the climb. I truly think Sam went through a bad patch going up to
I don't know if this is a
Buchenbach.
bad patch. I mean, this is like a...
But he looks, okay, he's not running right now as fast as Christian, but he looks good. He looks better.
I mean, at the end, it comes all down to how much suffering you can actually handle.
To do.
And that's the thing. At one point, you can throw everything out of the window, all the theory. The only thing that matters is really how much suffering can you
And I tell you, further back, Menno Koolhaas now only about 23 seconds behind Jonas Schomburg. So Jonas Schomburg in fourth. Menno Koolhaas having a very controlled race here today. We know that his strength is that he has no real weakness. His swim, bike, run are all solid across the board. And he's running very, very well now. And it'll be interesting to see if he is able to bridge up across to Jonas Schomburg. And Christian Blummenfelt, while he is still in third on our timer, we know that he is now in second place with Rico Bogan in third. Alana Siffert still leading the way for our women. Lucy Charles-Barclay in second at 2:44 down. Caroline Pole in third, and Daisy Davies holding fourth. So solid race from Daisy in
and
what is
Alanis
only
is
her
about
third time.
To finish the stretch on the channel.
And look at the crowd cheering Alana Siffert on. She became a crowd favourite last year when she was geeing the crowd up to keep on cheering for her. She doesn't need to do it so much this year because they're automatically cheering for her right now. And we're going to leave you just for a quick commercial break right now. Leave you with our quad box with Sam Laidlow, Christian Blummenfelt, Alana Siffert and Lucy Charles-Barclay, first and second in our female and male race here today in Roth. We'll be back with you just in a sec.
Let's go, Sonny, pick it up. There we go.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Nice. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Gerade wenn die Welt Kopf steht, braucht es dein Vertrauen, deine Liebe, deine Zuversicht, unsere Energie. Denn gemeinsam sind wir stark. Allianz, das gute Gefühl, gut aufgehoben zu sein.
We are back with the race of the century. This is by far one of the greatest races we have ever witnessed here in Roth. The last race here that was this exciting was back in 2018 when we had that sprint finish between Lucy Charles-Barclay and Daniela Bleimel, only 9 seconds separating them in the end. Today here we've got Sam Laidlow making his way. He's coming through the town of Roth right now. And I tell you what, once he gets through the other side, he will be able to sniff that finish line. Christian Blummenfelt trying so hard to catch him.
2.5 kilometers to go for Sam Laidlow. This last stretch here is super tough. It's slightly uphill again. Sam is just suffering in another world. Like, I mean...
All right, and our last guest for today, joining us in the studio. He's here for the very first time. Have you on the show. Thanks for coming in.
What a day to be here. I mean, this is just incredible, isn't it? Like, you know, this is something that AI will never replace. The human spirit. This race is just absolutely incredible. You know, we have Sam off the front from the dot and just absolutely taking it insane right from the swim, and he had to do that today. He couldn't do it any other way than to put Christian on the back foot from the start. I called it. I called it yesterday on the prediction. I said, you know, Sam's going to go out there. He's going to give it everything. So that's the only way he can beat Christian. I was just talking to Christian's manager before, and he said, this only works 20% of the time, but you'll never know if you don't try. You know, it's worked this time.
And you told me before you came here that you have been out of on the course, and you have looked these guys in the eyes. What have you what have you seen in their eyes?
Yeah, and when I was out there on the course, I was obviously giving splits to all the guys out there. Sam was grimacing from the start. From 60 kilometers in, he had that grimace on his face. Rico had the grimace on his face. And then obviously we saw Jonas struggling towards the end of the bike. And I said to Christian, you know, keep the spirit alive, because these guys have overrode. And they did override. But it's a gamble that's obviously paid off now, and we're on world record pace.
But do you think now, obviously I agree, they rode hard. They knew that was their only strategy, though, at the end of the day, when you've got someone like Christian Blummenfelt coming for you, who is by far the better runner. But the one thing I know about Sam Laidlow is he's an absolute fighter. It doesn't always look pretty, but he will fight to the death. And right now, as the defending champion, I know he wants this. Is he just going so deep, deeper than he's ever gone before?
Yeah, absolutely, and we all know Sam really well, and we obviously all really know that he's an emotional racer in terms of, like, this is something that he needs. If he came off the bike with Christian, he probably wouldn't have had this race. Being out there with the wind in the ears, with this crowd waiting for him, maybe a world record on the line, that's what he gets out of bed for. He doesn't get out of bed for average.
Now tell me, this is your first time here. Turn around, take a look.
Just incredible, isn't it?
Have you ever seen anything like it in the sport of triathlon?
No, it's just absolutely incredible. I mean, like, what a celebration of the sport, and what a day to come here to Roth and witness this just on what a special day, men's and women's race.
Yeah, both have been incredible. And I mean, obviously we knew that it was going to be probably a Sam versus Christian show. In the women's race, slightly different. I mean, obviously Alana Siffert got off the bike in first and has continued not to just keep her lead, but actually extended over the likes of Lucy Charles-Barclay. Kat Matthews obviously not having the race that we expected from her, or that she anticipated having. But you've got hats off to Alana Siffert.
Do you know what, like I was just going to say, hats off for never giving up, because how many times have we seen Alana Siffert come off the bike with a lead like this and run a 3:05, a 3:10, 3:15 marathon?
Yep.
Don't know if she's ever run a sub-3-hour marathon. And just to keep showing up time after time after time and just doing the same book, hoping or knowing, I guess, in the back of your mind, this will work one day. And again, what a stage for it to work on.
Well, we were talking about that, and when I was going over my notes last year, we've already spoken about it, 12 races, the year before 9 races. Right now, coming into this race, only 4 races under a belt. Is it that she's just coming into this race fresh, mentally and physically?
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, we have the bookies' favourite in Christian and Lucy. They're the most consistent athletes, but I feel like both of these athletes that are looking likely to win today, Sam and Alana, they just come into these races and they know the race that they want to target. It's old school racing. It's what you used to do back in the day, Sebi. Now we've got so much choice in the sport. We can race every single weekend, and it's the brave athletes that say, I'm just going to target 1 or 2 races a season, and they're the ones, I think, that come out with these amazing performances.
And you're talking old school, and I think also race tactic-wise, it's old school, right? I mean, throw all the tactics and theory overboard, right? Start the swim as hard as you possibly can, go as hard on the bike as you possibly can, and then somehow try to survive, you know? I mean, this is nuts, but as you said, I mean, one of them will survive at the end, and yeah, it looks like Sam is the one.
Well, what is out on course is saying that he's found his rhythm again, and he's right on the verge of 7:21 as a finish time. So definitely looked a little faulty as he entered that last climb up to Buchenbach. But he's found that second win that he needed to hold off this man on screen right now. So a predicted time of 7:21.08 for Sam Laidlow. And look at Christian, he is absolutely flying, but he's just going to run out of real estate.
I was kind of surprised because when he started the marathon together with Magnus, I was like, this is a little bit too conservative for Magnus. And right now it looks like he should have been a little bit more aggressive on the front. Do you agree? Or
yeah, 100%. And like, you know, who knows what's going to happen out there, right? As well, like, you don't know how they're feeling. We don't know how, because they rode so hard. They were riding 70.3 half Ironman power out there, like, for sure. I'd love to see the files after this race, but those guys just threw every single match they had in the box at this race, and like, it's hurting, obviously.
Oh, he is literally about a kilometre away from joining us here in the studio. He will be absolutely over the moon. I know he's been through some ups and downs. He's only done 2 races this year, but 2 wins from 2 races. And this will mean the absolute world to him when he pulls win number 2 here off today. He committed to this race way back in November last year. He has not looked sideways. It has been the number 1 race for the year for him for the first half of the year. And you can see the crowds now. He will be able to hear the stadium as he makes his way in here towards us. What do you think's going through his head right now, Kyle?
I think he's just trying to survive.
Survival mode?
It's completely empty. I mean, he's in paradise land right now from his mind. I mean, he will wake up and think he's probably died somewhere on the run course.
Oh, it's just madness, absolute madness. And on the flip side, what do you think's happening inside Christian's head? I mean, he made it abundantly clear in all of the interviews he's done that he's come here for the win. We wouldn't expect anything less from the likes of Christian Blummenfelt. But would there be a certain amount of frustration?
I think the strongest man won today.
Yeah,
and it wasn't for a lack of trying on both of their parts. Both of them went from the gun. They had their game plan. They had their strategy. Sam went hard from the start. He obviously was working with Rico and Jonas on the bike, but Christian also had Magnus, Mano, all of those guys in that second group with him. The strongest man has won today. And for Christian, the only thing you could do is take your hat off to that. There's nothing Christian could have done today to win this race.
And I think he will, right? I mean, that's a great thing with Christian as well. I mean, he's not somebody who's either win the race or did not finish. He's racing sometimes when he's not 100% fit, he accepts defeat.
All right, we are now entering the festival market, so we are within the grounds of the race venue here in Roth. He will make his way along this carpet, and it will be, you can see just over in that left-hand corner up high that he will be entering the green carpet of the DATEV. And here he comes, everyone.
This is greatness that we're witnessing today as well. The bar keeps raising. It's like
history.
Who would have thought that 7:20 to beat that was on the cards ever?
And it's here now.
3:55 on the bike, it's just insane.
And it will definitely be one of his fastest marathons that he has ever run. And here he is, folks. As he makes his way around the stadium, he will be absolutely over the moon. And Sammy Laidlow will be your DATEV Challenge Roth champion, and you can see the emotion on his face already. It's one thing to win this race, but to come back and defend your title is something else. And he has done it in absolute style here today. And you can hear the crowd in the background. Honestly, there is not even standing room only. There's nothing left. Every single seat is taken in this stadium. Of course, his partner Milan Agnew down on ground. It's been a long, hard slog to get Sam to this finish line. Kyle, we were speaking before on what makes Sam Laidlow tick. We know he's a super talent. There's no if, buts or maybes on that. But the one weakness that Sam Laidlow's got is his head. And if he's not emotionally in a good place coming into a race, it's almost impossible for him to take the win. But he's also the sort of person that 1 week you could think it's all over, and he's able to switch it within days. And that's what we've seen here this week with Sam.
But Sam, it's not just Sam Laidlow who's racing this race. He's the one on the course, but the team that he has behind him, his mum, his dad, his brother, Milan, his manager, everyone, even Sebi's in the corner as well. Everyone who races this race with Sam. And it is amazing to see. Sam puts so much pressure on his shoulders. That's why he feels that. Imagine the pressure coming in saying, I want to win this race. Christian has so many races. If he comes here, gets second, he won Texas, he won this other race. Sam just had this one race that he was targeting. That is massive for him to come away with the win. And right now he's obviously feeling elation, but relief, overwhelmed, everything he's feeling right now. And it's just,
there is no feeling like that in the world. There is nothing you can compare that with. It's just,
truly remarkable scenes down here. And just that raw emotion right now that's taken over Sam Laidlow. You saw him there with his girlfriend Milan. She's been through every step of the way with him on this journey to get to Roth.
Pressure makes diamonds.
Absolutely. Couldn't be more true in this circumstance. It's just brilliant. And of course, while Sam Laidlow, he's a crowd favourite here. They fell in love with him last year. They will now take him on as one of their own. And that's just what this race does. That's what makes this race so incredibly special.
But also a heads up to the man on the screen who made this race possible, because you're not racing this race on your own. You race it because there's pressure, right? I mean, that pressure that built in the weeks leading up to the race. But also KB, I mean, it's just incredible what all those guys put on a show today.
And of course, the overall time now, unofficial overall time for Sam Laidlow is at 7, I'm trying to get that now, hold on a second, 7:21.04. So that is indeed a new course record. He has broken Magnus Ditlev's record from 2024.
We're a little bit we're a little bit silent here because we are listening to Sam's little speech. It's also great that he is able to step up on the stage, because I was afraid that
I don't know how. Actually,
I saw a
getting
trip
up
to the
all right.
hospital is definitely
Going down's the worst. So let's see how he gets down. But the crowd, the noise here in the stadium, just appreciating exactly what, and coming to the realisation of exactly what Sam Laidlow has just done. Not only winning again, defending his title, but breaking Magnus Ditlev's record from 2024. As we turn back to Christian Blummenfelt, who is also about to make his way towards us here at the festival market and into this incredible stadium. Kyle, I have to ask you, and don't shoot me for asking you this, does it make you want to come here and race?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think like every athlete, right? Even the age groupers are here. There's no wonder people camp out all night to get a spot for their race next year. It's infectious, this race. You know, you want to be part of this. And I was really wanting to be part of this race.
That was close with the drone.
The drone, that's right. This is a special drone shot that we've got. But yeah, I can understand. I think you come here once, you get the bug, and you just have to do it. We've got Andreas Dreitz celebrating his last race here today. We've got Benny Hoffman deciding he couldn't hang up his boots till he'd done this race. And it's just one of those races. I think it's also a race when things haven't been going right and you start to struggle with being a professional athlete or where you are at. You come here and it just gives you that love back for the sport. We've all been there, we've all done it. But it is just such an incredible place and race. And look at that. That is the most perfect drone shot of just what they can expect to see when they enter the stadium. And Christian Blummenfelt now, he tried so hard. He chased all marathon long. He's just pulled up short. But hats off to him. First time here for Christian, and he will be second place across that finish line. He is for sure one of the greatest the sport's ever seen. He was just beaten today by a better man on the day.
What a titan of the sport, and again, to come here, to put it all on the line, to put it out there. He had a lot to lose today, but he has had an absolute amazing performance. That's what I respect Christian so much, because he's a fan of the sport. He's a true fan. He just wants to be part of this environment. He wants to be part of this. And look, he's had an amazing day out there. There was just one guy who, honestly, I think was unbeatable today.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with you. But now, of course, down on ground with Mr. Erdinger himself. So we were talking about Erdinger being a long-time supporter of so many professional athletes and this race itself. And I tell you what, he has done. Most athletes on their first attempt at that fail miserably, but he nailed it.
And he ran that 2:29.33, so
I do believe that was my prediction. I've done well on the old predictions today.
Wow, Rico Bogan.
What a debut
we
on
thought
home
he
soil.
was gone. When that elastic band broke between himself and Sam, we thought he was Gonski.
At 12 kilometers into the run.
Yes, exactly, Kyle.
Yeah, he's a young guy in Germany on debut. Like, this guy has got a massive future.
I've got goosebumps. That was so impressive for him to hold on like that. He was in uncharted territory, first time ever over the distance. You can see the elation on his face. Third across the line, so he scores a podium. First German home. We said how important that is to be the strongest German here, and he's nailed both to perfection. So impressed with his race here today when I thought it was all over before the halfway mark on that marathon.
The thing that impresses me the most right now, he's not falling down and laying down. As you said, Kylie, this guy has a big future in the sport, that's for sure. He's not even taking a sit-in.
To ride a 3:54 out there on that course. When I was out there on the course, they were riding so hard, and I said, Rico's going to have a great first 10Ks on the marathon, and then I feel like it might just come back to pinch him, just that inexperience, just that lack of age probably. And here he is, he's just ran third here in Roth, 7:27.
His wife gets a beer sweaty hug.
So hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second. Something we didn't speak about. 7:21.04. Not only is it the Roth record, it is a world record. So the fastest time was 7:21.12 in Cozumel, which has a little bit of an asterisk because of the current assisted swim. Well, he's just obliterated that because 7:21.04 is now the official time for Sam Laidlow. So defending champ gets it again, gets the Roth record, gets the overall record. I think he will be a pretty happy camper by the time tonight comes, when he realises, when it actually starts to sink in what he's actually done here today.
Look, the bar keeps on raising, like the mountaintop just keeps getting higher and higher and higher. And guys like Sam and this, guys like Christian, obviously Christian almost broke that world record a couple of months ago in Texas, and now Sam just comes and obliterates it on an honest day, an honest course. Wow, Menno.
Well, what did we say? We've been saying it from the time the gun went off. This man does not have a weakness. And if anyone falters in front of him, then he will pick up a top 5 position, and that is what he has done. So fabulous racing from the Dutchman.
2:30.33 marathon as well for Menno.
Wow.
Like that is just some incredible stuff.
And he looks fresh, I mean, to be honest.
That's amazing. 7:30 on the dot. He'll be very, very happy with that.
Way to rally as well. When I saw him come out the water with those guys, I thought, I've obviously raced Menno lots of times and intimately raced him as well, and I know how strong he is on the bike and how well he's performed. And for him to lose what would be almost 15 minutes on the bike to guys like Rico and Sam, to keep that mental resilience, to keep going and knowing like, okay, I'm still in this race even though I'm 14 minutes down. Those gaps were insane.
Insane. And I tell you what, Menno Koolhaas has now just overtaken Yuri Kulin as the fastest Dutchman around. So 7:30 on the dot. It trumps Yuri Kulin's 7:33. Of course, Yuri Kulin doing that for the very first time, which was rather impressive. So big shout out to Yuri. But
Belinda,
great.
would you excuse me for 3 minutes? I have to get some sweaty beer hugs down there. I need
absolutely.
to.
Don't worry, I can keep my other partner in crime here. Kyle will keep me company while you're away. We totally understand. And it's what makes our sport so incredibly special. Obviously, Sebi Kinley joining me in commentary all day today, but he has a very close working relationship with so many of the athletes through his nutrition company ministry. He sponsors Sam. He's been there with Sam through the highs and lows. That is elite sport. As we can see right now in the women's race, we've got Lucy Charles-Barclay currently in second place, just waiting to see what that next split is. We know Alana Sifford has gone through the 30-kilometre timing point. At last split at 28.3, Alana's had 3:32 over Lucy. So continuing to put time in, as we can see now. Jonas Schomburg, the second of our Germans, making his way to the finish line. I mean, last year, of course, Jonas had a fantastic debut here, finishing in second place, led for most of the day. Today, a little tougher for him, but nonetheless, still a great race.
But like, those guys just rolled the dice, and Jonas lined up this morning to win this race. And to get 5th place after that, to rally back after being dropped at the end of the bike, 5th place here in Roth, an amazing time. I mean, 7:32. Like, these guys are still doing incredible. We say, oh, what a shame, he got 5th place. That's no good. And then, he's just doing these insane performances and rallying right to the end. Like, it'll be so easy once that elastic snapped, once he's out of it, just to sort of like the mental, okay, that's it, my day's done, I'm not winning this race, when you set off on the start line to win the race. But to rally like they do now, to go to the wire. These guys are going to take months to recover from this race.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And this is what we want to see. We're saying these championship events, we had Mark Allen on just earlier, and he said the greatest thing about these championships events is just how much extra you're able to give rather than just a normal event. And we saw that when we saw the Dave Scott-Mark Allen rivalry back in the day. Whenever they got to the World Championships, they were able to elevate, and we've seen it again here today with all of these athletes.
Yeah, 100%, and I can only imagine what it's like to be a German athlete here in Roth.
Oh,
like, imagine
pressure.
Not just pressure though, but
just
like the amount of adrenaline that you get there out on the course from the crowd.
It.
Trying to control it, but also like that lift you get from the crowd. Like, these guys are going to be in a world of pain for weeks and weeks after this race. Like, it is just insane. I've got the pleasure of having a race in my hometown in New Zealand in Taupo, but you know, these guys racing here, superstars in the sport, all week they've been being pulled from pillar to post with sponsor stuff, with everything, and then to come out on Sunday, keep that nervous system under control and deliver these world-class performances.
Yeah, it's truly is incredible.
And Magnus Ditlev coming in here now.
Ditlev, I tell you what, this is probably, from an emotional standpoint for me, this is probably my favourite athlete to get across the finish line. Okay, was it a phenomenal race for Magnus? No, but I think the boy is back, and that's the most important thing. We know he's been sick. It's taken so long to get over shingles. It's an up and down. So it's a horrible thing to have. We spoke about it before. So it's incredible to see him just have such a solid day over swim, bike, run.
Yeah, 100%. Like, look, what are we talking about here? Inspirational performances from all of these athletes out here today. All of these men that are putting on incredible performances, and then all of these women too that are just putting in awe-inspiring performances.
Yeah, but that is now our top 5. Yep, our top 5, and 6 actually, because it hasn't updated. Our top 6 now across the finish line. And it looks like Freddie Funk, the man with the coolest name in the sport of triathlon, will be next. We are waiting to see him make his way into the stadium. So Sam Laidlow, Christian Blummenfelt, Rico Bogan, Menno Koolhaas, Jonas Schomburg, Magnus Ditlev, our top 6 so far across the line. At last check, it was Fred Funk in 7th. We know for our women out there, Alana Siffert still leading the way, Lucy Charles-Barclay in 2nd. Carolina Pole, again, another first-timer, looking good or looking solid to try and hold on to that third that final podium spot. Not a done deal yet. The women have still got quite a bit more of the marathon to go. But hats off to Caro Pole, again, coming in with pressure, coming in with that overload of adrenaline that you have to try and control, and it's your first one.
Yeah, 100%. That's almost a blessing in disguise, though, being the first one.
Bit of naivety.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're in for.
You don't really understand it.
You don't have the trauma of all the other Ironmans and all the other full distances in your past. But, you know, like, these women are just absolutely incredible. And for someone like Lucy as well to come in on Monday and say, I feel good in my training session. I want to go not just show up at our race, show up on the world's biggest stage come here, put it all out there. And, you know, minus Alana Siffert having the day of her life today, you know, Lucy is having another incredible performance.
You know what I find most interesting, and for someone that's been in the sport for over 30 years, she's one of the best in the sport, in the world. Without a doubt, no ifs, buts or maybes. The main reason she said she came here is obviously she's in good form and she wanted to test herself, but she said the number one reason is because the love that she has for this sport, for this race in particular, that this was a race that helped shape her career into what it is today, and that's why she wanted to come back. And I think sometimes as professional athletes, for the exact reason you said, there's so much choice, it's so hard to pick and choose and take the right pathway. Sometimes you need to take a step back and just do it for the sheer love of the sport.
And do you know what? Like, there's so much you have to have so much motivation in this sport. You know, you have to get up so early every single morning, and you got to wake up knowing that you're going to bust your ass so hard that day. And it is such a hard. And I don't know for every athlete, but for me, I imagine these big events. I imagine being out on the bike in a big event, coming into a finish line like this. Money doesn't cover that.
No.
You know, money doesn't get me out of bed. It doesn't, like, who cares? I think Lucy's the same, you know, like, she wants to perform at these big races. She wants to have a feeling that's soulful, you know.
Exactly.
People that are just chasing the money, and I think we've just seen it time and time and time again. They're going to do the series or they're going to do this just to chase another paycheck. It just becomes soulless at the end of the day, and that's something that's so hard to, you know, chase after, whereas big performances like this, that really, it's what we all dreamed of when we were kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also the fear of actually, having one of these big events and then later thinking, oh, I should have done more. I should have invested more because this is so great.
Yeah, and we are going to go down on ground any second now that we have our winner, our new world best time, Sam Laidlow, down on ground, and we're going to get a few words for him, and I'm sure it's going to be very emotional. Sid, down to you, my friend.
Thanks, Belinda. So, Sam, congratulations, 2026 DATEV Challenge Roth champion. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm on top of the world right now. I'm just so thankful to everyone who's put in the effort this year. There's really been a lot of work behind the scenes, and even just like my close family and girlfriend. Even last week, I was very close to not racing, to be fair. So yeah, they got me to the start line, and I'm so grateful.
Now, back-to-back champions. Won last year, came back, defended, won again. What does that mean to you?
It means the world. I mean, you dream of winning the biggest races, of breaking records, and to be able to do that today was so very special, yeah.
So talk about breaking records. Not only did you demolish the course record, you also have the world's fastest time now. So we talk about how you're feeling about that one?
You keep asking me how I feel. Same question over and over again. I feel fucking good.
Sorry about that. All right, thanks. We'll go and celebrate. Really appreciate it. Matt, awesome race. Congratulations.
And that was, of course, our winner, our world best time now, Sam Laidlow, down with Laura Siddall. And while that speech was happening, we have also had Christian Hugenhaug from Denmark also make it across the line. Just in front of him was Frederick Funk. So incredibly close racing here at the end of the day for our top 8. So Magnus Ditlev, we said, was in 6th, Frederick Funk in 7th, and Christian Hugenhaug in 8th.
I've had the pleasure this week of staying with Christian Hugenhaug's wife and kid, and obviously being a new father is always, it's a question on your career, right? Like, how are you going to respond to that? And he has a beautiful child, beautiful wife, beautiful family, parents, everyone, and they're all here as well to support him. It's super cool. And for Christian, he's all these guys. I think you do it for a reason, Belinda.
Yes,
are amazing guys.
I get to work with some of the greatest human beings on this planet. I always say it's not a job for me. I got nicknamed a mother hen for a reason, because I love each and every one of you, and it's an absolute pleasure to get to call this my job and to work with such, not just insanely talented. And I think when I introduced you, I talked about you being not only one of the greatest athletes we've ever seen, but also one of the greatest humans, and I mean that. And it's every athlete that we've got here on this start line is exactly that. They exemplify everything that you want in a human.
Got Lucy Charles on the screen here, and I just want to say about Lucy, I think from me as another athlete, I think Lucy is one of the hardest, toughest person in this sport.
Yeah.
Just her training regime, right? I mean, all this indoor training, it's absolutely crazy. When I just heard a podcast in leading up to the race, her long runs on the treadmill, I was like, oh gosh. I mean, you know what? For me as a triathlete, the first thing is you learn to have a lot of respect for everybody who's in the single discipline, because you realize how shit you actually are compared to a real swimmer. And Lucy has been a real swimmer, and just the boredom and how hard it is to lock these pool miles. Yeah, I think from a mental standpoint, she's just incredibly tough.
Yeah, 100%. And she's probably just out here because she enjoys not being in the garage. Treading on to do another day in the garage.
Who let the dogs out? She's a dog mom as well.
But again, here is a woman that's at the pinnacle of her career, is one of the very best, certainly one of the most popular in our sport. And watching her this week, giving her time, signing autographs, taking pictures. Like you said, it's a festival of triathlon. It's not like these pros just turn up the day before and just get on the start line. They've been here all week long, doing sponsorship commitments, doing commitments to the race itself. And to watch them in action and to watch how much time they give back to the sport it's truly remarkable. And I always say to athletes, don't ever think that you're bigger than the sport. I don't know why. I don't even need to say it, because all of these athletes that we work with, it's never the case anyway.
Lucy, interestingly you said that though. My girlfriend Kira had no idea about triathlon before she met me. You know, like she had no clue. But Lucy was the one person that she knew, and she's from a completely outside sport. But Lucy was someone that she looked up to as an inspirational woman, not an inspirational triathlete, not an inspirational athlete, just an inspirational woman. She watched the YouTube videos because of like just being in awe of this amazing
Wonder
lady.
Woman.
Yeah.
Who is just so down to earth and so normal when you see her off the race course. And looking at this though, you've got Alana Siffert. She has not faltered for a kilometre. We watched Sam Laidlow. We saw him falter. We saw him go through a really quite a rough patch, right where Alanis is now actually. But Alana Siffert has not faltered for 1 second of this marathon, and that's impressive, because if I was to say that she had any weakness, it was going to be the run, but she certainly hasn't shown that today.
It doesn't look any different than what it did 20 kilometers ago, right? I mean...
Lucy now also right top of screen, and Caroline Pole down on your left of screen. So these are our top 3 women out on course. We know that Alana Siffert is already through 33 kilometers.
And at the 30 kilometer mark, Caroline Pole has 12 minutes and 16 seconds gap to the lead. It's going to be interesting with Daisy Davis if she is probably able to catch up and run to the podium, because that's just about a minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, she is starting to get close to Carolina Pole. Of course, Daisy Davies hasn't got that much experience either. Only 2 full distance races to her name. She did happen to win both of them, but today, still, if Daisy is able to make her way up onto that podium position by overtaking Carolina Pole, she will be over the moon.
You know, I'm not super experienced in long distance like you are, Sebi, but I do have a lot of experience in blowing up in the last 10K of a marathon. And so I can tell you a lot can happen in this last 10 kilometers of a marathon.
Well,
and
they often say that marathon doesn't start till the 32 kilometer mark, so
100%.
we're right there now.
And it's so interesting. Like, I thought when the super shoes were coming out that would go out and out and out. And then I think what's happened is athletes being athletes have just disrespected that totally and go, well, now I can just go harder on the bike. And, you know, you're seeing these guys going so hard and then, like, just
crazy.
holding on for dear life at the end of the race.
All right, and of course, while we are watching our women, we do know that Patrick Lange has now crossed the finish line in 9th place, with Tristan Olay in 10th. There are top 10 professional men are now across the finish line. So great to have Patrick Lange, 3-time world champion. There's nothing this man has not done. So
it's nice to see Patrick's probably still going to be a favourite for Kona now after seeing this.
Oh, exactly. I mean, come on.
He's going to fly under the radar once again and then surprise everybody.
It would not surprise me at all.
This is incredible from Carolina Pole too. I mean, what's going through her head now? She's probably never ever ran over 30 kilometers in her life before.
Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, usually when you do a long run, right, you probably just about to hit the 30K mark, usually not really crossing it. You don't want to put that amount of stress on your body leading up to a race, maybe a double run, but yeah. Uncharted territory now.
It's such an interesting thing, right? Because obviously from Carolina's background being short course and into the middle distance, the limiting factor is your capacity. Yeah. Whereas now she's probably thinking like, I know I can go harder than this. Just there's such a disconnect between my brain and my legs going like, I just want to run harder, but I'm just in survival mode.
And you know, I got to see Caro Pole. We spent 2 weeks together because obviously she raced the championship in Szamon, Slovakia this year. And watching her there and watching how much she fought, she had a great race with Lena Meissner, and she won because she was able to dig deeper than Lena that day. She was able to put herself in the hurt locker a little bit more, and then she backed it up the very next weekend and took the win at Challenge St. Polten. So I knew coming in here today she'd be in great form. As we go down to our podium, oh, look at Christian looking a little tender there, but as you'd expect, because he really did do everything he possibly could to chase down our winner, Sam Laidlow. But Rico Bogan, massive smile on his face. It's from ear to ear. Very, very happy young man.
Aus Frankreich und ist der Titelverteidiger. Lasst uns laut werden für den Sieger, für Sam Laidlow.
And here he is, the king of Roth, the king of suffering.
Taking care about his
the fastest
his
in the
mates.
world. I mean, I did not think we would get the fastest the fastest time ever over the distance here today. I mean, it was a little bit windy out on course.
Yep.
We heard that there was a bit of
No
rain on
wetsuit
course.
swim.
Yeah, no wetsuit swim. It's impressive.
Unseres Titelsponsors, der DATEV. Auch dazu herzlichen Glückwunsch und zwar für Rico Bogen.
I tell you what, though, hats off to Philip Sipe because he's done a tremendous job getting Rico exactly where he needed to be to take that podium spot today. And I suppose if Philip couldn't have Laura on the line, this is the next best thing.
Yeah, that's a great thing, right? When you race with the team, somebody else performs, you're still happy and you still know, okay, we're doing something right as a group.
So our top three men here today, Sam Laidlow taking that top step for a second year in a row. Rico Bogan on debut in third, and of course Christian Blummenfelt in second place. His first time here ever in Roth, and I have a feeling it will not be his last. Our top 10 men, obviously in fourth place, Menno Koolhaas. In fifth place, Jonas Schomburg. Magnus Ditlev in sixth, Frederick Funk in seventh. Christian Hugenhaug in 8th, Patrick Lange in 9th, and rounding out our top 10, Tristan Olay. So a great day for the Dutchies with two of them in the top 10. As we now will head back to our incredible women's race. Alana Siffert still leading the way as she has done pretty much all day long. Of course, Lucy Charles-Barclay first out of the water. But it wouldn't be long before Alana Siffert took the lead on the bike and has not looked back.
And now it's gonna get really exciting about the podium because Daisy Davis is about to catch up to Caro Pole.
And that is correct. So Daisy Davies, the youngest in the field here today, the least experienced except for Carolyn Pole. So the least experienced for sure if we compare her to the likes of Lucy Charles-Barclay and Alana Siffert. Alana Siffert, they've nicknamed her the Duck, and they've nicknamed her that for good reason. She's got, we talk about her traditional riding style, but it is also her traditional running style. So she's a little knock-kneed with that little bit of a flick out the back. But when you're leading one of the biggest races in the world, who cares? You can run how you like.
Better run like a duck than walking.
Oh, it's incredible. Honestly, she has an incredible team. We know that her teammate right now is over in Switzerland, racing at Ironman Switzerland. So Julie Deron, we had the pleasure of having Nina Deron, another one of Alana Siffert's training partners. She won Challenge Valsy last weekend. So it is looking to be a great weekend in the Sado camp.
That group Oh, we got the pass now.
We're right there. The pass is right there. Bang. Look at that. So Daisy Davies has now, in fact, overtaken Carolina
No
Pole.
hesitation.
Not bad.
I obviously picked Daisy for being on the podium in my picks earlier this week as well.
It's been such a long day. I don't even remember.
At least one thing I'll have right.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Lucy I had in second as well, but nobody expected Alana Siffert to be in first
All right,
place.
so I did have Sam Laidlow coming in first in 7:24. Timing wasn't quite right. Christian Blummenfelt in second. I had Jonas Schomburg in third. But for the women's race, I'm not allowed to look at those yet. I've been told I can't touch them. Be interesting to know from our audience how many of you got that right with our men's race and how many of you are on track to take out the women's race. I'll have to go and look back and see what I chose for Pro Tri News, but I think it was very similar.
Didn't they call us crazy for picking Sam beating Christian?
Yes.
Didn't you call us crazy?
I think you
No, I didn't call you crazy. I mean, as you said, I mean, by the book, it was the favorite.
Of course. But this is why we love sport, isn't it? It's not just by the book, it's not just by the numbers.
Absolutely.
I think when you and I went out for a run yesterday, Kyle, we were talking about it, and I don't know, I just had this feeling that Sam was going to be able to line up today in the right headspace that was needed to take
the
the
thing
win.
is, I wanted Sam to win for a couple of reasons,
Yes, of course.
but I didn't want to jinx it because every time I'd pick him,
Something happens. Something happens.
Gonna happen. That's the reason why I picked different, you know.
Oh, that's funny.
It's not science. It's some black magic. When I don't pick him, he is winning.
Oh.
That's what makes the sport so beautiful, though,
Absolutely,
right? This sport
it does, Kyle.
particularly.
Yeah.
We have obviously the Tour de France on at the moment, and we've got probably one guy who's a favourite. Maybe there's another guy who can contend, but it's like a pretty shoe-in. But with triathlon, who knows? And the athletes feel the same way as well. They line up on a start line. They go, Christian probably lined up this morning going, I think I can win this race. I can win this race. But then somebody like Sam just has an absolute flyer.
But that's on the other hand the crazy thing, right? I mean, it's the strongest man who wins. There is no luck involved in that case. Of course, you can have a mechanical or something like that, but the strongest woman or the strongest man wins the race. And still, there is so much excitement in the sport and so much surprise, even for people that think they know a thing or two about it.
Baller. Here's a question for you guys. Do you think Christian Blummenfelt enjoys the feeling of winning more or hates the feeling of losing more?
Ooh. I think it depends on who he's losing against, to be honest.
One thing is very sure. Either he's did not start for Kona, or he is absolutely in the craziest and best shape you will ever see Christian racing, because this today was for sure a wake-up call.
100%. You know what? Like, what has he got to do now? Obviously, Sam. We already know Sam rides incredibly well in Kona. He already puts a lot of time into Christian in Kona. Does Christian just go and train with the Expo cycling team now for a while?
We discussed that. I think the problem started today with the swim, and I mean, he wasn't able to swim with the front guys.
We've been talking about this all week, about his swim.
And I think that was really the problem. I think he needs to probably dial back the volume a little bit and invest into his swim speed again, right? And you stated it before, right? It is there. He was, I mean, he's Olympic champion short course.
Legend.
Of course, he's able to swim with any triathlete's front pack, or he used to, but that's probably one of the things. I mean, usually he could rely on cream rises to the top and fastest marathon, that's it. But yeah.
It's interesting too, like, you know, if all those guys lined up and they were all individual time trials with no other athletes impacting the race, and, you know, if Sam didn't have that group that he had working on the bike, the fastest way from A to B would be to just take it a little bit easier in the swim and save that energy for the marathon, but it's just not the way the races are playing out now.
I mean, I always say there's two ways how to win a race, right? It's be the first of all competitors crossing the finish line, or the fastest time of all competitors. Sounds similar, but it's actually not, because for the fastest time, it's just like you said, you don't swim the first 100 meters almost all out. You take it more conservative. You definitely not go hard on the climbs on the bike. You don't have to shake somebody off, right? That's for the fastest time. But if you want to be the first guy crossing the line, that's what we saw today, right? It's very aggressive from the start, working together with groups. It's a lot more tactic involved.
100%. And what I think's happened too, obviously we talked to Christian earlier and we said, like, is this a conscious decision in the race to swim easy, or is it a conscious decision in training? And Christian said, no, it's in training. He has the capacity to be in that lead group, no shadow of a doubt. But it's a conscious decision in training to only swim maybe 2 or 3 times a week and save that energy to go into the run. But now with the racing, and we thought, and I think they thought, everything going to 20-meter draft now, it's going to be even more of an impact to be leave a little bit of energy out of the swimming, put it more into the biking and running. But we're just not seeing that.
No. I think it'll be interesting to see when he goes back to St. Moritz whether he reevaluates his training schedule and starts putting in a few more swims in, obviously, but that high-end speed, because we know he's got it. It's not like it's something that he has to find. He's got it. It's there. It's just a matter of training it again. And we can see Lucy Charles-Barclay now making her way out of Buchenbach. Alana Siffert has already gone through the 36.2 kilometre mark. Her lead is upwards now of 5 minutes, so over 5 minutes. And look at the difference in turnover between the two. We know Daisy Davies now in 3rd place. But
I mean, we could now compare the pictures of the first 5Ks or the start at the run when she was running down. They would actually look worse than what we see now, right? I mean, it's actually looking better.
Speaking from experience, the one thing I know about Sado athletes is they might not always be the best athletes on this planet, but they are the fittest. We would run at least 100 kilometres a week. That would be stock standard. You're riding up around 450 to 500 kilometres a week on the bike, and you swim every day. Every day.
Resilience really towards the end of the race. What matters the most, right?
Yeah.
We've got 2 athletes here, like we were saying before with Lucy, about doing all the training on the treadmill. Obviously, Sado's crew as well. Just 2 hours long run on a treadmill staring at a brick wall.
And not a treadmill in a gym. It was a treadmill in a tiny little room, and all you were staring at is a brick wall. I mean, it was all about mind games. This is what Sado does without telling us, is he trains the mind. And you know when you go to a race that you are maybe not the fastest on the race course, but you are certainly the fittest and you are the hardest. You're the most resilient. And particularly with these women, this seems to work very, very well, as we're seeing on screen now with Alana Siffert. But she's 24, about to turn 25 in November, 25 years of age, and she's just won one of the biggest races. Well, she's about to win one of the biggest races in the world. It's remarkable.
And that's also the reason why she smiles all the time, right? I mean,
well, you know what
when you're outside and finally can show what you work for.
Right.
I think,
She also said that racing, and she means this, I mean, often I've heard this expression said, but she genuinely means it, that the racing side of it is a pure celebration, and it's a time to celebrate all of the months, years of hard work that have gone into getting you to this point. She's fueled by the crowd. That's the main reason she said there was no if, buts or maybes after last year. She was coming back to race here because the crowd support she got last year just pushed her towards that finish line, and we're seeing the same thing here today.
And I mean, it's one thing, right, to talk now about the race and what happens during the race. I'm also really excited, to hear the stories the days after the race. And one story I really would love to hear is Kat's story. She's still in 5th place, about 18, 19 minutes down. And I want to know what happened there, because obviously it's a very bad day for her. I mean, kudos for finishing it. But for sure, tough one to swallow. But you need to know the background behind it,
But the real champions and the ones that we know that end up moving on to have illustrious careers in the sport, they need to take the bad with the good. I mean, it's part and parcel of learning and as evolving as an athlete. It's not always going to be plain sailing and winning races or podiuming at races. I learnt some of my most valuable lessons in the races that didn't work, the races that didn't go out as anticipated or as planned. And, I have no doubt that she will sit down at some point, probably give herself at least a good 24 to 48 hours. But she will sit down with Mark and they'll evaluate where it went wrong, where it went right, what needs to be changed. But anyone that knows Kat Matthews will know that she will learn from this. She'll take away the things that need to be taken away. And I always say to athletes, you've got 24 hours to feel sorry for yourself and be down in the dumps, and you put your big girl pants on and you move on to the next race and to the next training session.
Like I was saying before on the podcast too, like there's so many more variable for the women athletes with
Yes.
where they are in their cycle. It could just be something as simple as that.
Simple as that, Kyle. Absolutely. Yep.
That's the reason why I would always love to have some context, and often sitting here, you know, it's easy
we only
to
know what we
talk
see
and
on screen.
speculate and making assumptions, but without the context, it's sometimes really tough, and it's so easy to throw an athlete into the bin just because we have no clue, right? What's happening down there.
I think that's such a classy athlete, and I just hope that she will feel bad after this race. She'll
and that's
be
what
down,
a champion
she'll be
does.
angry.
She should be angry.
Yeah, absolutely, she should be. And you know, like, but that's the mark of a great champion. If she didn't care, she wouldn't train so hard like she does and
She
get ready for
wouldn't
it.
be
And,
getting the results
you know,
she gets.
And like you were saying about Christian Sebi, she's either going to win Kona or she's going to try bloody hard to.
But it's interesting, you know, we look at Daisy Davies and she is so young, and as I said, only the 3rd time over this distance. She joined the Bianchi team this year, and she's in some good company with that team. I know she had a very successful training camp in Mallorca, and she won the Mallorca Olympic distance triathlon along with Miguel Hidalgo. So not a bad training partner to have. Completely different distance, mind you, but just I think often, and you know this, Kyle, surrounding yourself with like-minded people, surrounding yourself with athletes that have the mindset of a champion, it can make all the difference.
Yeah, 100%, and like just feeding off that, you know, ability, and also that belief in yourself. Then, if you're there training, if you're, you know, I obviously train a lot down in New Zealand, and I'm pretty alone down there, and I'm kind of lucky that I've, I guess, been in the ring, so to speak. But if you haven't been that, you don't know what you're capable of, and you don't know what's good. And so when Daisy's now riding, she's probably riding with and training with Hidalgo.
Exactly.
And she's an incredible rider, incredible runner, and she's so young, which is like, for me, it's quite mind-boggling. You know, even I was quite young going into Ironman, and it was an anomaly to do my first Ironman at 22. But now we're like, you know, in this era, this generation, the draw of racing full-distance races and the draw of racing this, and yeah, like, you know, Sam did his first at 18. And it's incredible.
And I think that's also... When we think about someone like Lucy Charles-Barclay, you said it, you know, she went from being an age group athlete to racing short course, middle distance, and then moved away through. That was the traditional way to do it. But now you've got athletes taking on this distance sometimes as their very first. It's crazy.
Absolutely. I think that's for sure a trend. You know, from a physical standpoint, the age where you bring the best performances is probably more in the mid-20s. You know, it's not at the end of your 30s, that's for sure. But historically, in long course triathlon, it was more like 10 years later, right? It was not when you turned 25. It was more like when you turned 35, probably. But that was just due to the lack of experience, right, and knowledge. And now you have all the data, you know, you have all the knowledge. I think that's also the reason why we've seen such a development in times. It's just because athletes getting younger into the sport in an age where the physical ability to perform is just higher, right? But they don't need the experience anymore.
No,
we did.
We need it. But moving on to the flip side of that coin, we just saw Patrick Lange get interviewed down there. I was listening in the background, and he just announced that Kona this year will be his very last Kona, and this race next year will be his retirement race.
Yep.
So we've got the other side of the coin when we talk about all these young up-and-coming athletes, the next gen, so to speak. But then we've got these brilliant athletes, the like of Patrick Lange, 3-time world champion. He's won here before as well. He's done just about everything there is to do, and he is going to come back here next year and retire. We've got Andreas Dreitz retiring here. This is his second last race. Ben Hoffman coming sort of out of an unofficial retirement to experience this race, and that's just what this race is all about.
As we've got Andy Dreitz coming down to the finish line.
Speak of the devil himself, that was perfect timing. Thank you, Kyle. But yeah, Andy Dreitz, what a stellar career this man has had. He's won the race here before. He's been around for a long, long time. And while this is the last big race for him, he will race Alpe d'Huez for a bit of fun, but this is the last big stage for Andreas Dreitz. And I'm sure it's going to be very, very emotional for him. He's been with Team Erdinger forever and a day. But wonderful to have him here. Also one of the nicest guys that you'll ever meet. You can see right now that Alanis Siffert is making her way into the heart of Roth.
It's just another 3 kilometers to go from here on.
Look at those crowds there. This is the cobbled section we were talking about, Sebi. But look at the crowd here through the heart of Roth. They absolutely love it.
It's just amazing to see these crowds out there, isn't it? Like, wow.
How was Solar? I meant to ask you.
Yeah,
Madness.
I wasn't out at Solar actually,
you
but
didn't go
I
out there?
I was helping Christian Hogenhag with some of his bottles, so I was out there.
See, team effort, I like that.
Exactly. That's what I find really cool these days. Harking back to our conversation before about these younger athletes coming in and with the lack of experience. We're now in an era where guys like yourself, guys like Frodo, guys like that are so happy to lend a hand and like support the new generation of athletes coming through. Whereas I feel like back in probably when you were coming up, the older guard were sort of, they turn their palm up at you. No way, you figure it out yourself. Exactly. And like, you know, even a cool story that I heard earlier with Daisy Davis, probably not many people know this, but last year she was on a pretty, I guess you could say, average bike, and, you know, she was a beginner in the sport. And Kat Matthews donated a whole group set, disc wheel, front wheel, everything to Daisy.
Yeah.
And like, that's just how cool our sport is. And I know some people can't get their head around it, like, why would you help your competitor? But
and now she beats you.
But it's all about nurturing the sport, and I think these athletes genuinely want our sport to thrive, and that's the way to do it. I know Rosie Wild, who's out there racing today, is on one of Kat's old bikes, and that's just typical of Kat Matthews. So big shout out to Rosie Wild, who's out there on course racing as well.
Alanis just crossed the 40 kilometer mark, so it's just
it's only a matter of
2
time.
kilometers to go.
And we mentioned this will by far be the greatest win of her career. I know her entire team will be watching. I'm sure her partner, Max Studer, will be watching live and will be so incredibly proud of what she's achieved here today. I know her parents are down on ground, her brother. I'm not sure if her brother's actually here on ground. I've seen both mum and dad here.
And also, even if it's probably not a surprise for herself, she probably knew what she's capable of. It's still a surprise for everybody else. Or at least for the most people, I would say. For me, it's for sure still a surprise. But there's only one chance to surprise yourself.
Yes, because no one's she's not going to be going under the radar anymore.
It's not becoming harder, but this is usually the greatest victory you'll ever have. Yeah. It's not the first World Championship title.
That's the reason that Lucy Charles-Barclay's back here, because when she won it back in 2019, it basically shaped her career to what it is today.
And I mean, that's the thing. When I won 70.3 World Championships for the first time, it also came as a surprise for probably not so much for me, but for everybody. So it came as a surprise, and there's only one first time. And from now on, you're racing, and we will actually talk about you, Alanis, in the future a lot, also before the race. So therefore, now you're marked.
I've known Alana since she first started in the sport. I met her when she was still a teenager, and I've just slowly but surely, and it's not so much the maturity that she's now showing physically, it's more the maturity that I see in her now, mentally, emotionally. And I've really noticed a difference in the last, say, 8 to 12 months. And even the way that she presents herself in front of sponsors, media. I was watching her from afar here with the media, and I actually went up to her and said, I cannot believe how well you are speaking now in front of a camera.
And that's important. And also, I mean, we are talking about professional sports here, right? This opens a whole different world financially for you as an athlete as well. You know, if you come here the next time, you're not just getting a handshake to be on the start line, that's for sure.
Very true.
And she will always be a Roth champion.
Yes.
Exactly. That's just like, Ironman world champion. You're always a Roth champion, especially when you're here and you're amongst those who won this race. The people here, they just know you, and it's really something special.
That's a really interesting point. Just to go through some of our Roth champions, obviously Lothar Laidlow, Chris McCormack, Joe Lawn, Yvonne van Vleuten, you and I, back in the day, Andreas Raelert, Jan Frodeno, Daniela Riff several times, Annie Haug, Lucy Charles-Barclay, Magnus Ditlev, Patrick Lange, Andreas Dreitz, now Sam Laidlow, of course, for the second time, Laura Philipp. I mean, we are talking about absolute superstars of the sport. and they've all won it right back. If we go way back before it was challenged, you've got Paula Newby-Fraser, Mark Allen. I mean, the list is endless. All of the greats of our sport from many, many years ago have all raced here, and they have all won. It's just steeped in so much history. And I think it's almost one of those races, along with the World Championship, that you want to tick the box.
Really feels like hallowed ground you're walking through here as well. Feels like there's history, feels like there's gravity to this place as well. Obviously, it's my first time ever being here. And you get told so often you have to go to Roth, you have to experience it. It's like nothing else in the sport. But then you come here and you're like... You
realise why. You're like,
exactly.
Okay, I
you
get
feel
it now.
I understand it when someone says that, but then you feel it when you come here. And I think that's why it is what it is.
Totally agree.
So we get to talk about this dude sitting on our left next year, I guess.
I hope so. I really hope so.
Like
I'll be working on it all year. You'll be getting a call from me in November.
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, I mean, I was supposed to race here. I've been supposed to race here a couple of times, and obviously just the moment has slipped or whatever. And but yeah, I feel like being here now is hard to not do it. Right?
Yeah. Felix has the Blanco contracts ready to sign for emotional athletes.
Exactly, we should get them before they leave
right
Roth.
on the
I
spot.
didn't think of that, Sebi. Good idea. I like it. Oh, well, I signed up. I remember first racing back in 2004, and I raced it 10 times in a row. So it definitely well and truly got me.
Like if you think about, you know, like we're going back to the old school way of racing. There was 3 races that you did in a year. You know, you did a race to qualify for the World Champs. You did Roth, and then you did the World Champs. There was 3. The Cameron Brown did that famously. He just did 3 races,
well, there's another
and he nailed them all.
Now she can already hear the stadium.
Oh yeah. And I tell you, those cheers
Turning
are only
right.
going to get louder and louder. She is for sure a fan favourite here in Roth.
Is Alana Siffert on here for a 20-minute PB?
It's mind-blowing. When we were doing the maths earlier today, we're saying, you know, there's no way she's going to run under 3 hours because she hasn't. And then we just didn't think that she was able to win just from what we'd seen on paper. But she's going to blow it out of the water here
like
today.
I said, toilet paper.
Yes, yes. But again, this is a performance that she will be talking about for a very long time, that we will all be talking about for a very long time. And you can see high five from the sideline there. As she makes her way in towards us, she'll go through the festival market first of all, and then she'll make it onto the green DATEV carpet.
Still getting the crowd hyped up.
Yeah, of course she is. She loves it. Honestly, she thrives on it. And this is why she is such a fan favourite here. Here she comes. So into the stadium proper she will come.
What does this feel like, guys?
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. You can see right now, she's about to enter the stadium. She had a solid swim today coming out behind Lucy Charles-Barclay. She rode so incredibly well. By far the fastest ride of the day. And she has managed to finish it with an incredible marathon, the fastest she has ever run. To take it home now. What a time, what a win. Look at the emotion on her face. You can see she is just absolutely over the moon.
And she's earned that win.
Oh, absolutely.
Step by step.
Step by step.
There was no handouts in that race. She went off the front on the bike. Every single pedal stroke that she did, every single stride, she earned that win off her own back, and it was an incredible performance.
It's down there with Catherine Volsurfer right now.
She's now in a very exclusive circle. I can tell you that. I mean, now, Alanis, we will talk a lot about you
Look
in
at that
the
run
future.
time, 2:45, 4:29 on the bike, 2:45 dead marathon. That is a massive PB. Massive.
I mean, that's more than 20 minutes of her former PB of 8:30.16 from Almere in 2024.
Yeah,
and she ran
13
a
minutes.
2:57 in Almere, and now a 2:45.
Woo!
Just
oh, I love it.
absolutely crazy.
this is what every athlete dreams of, right? This is what we get out of bed for. It's like there's these moments.
Perform on the biggest day there is. That's exactly what you're not hoping for, what you're working for.
Against the odds this morning, and that's all. There's just excitement, right? It's like there's no pressure. There's nothing. It's just this.
Also,
is just pure
like
excitement.
you said, sometimes it's also about proving people wrong, right? I mean, you hear all the talk leading up to the race. It's between Lucy and Kat, and then you probably know in your mind, like, can I say something about that? Have the energy to really soak it in. That's nice. If you can do a victory lap here, better do so.
Just to put into perspective, though, we said 30-minute PB. She went 8:41 last year. She ran a 3:04 here last year, and she's just run a 2:45 dead.
When the stars align, they align.
Where do you go from there, though? I mean, it's crazy.
And you talked about perspective. Winning time of Laura was 8:18 last year.
Yeah.
And I mean, 8:09.
Unreal. It's the only way to describe it. Absolutely unreal.
What I actually hope for Alanis now is that she changes nothing.
No.
You know, that she just goes, okay, I've just had the performance of my lifetime.
I tell you what, there'll be a lot of naysayers out there that'll be shutting up shop for a while, because obviously every time she does a race, you can see all the online comments about her bike riding and her running. And what do you say here now? I mean, there's nothing to say.
But don't put any pressure on yourself to outperform, to do better, to be better, to win bigger races. Like, just do what you've done now in this preparation and just roll out that dice again.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And I think we also talked about these things, but when Brett Sutton is a good coach, then it's exactly in these terms. I mean, they will just continue the same work as if nothing happened. I mean,
you're dead right. They won't change a thing.
If it works for you, it works for you, right? Sato's program, you know?
Absolutely. I mean, it doesn't work for a lot of people. It would have absolutely killed me, I'm quite sure. I'm not as hard as you are, Belinda. But if it works, like you said, Carl, then it just works. And it works usually for women because they are, as we know, a little bit tougher than we are.
Just so much more resilient, right? And they can just probably handle the bigger loads than we can.
Yeah, just prepared to suffer, trust me.
100%.
If you become a father one day, you know why.
I know that our audience can't see, but I can see Benny Hoffman. There, I can see him just finishing. He's got his family, his wife Kelsey and the 2 kids. So hats off to Ben Hoffman, who's just crossed the finish line, came out of an unofficial retirement because he woke up one morning thinking, I cannot get to the end of my career without having experienced what is Roth. He's now off on a cycling tour throughout Austria and Switzerland. So great to have Benny Hoffman, one of the absolute greats out of the US. You can see Lucy Charles-Barclay. And this might be a good time now with Alanis Siffert now across the line. Our predictions for the women. What were your predictions for the women's race? I have to. It's been such a long day, I can't even remember.
Kat, Lucy.
I know I didn't get it right though. Kat Matthews, Lucy Charles-Barclay. I didn't get anything right. I failed on all 3 fronts. Didn't have her at all.
At least
I'm
I have two right in that way.
Well, the men's were I was a little better. The men's I got the first 2 right, but the women's I failed abysmally. So. Maybe I don't know as much about the women.
That's actually not too bad. I mean, your men's pick were quite good. My women's picks were a little bit better than yours.
No, mine were terrible. I couldn't have been more wrong if I tried.
You have Lucy on second correctly, right?
Well, yeah, actually, sorry, I might get Leo. I'll get Lucy right. I get 1 out of 3. Sorry, I'm not as bad as I thought.
I said Kat, Lucy, and Daisy Davis in 3rd place. And when Daisy was losing a lot of time on the bike, I thought, maybe not.
Maybe
but I told Daisy when she was going up the final climb before she came into town, like, the girls are hurting up there and they've ridden too hard. You get nothing for free. Yeah. And it's an energy game at the end of the day. And I said, just keep in it, keep pushing, keep going forward. And she has. And she's going to end up with... She's won 2 races, 2 full distance races now, but this will be the biggest podium of her career.
Yeah, I agree, and I think she'll learn the most from this as well.
on 3.
But just look at that gap that Alanis Siffert was able to create in the second half of this marathon against one of the greatest we've seen. Of course, we know Lucy Charles-Barclay only decided on Sunday that she was going to come and race. Magnus Ditlev made the decision on Tuesday of this week to come and race. So not your traditional way of heading into a race of this caliber.
And there's a lot of talk about Lucy being in amazing run form, and I thought, you know, like she had surgery just at the start of this year.
January,
she
big
had
ask.
Incredible blisters at the last full distance race that she did.
That's
like
right.
that takes a lot of recovery, and to come out here, she's obviously confident in her ability, but I feel like she's just getting started now for her season.
I agree.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what this was. It's just a celebration. Obviously, she loves this race, but it's also a kickstart into the next phase.
She's an absolute crowd favourite, Lucy Charles.
Oh,
Barclay.
yeah.
But
I don't think it matters
everybody-
where you go. It's
I think
the same deal.
If the Achilles is fine after this race, she knows that she can absolutely don't has to hold back in the preparation leading up to Kona.
And that's one now that's obviously, that's what she wants to get right. What an amazing athlete, what an amazing woman.
And as you mentioned, role model to so many women and girls out there.
That she is indeed.
And just so many role models to the next generation as well. There's like, you know, you can look around here, those finish line girls that were running up, they see someone like Lucy and they say like, she's doing it and she's beating these men.
Yeah.
She's beating the boys. You know, if the boys can do it, why can't I do it even better? And she's just an amazing athlete for so many people and to inspire a whole next generation of women.
Completely agree. And of course, you can see her splits on stage right now, on the TV right now. 50.23 for the swim, 4:31.51 for the bike, and 2:50.43 for a total time of 8:16.41. And you can see the two women now, Alana Sifford, our winner, Lucy Charles-Barclay, the admiration they have for each other. It's one of the reasons we love this sport so much. The camaraderie amongst all of our elite athletes, both male and female. I honestly, I know we have it in other sports, Kyle, but I just feel, and maybe I'm a little bit biased here, but I just feel in triathlon that camaraderie and that willingness to help. You spoke about that with Kat Matthews, helping Daisy Davies with bikes. We hear it all the time, and I just think that's what our sport is so incredibly special. So that was a fail, actually. But
I think that was an intentional fail.
Yeah, probably, and no one wants to smell like beer, but.
But you said Christian nailed it, but I think Christian actually practices that all the time. I reckon he's got
champagne for sure.
A replica one at home that he's practicing pouring over his head. And that
after a good training session, I think the Norwegians, they do a row and then they celebrate with champagne.
Here you go, Sebi. Sebi might have picked the names incorrectly, but he was only 4 seconds off the men's time and 9 seconds off the women's. I think that might make you the winner.
I'm not so sure about that. I had a couple of misfires today.
Thanks to everyone that gave us some answers and some questions here today and wrote in, and you were part of this live coverage. It's always a lot of fun when you get to join in. We love it. As you can see, Daisy Davies now making her way through town. And it won't be long now before we see her, the 24-year-old, making her way in towards us here at the stadium. And the sun is now shining brightly, so for all of our 3,400 and something individual athletes out there, it's going to start getting rather hot out on that run course. Started the day with complete cloud cover. We even had a little bit of rain out there on the bike course, but
it's still absolutely great conditions for everybody. Athletes, spectators, volunteers alike.
Shows how hard today's been when Daisy's only got a couple of kilometres left and she needs a cup of Red Bull.
That's right.
To get through to the finish.
That's right. Oh, Felix, just a little brief. Felix forgot his sunglasses. It's so sunny out there now. He needs his sunnies back down on ground at the finish line.
It's more to cover the tears, I guess.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And of course, that's what we love about Felix Volseffer. He puts his absolute heart and soul into this race. The entire Volseffer family do. It includes Queen Alice, of course, Catherine, his sister. It was all started because of their dad, Herbert, the most incredible man I was lucky enough to meet. And the incredible team now behind Challenge Roth. But he will be down there on that finish line all day and night long. And this afternoon, when that, or tonight, sorry, when that last finisher comes across the line, he will still be there. And that's when you really do see that celebration of the most incredible sport in the world. So if you are at home now in Roth or around Roth, I do suggest you come in. I know Felix told you not to because of the traffic, but I think by then it will be a lot better. And the drone and laser show is something to behold. And of course, we will be showing that live on the English feed. So if you can't make it, if you are somewhere else in the world, I would suggest staying on and watching that later tonight for the finish.
So Daisy Davis here, she's what, 24 years
24.
old? Like,
Yes,
this is just an
turned.
absolutely incredible performance for someone like Daisy. And, you know, like, to put away some of those names that she has today, to fend off that pressure. And, you know, she's coming in so green into the sport and so young as well. We just talked about Rico Bogan being a bright name for the future. I think Daisy Davis is obviously going to be one to look out for as well now.
Oh, you know,
And she's still fearing that somebody is catching her. There's nobody behind you, Daisy.
well, she probably can't quite believe it herself.
But there might still be a position change between 4 and 5 because Kat is not giving up, is still finding reasons to run, and one reason might be she's still able to catch Caroline for 4th place.
Daisy Davies, of course, she first came to sight for me at the championship, but then what really impressed me was last year at Challenge Almere, where she became the European full distance champion. She raced so well there, went 8:30.15. She backed it up this year in Ironman South Africa, going 8:46. In both races, she was not challenged at all. And there were some good athletes in Ironman South Africa, including the likes of Katrin Grosborg Christensen, who we know is one of the fastest runners in the women's field. So definitely a bright start for the future of the sport. Still can't quite trust it, can she? She knows she is so close to home, but just having to look over her shoulder to make sure no one is coming to get you. I wish I could yell out to her and say, don't you worry, you've got this covered.
She's only here with her father as well. A super small team. My manager, Nikolai, who I'm staying with here, also represents Daisy here as well. And we were saying, hey, do you need any help on the bike course? Do you want us to give you bottles? This is a special thing about this race. You can have your own personal support. And it was just her father here. And she said, no, I got this. I'm all good. I'm all good. So she's obviously out here. She's a relatively unknown name amongst the masses. But no one's probably telling her, like, no one's behind you.
That's right. That's why I said I wish I could scream out through the microphone.
That's exactly what you mentioned when you have a small team. I mean, of course, it's probably not that much pressure, because when you have a big team, you always feel like you're letting your team down when you don't have the day, right? But especially in a race like Roth, a huge team definitely helps. I mean, nutrition, but also information. For her turning around so often, I mean, on the one hand side, it's like it really tells you like she's on the absolute limit. She is. She wants that finish line to come closer. But then on the other hand, it's just a lack of information, right? Otherwise, she would know that this is almost 10 minutes. Sorry. This is more than 3 minutes to Caroline Pole.
I feel like she'll be feeling like she's towing a piano right now. Is probably the thing going through her mind. She's probably thinking, I feel like I'm in slow motion right now, and surely someone's going to come from behind, but everyone's feeling that way at this point.
You remember those dying kilometres? I always remember it from around kilometre 39:40, those last few kilometres, unless you're feeling really, really good, which is
unless your name is Christian Blummenfelt.
Yeah, exactly. They just seem to drag on forever. I mean, you've got the beauty here that she's got an audience, and so she's got people cheering her on. But I think Daisy will be very relieved. You can see one last look over her shoulder then. Once she makes it into the Festival Marketplace, I think she will be able to relax a little bit and start to really enjoy and soak up everything that this race is offering her right now.
It's incredible how time changes, doesn't it? When you get into this last few kilometers and you feel like you're going nowhere, and the first 10 kilometers and whatever, you run in 40 minutes, it feels like it goes across
so
a snap.
quickly.
And the last 2 kilometers feels like it's longer than the first 20 kilometers. You're just feeling that bad and just want to get through to the finish line so badly.
Well, it's interesting, Kyle, because obviously I've been commentating a lot of short course racing, like sprint and Olympic distance, and I remember preparing for today, and I went to bed last night thinking, wow, this is going to be a really long day, and I'm not really used to it, but it's gone so insanely quickly. It felt like we blinked and they're already onto the marathon, and that's what happens with this racing now. They race these long distance races
Well, it's
so
just an hour
much quicker.
shorter than it used to be, right?
But Daisy Davies keeps on looking over. I don't blame her because she probably can't quite believe it that she is going to she's going to snag that final spot on the podium. She's literally got 100 meters left to run, and a dream come true for this young woman. Her third time over the distance. What a record, 2 firsts and a third.
I imagine this is a feeling that she'll never, ever
Never forget. Oh, I agree, Kyle. I think it's going to stay with her for a very long time. The crowd's going to get behind her too.
You can see her on the big screen. She can hear us now. Daisy Davis from Great Britain on the way to third place here at the DATEV Challenge.
And here she comes. She'll make her way underneath the DATEV arch, as she's doing right now, and into the stadium. I love that drone shot. The stadium here absolutely chock-a-block full of triathlon fans from all over the world as Daisy Davies is going to take that last spot on the podium. Another look round, Kyle. I don't think she can quite believe it, so that last look round, but she is going to make
Oh no!
it right. Whoopsie. So, a little bit of a fall there.
Oh, come on.
Is she okay? She's up. So a little bit of a trip there, and I think that just goes to show just how much effort is put into this. And, you know, we can look at her and say, you know, great race, she's young, but we don't actually, she's not that experienced. And at the end of the day, this is a massive, massive third place for her.
There was nothing left in her body.
Nothing.
And there probably was nothing left for the last 5 kilometers. And the only thing that got her through them was sheer willpower and adrenaline.
Just by how much she turned around, that's out of pure panic. I've been in that mode before. Like you think, you always think like, oh gosh, I'm so slow, they're gonna catch me anytime. There's no way that they don't catch me. And just like you said, Kyle, right? I mean, you need somebody to tell you, hey, you might feel.
But look at this now. You can see she just wants some time on her own to just start. She's processing what's just happened. It's, you know, we think of these athletes and
might
get to the
take
finish line
a month or two to
exactly.
finish the processing.
Absolutely, and we don't give it enough credit. Just what these athletes have been through since 6:30, 6:37 for the professional women this morning. It is a long day.
And not just the day today, right? I mean,
it's
just
everything
the days
leading up to today, of course.
Leading up and the nervousness and.
But great race from Daisy, and finishing time of 8:27.19. So 8:27.19. That is her fastest time so far over the distance. Going faster than she went in Challenge Almere last year, where she went 8:30. And we will get down to the finish line in the not too distant future with Laura Siddle, who will be able to interview our winner, Alana Siffert. But right now, waiting for our next athlete to make their way, crossing over the train tracks. And it does look like Kat Matthews from here. It just looks like her running style.
Yeah.
My eyesight isn't great, but it does look like Kat Matthews, who has managed.
Our timing seems to be a little off, but I think Kat passed Caroline
Pohle, which is what I had anticipated. That is definitely the running style of Kat Matthews. You cannot miss it. And while it might not have been as fast as what we're used to seeing, Still a solid race from Kat here today. She now makes her way towards us. You can see our graphic on the right-hand side of the screen, our top 15 professional men from today. So great to see Zach Cooper, who was disappointed, had to pull out of Ironman Austria. He's a regular here in Roth, so great to see him here in the top 15.
Zach's another person who's massively inspirational for all our amateurs out there today. He's come through the ranks, through amateur age group racing, and now he's lining up on the pro fields, getting really good results, and it's incredible to see.
And another very genuine athlete, does some great social media, so if you're not following Zach Cooper, I suggest you should. And great to see Arnaud Galou also up there. Will Draper just finishing outside that top 10 in 11th spot.
And we've got another fan favourite in Kat Matthews coming into the stadium.
Oh, yeah.
I think Kat, knowing Kat, I think she'll obviously be disappointed, but I think she'll be so stoked with how she raced today, just never giving up.
Hey, how easy would it have been for her to walk off the course? I mean, we would have understood, but that's not in Kat's nature. It's not how she operates.
That's the most important thing, right? I mean, no regrets when you look back at the race next week.
And here she is. So Kat Matthews crosses the finish line in 4th place. A solid race, and you can see right now she's given it everything today.
With the pressure that everyone put on her shoulders, including us, we all had her down as the race favourite, and for her to just... And she's had an amazing race as well. You know, 4th place at challengeroth is still an amazing race, and it's so easy to say, oh, wasn't the day she wanted, wasn't the day this, but she just, you know, we all think she's an incredible athlete. She's had, we don't for a second think that this is a blip on the radar, you know?
No way, not a chance. And like you said, you and I are lucky enough to know her personally, and you just know that's not the way she operates.
Getting the medical support team out. I think that's what I said. There's always a story behind a result, and sometimes we only know the story is a couple of days or even months after the race. So therefore.
So here she comes, Carolina Paula, her first time over the distance. And you can see making her way across the finish line. She is incredibly emotional, and it is. I mean, when it's your first one, you never get your first one back. That's it, it's done and dusted. And it brings back memories of when I did my first one, and it is just such an incredibly emotional experience. The months of training to get yourself to a position where you can take on this distance. Then to line up here for your first time, she could have taken the easy way out, Collins, picked any sort of long distance race that was not so much pressure, not so much in the limelight, but she chose to come here on the big stage for her first one, and I have so much respect for an athlete that does that.
And she would have won any other race, but she didn't want to. She wanted to come here, you know, home country race. And that's another incredible performance. Top 5 on debut in Roth, and as a German athlete, first German athlete.
I think you said something very important. Sometimes it's better to be a second in the first league than to win the second league.
Only problem is having Roth as your debut. Everything else is going to feel like a bit of a downgrade right now.
You feel like what's this?
Yeah, 100%.
It's funny that you say that because it's so true. I was then racing in the US, and when you're used to the Roth crowds, it's definitely
it's a little underwhelming, isn't it?
Especially for you, Sebi. You go into the. Oh, sorry, who are you? You're going in that line.
Whereas here, it's you know. God, Sebi.
It is cool. It's a celebration of the athletes here. It really is. The athlete experience comes first, and it's second to none. Especially as a pro, I feel like we really appreciate so much the effort that you guys put into looking after us as well on the race days. And this is just like you say, a celebration of our amazing sport.
It's good to see Kat back on her own feet.
Yeah, it's taken a lot out of her today, so definitely taken its toll. I say give her about 30 to 40 minutes and we'll have the Kat of old back with us. But talking about that, Kyle, I think you've nailed it. I think the Volshofer family, in particular Felix, really truly appreciates the value of pros and what they bring to this race. But you could say the same about the age group athletes. I think the most important thing for Challenge is to make sure that each and every athlete that makes their way to this start line is treated as an equal and given the same sort of incredible experience. I think it's something that Challenge prides itself on.
And look at these images down here. These ladies are being stretchered off the finish line. This sport, by none, is the hardest sport in the world. I mean, these women have been stretchered off the finish line, and it's incredible how hard this sport is. And this is why celebrating how hard this sport is, celebrating these amazing athletes from the pros to the age groupers is such an important thing.
On the other hand, it's also very important to say, especially for the people that are probably not watching a triathlon on a regular basis, it's usually not something unhealthy, right? I mean, it looks like crazy, and I can still remember my mom when she saw me collapsing on the finish line here. And I mean, you will get up, right? I mean, it's also that mixture of exhaustion. Just you know that you don't have to run anymore, and you just let go, right? And your body lets go in this moment, and then sometimes systems just are about to shut down completely, and that's sometimes it looks dangerous, but it's not really. They will get up soon.
But great drone shot there of this incredible stadium. They start building it up on Monday. When you think about it.
Thanks, Kyle, man. That was really nice that you joined us for the last 40 minutes. I think you want to be down there and also get some sweaty hugs.
Enjoying the VIP.
What an absolute pleasure to be amongst YouTube legends up here, and what a pleasure to call in world record from Sam Laidlow. Incredible performances from both men and women here.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And of course, right now, speaking of said women, we've got our top 3 women, and Alana Siffert on the top of that dais. We've got Lucy Charles-Barclay in second, and you can see the emotion on Alana Siffert's face. It's a mixture of absolute relief. I'm pretty sure she still hasn't let it sink in yet that she is the winner here of DATEV Challenge Roth 2026. Daisy Davies in 3rd place. But you can go and enjoy the VIP. I know Sebi and I will be heading that way in the not too distant future, of course.
Absolutely.
Celebrate all of the athletes. And of course, even though it might be towards the end of our professional race here, we have still got a lot of incredible racing to go with our age group athletes, our para athletes, and of course, our 700 relay athletes.
The national anthem of Switzerland. Wir sagen Hop, Speed, Hop, Alana Siffert!
Oh, wow. You could just see how much that meant to Alana Siffert. She almost had me, actually she did, I'm lying. She did have me crying right then. this is why I stay in the sport. So it's why I've been in the sport for over 30 years. People often say to me, do you miss racing? Do you miss the thrill of racing? And you know the answer is no, because I get to live vicariously through all of these guys. And it's just truly, it's remarkable.
The only time when I really miss it is actually being down there and knowing the emotions that you have crossing this finish line. That's really the time when I miss it.
Nothing like it, is there? I mean, oh. And well done then to Daisy Davies for being up. And there we go. You can see that Alana Siffert definitely done this before. Come on, Lucy, you've done it more than any of them. She can't quite get it off. So amazing. Look, there we go. Daisy Davies also now finally. I have a feeling she'll be doing that a few more times throughout her incredible career.
And realizing champagne in your eyes can be quite hurtful.
See, she's the only one that doesn't have her sunglasses on. The other two girls have their sunglasses on. They're not stupid. It's the first rule during the champagne showers is to make sure those sunglasses are on your face.
She actually had the sunglasses on, I guess, but...
No, she'd taken them off. She had them off, but she won't do that again. And there you have it, our top 3 professional women for today. So Alana Siffert from Switzerland in first, Lucy Charles-Barclay from Great Britain in second, and Daisy Davies also from Great Britain in third. What a podium. So fantastic to have Lucy back. She was last here when she won it in 2019. 7 years since we last saw her here, and I really hope it's not the last time because she is so loved. So while we are waiting for our top 5, we have our top 5 women across the line. While we're waiting for our next 5 to make their way towards the finish line, we do hope to get down on ground pretty soon, where Laura Siddle has been waiting patiently to interview our winner, Alana Siffert.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a pleasure to see you racing today here in Roth. Congrats to all of you.
So we will be heading down there now. So Sid down on the finish line with our incredible winner, Alana Siffert.
Alana Siffert, 2026 DATEV challengeroth champion. How does that sound?
Insane, unbelievable. Like, yeah, I'm just feeling unbelievable, but it's really that. Yeah, I just won the race.
You took the lead quite early on the bike and then never really looked back. When did you start to believe that this might happen?
To be honest, I didn't thought about the win until the last 2K because you never know what will happen. I stayed in my race, but I was just flying. Catherine before the start just told me, fly today, fly, and I just like remind those words in my head, and all the people just like gave me wings, and my parents were out on the course, and I think I underestimated what I can do and everyone else too, because if you would have told me I can win and do these times, I would have said like no way, no. But I have to say like a big thanks to my coach Brett Sutton, because without him I would not be here today. He believed in me since the first day. You know, everyone was saying, oh, you cannot run, you're never gonna be good enough, but he believed in me, I believe in me, I've put in the work, and today I did it.
You certainly did. And talk about flying, I mean, you were third last year, obviously winning this year. You took 30 minutes off your time from last year. You ran, and saying you people said you couldn't run, you did a 2:45, I think. I mean, you must be just can't explain.
Yeah, it's just like I went like also on the bike. I went out and I saw my watts and I was like, it's way too high. I won't be able to hold it, so I just like shut down the bike computer. So I didn't watch it because it would have blown my mind. And then on the run, I started to run and like fuck, it's like under a 4K pace. Like, okay, but I feel good, let's do this. And I just could hold it, and I felt so strong, but also mentally in a really good space. And my parents were there on the course, and yeah, I don't know, this race is so special that I'm someone, I really like the party, you know, like, let's rock the party, I told myself, and we train so hard, and if we can live such moments, we have to enjoy it. And I just enjoyed it today, and I think that's what made me or gave me so much energy to be able to put this performance out there.
I mean, I know you were looking for your parents at the end, and I know during the race at the start, going through transition in T1, even up the hills, coming in the finish line, you really work on the crowd. How much did the crowd mean to you and help you today?
No, it means so much. I would say of course I have to be out there and push, but it makes a huge difference if you're out there alone, or I'm someone I really embrace it, I really take it, and I like to play with them. So that was amazing. But it's also a team effort, Without my parents, I would not be there. They support me, they come here. They support me through everything. My boyfriend Max Tudor too. So without them I would not be there, and of course my coach.
Well, go and enjoy the celebrations. Go and celebrate with your parents. Recover. Congratulations, DATEV Challenge Roth champion. Well done, Alana.
Thank you. And thank you to all my partner, my sponsor, and all my friend family who believe in me and support me all the way. Yeah, thank you.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Sid. That was a great interview. What a fantastic interview. You can't help but love that girl.
Rock the party.
Oh my God,
I love to rock
it.
the party.
And that is her in a nutshell. She just thrives on the energy that this race gives, and that's why I think she's able to give the best of herself and then some. And this is going to go down in the history books as one of the greatest races, not just women's races, the men's race itself, but it's taking me a little bit of time to actually process what happened today. It was that incredible.
Belinda, I always feel like I just got up this morning, and it's fast forward, and we are sitting here, and the race is done. And as you said, it was one for the history books. It's always easy to say, fresh of these emotions. But yeah, it was one of the best races I've seen.
I have to agree.
So thanks everybody for watching.
It's been an amazing day. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as Sebastian and I have. We've had some incredible guests on the show today as well. But it's the athletes themselves that are the stars of today. They've been incredible. I am already looking forward to next year, 12 months time, same place. Please, if you've never been to this race, try and get in. If you can't get in, come here for a holiday. You will not regret it. It is the most incredible celebration of the sport that we all love. And I'm already looking forward to next year.
Close down with Alanis words, rock the party.
Rock the party. That's exactly what we're about to do from here on. Until next year, see you all later.
Schwimmen in den Top 10. Sie hat die schnellste Wechselzeit von allen hingelegt. Aber schon das Radfahren war eine harte Arbeit. Knapp 6 Stunden war sie auf dem Radkurs unterwegs. Und sie ist aktuell auf der Laufstrecke mit großen Problemen unterwegs. Aber sie ist unterwegs. Sie heißt nach wie vor, ganz klar formuliert, sie will das Ziel erreichen. Dani, wir drücken dir von hier aus der Ferne die Daumen und freuen uns über den nächsten Finisher, Michael Bolt.
Michael Bolt gerade reingekommen, dickes Grinsen